Welcome back, y'all. Mic check, mic check. YouTube, we good on audio? All right, cool. Discord, we good on audio? All right, appreciate you. What up, good people? We woke up to extended levels of FUD today. We were calling yesterday. This DeepSeek thing is the biggest non-story I've ever seen in my life. It's a pure case in overreaction and Chinese lies. Yeah, Nvidia got toasted. Nvidia and the market in general. You got to realize what that means, right? Well, we just put 500 billion into AI through executive order. All of this pricing in that's happened across legacy for the last 2 years for AI. Let me show you something. This is this one. Damn, I just had this pulled up. So basically, the Chinese government came out and released DeepSeek, which is their version of ChatGPT, supposedly more advanced. But the important part of it is that they're saying that it costs 3% of what it cost to train OpenAI. Took them less than 2 months to build and less than $6 billion using reduced capability chips. So the issue with that is that NVIDIA ran up because everybody assumed everybody was going to need those T100 chips from NVIDIA, right? The super expensive ones to train their AI with. So the initial investment into AI was way higher. Chinese just came out and said we did it better for 3% with more efficient tech. So now anybody who's been pricing in any sort of AI move into legacy is now depricing, right? The problem with that is that we can't believe the Chinese. Like the Chinese are full of shit when it comes to this type of stuff. So I dug in a little deeper and we got a video with let me find this guy. with the CIO or CFO of DeepSeek. Give me 1 second.
Sorry for my voice, but had to say it. Jubba
Doge Viking with the super chat. Appreciate you, brother. Where the hell is this video at? Yeah, I should probably wait a little bit until it gets filled back up. You're probably right. I'm sure I'll do it again. But just to catch you guys up real quick, I want you to listen to this small clip. Remember that we have sanctions, right? We've got export controls. 2 streams? What do you mean 2 streams? Hold on, let me check. Yeah, there's 3 people waiting in. Hold on, let me get rid of that stream. I don't know why it's giving me, whenever I start a stream, it's giving a second. All right, get rid of that. All right, so real quick, just so you guys can listen to the bullshit. Remember, China's not supposed to be able to have their hands on these NVIDIA chips because of export restrictions that we have. Right? It was one of the big deals that we try to like basically tie China down by keeping these chips away from them. Listen to what the Scale AI CEO says about DeepSeek here.
The Chinese labs, they have more H100s than people think.
And these are the highest powered NVIDIA chips that they were not supposed to have.
Yes. My understanding is that DeepSeek has about 50,000 H100s, which they can't talk about, obviously, because it is against the export controls that
50,000 H100s.
And I think it is true that, I think they have more chips than other people expect, but also on a go-forward basis, they are going to be limited by the chip controls and the export controls that we have in place. The Chinese labs, they have more H100s than people think. And
these are the highest powered NVIDIA chips that they were not supposed to have.
Yes. My understanding is that DeepSeek has about 50,000 H100s, which they can't talk about, obviously, because it is against the export controls that the United States has put in place. And I think it is true that, I think they have more chips than other people expect, but also on a go-forward basis, they are going to be limited by the chip controls and the export controls that we have in place. The Chinese...
Yeah, so it's complete bullshit. They didn't do it with less tech. They did it with the same amount of tech. It cost them the same amount of money. They're just bullshitting. They're just literally trying to take a chunk out of NVIDIA and the US market. They had exactly the same amount of processing power that ChatGPT has. And they've been working at it longer than they've admitted that they've been working at it. So they come in at the end and say, hey, we did it in 3 months at 3% of the cost, but it's complete bullshit. It's bullshit. Complete bullshit. That being said, the market definitely reacted, right? Now we've got to figure out how long it's going to take for people to realize that they're talking shit and for everything to be priced back in. I will tell you one thing. That shit is free. I pay $20 a month for ChatGPT, and that shit is free, and it's open source. So but get ready for the FUD. You know, if they're gonna say that it's spying on you, just like TikTok is spying on you. Oh, ChatGPT knows what it is. Just not allowed to talk about it. What people don't like about ChatGPT is that it's centralized, right? Like that was Elon's main thing with Sam. Free and open source is way better for innovation, and it's going to accelerate, right? And you got to think. People were asking me yesterday, what do I think this means for AI agents? I think this is great for AI agents. These companies that just thought they were going to have to pay a shit ton of money to be able to get access to AI to be able to run their projects now have a free open source platform to do it on. So while I think it sucks for the chip manufacturers, at least for now, everything else is going to do just fine. Now let's see if we can get this reversal in here. Starting to print out a nice little W here on the 15-minute. I'll go through that again later. Really, the big deal of it isn't DeepSeek. It isn't that it's Chinese. It isn't that it's open source. It's that supposedly it costs 3% of what it cost us to do it. Right? That's what wrecked the market.
Right, and they suffered the cybersecurity attack in like 2 days because they spent not enough money on business operations.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be some growing pains.
Check that video I just put in chat. Like, it's not an option for USA companies to put their intellectual property in this product for all the reasons you know.
Yep. I agree. It's definitely a vulnerability. I just went to sleep thinking about that shit last night, and I was like, there's no way in hell. There's no way in hell they pulled that off at 3% of the capital that it took. And then the part that really got me was that they were saying that they were using inferior chipsets, and it's like, you are fucking lying. You're lying. You're just bold-faced lying.
I don't even think it was a cybersecurity attack. I think it was a capacity issue. I don't think they had enough capacity to handle that growth, and that's why they shut off the U.S. and just did China.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a LARP, dude. It's all a LARP.
Yep. I agree. And you know how you know what I say over and over, high levels of FUD at macro support always go for me. And it was a big screw you to the Trump administration. I mean, we talked about this before elections, right? Governments test presidents. Governments test new presidents. It happens every election. And after him sitting there and signing that bill and pushing all that money into AI to have Chinese come out and say, we could do it. We could do it for pennies on the dollar. It's just a big sort of like finger in his eye.
And this came right after he went like all full retard on Colombia to kind of show what he's going to do his way. So this is all just negotiating in public is what's going on.
Yeah, I agree. The truth of the matter is that they can't admit to having those NVIDIA chips because they're not supposed to have them.
And if this was a cybersecurity attack, you most definitely don't come out and say you're under attack, because that creates panic that you're going to lose people's data. You say you're looking into it, and then you have an incident report once you really find out what happened. None of it makes sense.
Yeah, I agree.
How you doing, Dbloc?
Chillin'. What's going on?
Huh? I was watching Crypto Face's stream. He had a 5-hour stream. He just ended it earlier today. He closed out his longs.
Now what that means, time to go long, everybody.
Oh wait, we left the CME gap still up there?
Yeah.
I thought we that.
Nah, we didn't. We made a little run up for it, but it fell apart before we hit it. The what, Mar? Air Week challenge? What's that? I mean, that's what it felt like. Everybody's running around screaming, their hands in the air, bumping into walls and shit. It was crazy last night. Oh, ads? What ads? What ads are they showing y'all when you jump on? I need everybody to let me know the second that they start showing those fake AI ads. We haven't had any yet, luckily. I honestly don't even know what ads are shown right now.
It's interesting how the crypto.com ads pop up on your stream.
I've noticed some crypto shit. For some reason, they like to sell cars on my stream. Any of you guys buying a car from YouTube? You know what I found out? Apparently, which is the dumbest thing ever, which nobody ever does, right? Apparently, if somebody clicks on one of the commercials and actually buys something, I'm supposed to get something for it. When have you guys ever seen a commercial on YouTube and clicked on it and gone to a link and just bought something through a link? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yep. You're supposed to get like what is it, like a 1 or 2% commission off of the sale or something? It might be more than that.
I don't know anybody who's ever bought anything off of a YouTube commercial.
Well, I mean, people buy stuff off TikTok.
Yeah, but I feel like there's more of a direct link there, right? Like you click it, you go to the TikTok shop, gives you your shit, you buy it. YouTube doesn't really work like that. It's just a dumb function.
Yeah. Could you imagine if YouTube had a store site similar to TikTok?
Yeah. The only thing that's the only thing that's good about the ads on YouTube is that they get paid off of them, so they'll promote your channel. You know what I mean? It's almost like they'll start putting you in places that you're normally not. Like we're getting promoted on Google and external sources that aren't YouTube, which is cool, I guess. But the money's
Yeah.
nothing. I think the last month on ads I made $15, $16, something like that.
Nice.
It's a little Starbucks, you know,
Just a little bit.
little Starbucks.
Your chart has me scared here, Dbloc. It's making me want to close my short.
Yeah, I mean, we were digging into this yesterday when we put in this big ass Asian session. I was like, if UK can get above Asia's 50, then we should reach out for a daily open. We didn't quite make it, but it doesn't look like we're done yet. Yeah, that's true. That's a couple Sonic strawberry shakes. Those shits are delicious.
With inflation, you might be able to get 2 strawberry shake.
But nah, the important thing is that they promote the channel really more than anything. Last thing you want to do is get banished to the shadow realms where people can't even find you on search.
That happens if the YouTube algorithm, if you start cursing on the channel,
Yeah.
you'll notice that you'll start getting slowly shadow banned.
Yeah, that's why I've tried to keep it clean because I know we lived in a shadow ban channel for a while, so we know how that feels. Kane, it's already set up, brother. If you go into the Discord and go into the Cypher Family Roles channel, there's a link there for the WAP store to pay the $50 one-time fee. Or if you don't want to use a card, you want to use Cash App or crypto, you can just message me and we'll do it directly.
We'll send you $50 worth of Trump coin.
Hey, it's going to get sold the second I get it anyway, so it doesn't matter. The second it lands, boom, right into Bitcoin. But we won't be moving fully into the paid section until we at least get out of this hole. The last thing I want to do is move us into the paid section. Everybody's trying to figure out what's going on. People are underwater. Maybe they don't have the $50 because their portfolio is looking crazy right now. So we're going to slow, we're going to do the transition slowly. I don't want to leave anybody behind. Yeah, stream's going to be the same. YouTube's going to be exactly the same. The only difference is that the YouTube chart and chat will be in the paid section to keep it a little cleaner. And then we'll have trading rooms and research rooms and stuff so that people can get in, trade, and don't have to worry about people coming in from YouTube and just talking or whatever. It's going to get out of control here soon, guys. As soon as we get out of this range, we're going to get an influx of people.
Oh, I remember remember what the trollers were like.
Yeah. Lucio, the problem is that $10 it's much easier. That's the problem. You guys underestimate the trolls on here. Paying $10 to be able to get on YouTube and talk and be heard in the middle of the night when nobody else is on, nobody can stop you from saying what you want, is too cheap.
Do you have a Discord moderator to ban people?
Yeah. But I mean, we're just humans, right? What I'm going to do is I'm adding more mods here soon, and I'm going to try to do it by time frame, so at least every time frame is represented, every time zone. We've been all
Do you-
right, and even people that aren't mods, if you come in here talking shit, somebody's gonna tell you about yourself. Problem is if there's nobody here to handle it. You know, I want to make sure that everybody at least has some sort of financial foot in the game, right? You want to go ahead and talk shit crazy and get banned, cool, it'll cost you $50. You'll probably think about that twice. And then if you see the bots that we've had lately, Jesus, the second they make their way into the Discord, we're screwed if we don't have a paid section.
Or Drunk Joe, you never know.
Come on, baby.
Yeah, it's just it's stair stepping right now.
Nah, definitely no Dbloc coin. I've said it once, I'll say it again. If you find a Dbloc coin on the market, you short that thing with every dollar you have. Short it to the ground.
Who is the guy that did the Arnold Schwarzenegger impersonation? Do you remember him?
I mean, there's been a lot of them.
Get down again. I forgot his name.
Yeah, I can't remember his name, but he was fun.
Yeah, Ben, it's 1000% possible that this is a dead cat bounce. That's why we're watching it so closely. Lotto, what's going on, brother? I'm good, man. Can't complain. I'm feeling better too. No, dead cat bounce just means that this isn't the bottom. You're welcome, brother. Thanks for joining us, man. Appreciate all of y'all for being here. Y'all could be anywhere on YouTube. Kane, I've been looking forward to the bear market since we hit 74K. I can't wait. I just know it's not yet, but I'm definitely excited about it. Bull markets are fun, but bear markets are where you make all your money. The money's not made at the top of the bull market where you sell. The money's made at the bottom of the bear when you buy. It should be about a year and a half, 2 years, Galactic, before the real estate market starts to take its tumble. We got to be careful what we wish for, though, right? We've never known Bitcoin at the end of a real estate cycle. Right? Bitcoin was born at the end of the last real estate cycle during the housing collapse, 2008, 2009. So for its entire run, it's never known a housing market decline. It'd be interesting to see how it reacts. One thing that's kind of important to talk about is you guys are looking at your portfolios now, and you got some pretty red numbers across the board. But at the same time, some of you are holding too many coins. And you know what coins they are. You know that coin that every time you pull up your portfolio, you look at it and you're like, ugh. Right? That coin's down 10%. And one of the coins that you have high conviction in is down 10%. That's a straight trade. Right? That's exactly the same as if you would have sold that altcoin before the dip, put it into something strong, and then the dip happened. Right? So these are times where you can rebalance your portfolio at no cost to you. Right? Look at the coins that you're similarly down on and rate them by strength. And if you have a lot more faith in one than the other, then just go ahead and dump it into that coin that you have conviction in. Time to start being a little bit smarter about our picks, because not everything is going to go. I promise you right now, not every alt is going to go. We're not in that type of alt season. Alt season hits, it's going to run. But it's not going to be like 2000. It's not going to be that like the last alt season where you could just blindly throw a dart at the board and 5-10x. Right, so try to consolidate into strong coins that are showing relative strength against Bitcoin. In my opinion, it's about time to start giving up on those coins that haven't proven themselves. Right, and you know the ones that they are because they're sitting at bear market lows right now.
Sui's still kind of holding strong here.
Yeah.
And oddly enough, ICP seems to be holding its own.
Yeah, Galactic, the beginning of the bull market was great. My watch list was huge. And that's when you can take those type of risks, right? You're putting money into low market cap projects with good buzz, good narratives, and everything just flies. But we've had 9 million meme coins pumped into the market just through pumped out fund since then. Not to mention all the other competitors. So we have to get a little bit, we've got to get a little bit tighter. And the good news is if it's done right, right? The way you're really supposed to run this is the first half of the market, you go into your Bitcoin, and then you go into super low cap, undervalued projects that you think have been building through the bear that are going to do something. Those are the ones that are going to 5x, 10x. The trick is to not hold it after that, right? Just because your coin 5x, 10x, you're like, oh, this is going to be a run. There's so much time left. This is going to go crazy. If you take that 10x or you take that 15x that you got on that low market cap coin, and in the second half of the market, you sit it in a Sol or an ETH or XRP or XLM or something that's going to give you a 5x. It's a lot easier to 5x a 15x than it is to get 100x in one coin. It's a lot easier to 10x something that you've already 10x'd. Take profit on the 10x, put it in something else that's got a 10x, sit it in there, and then you just 100x your portfolio. But sitting in one project and expecting that 100x, 50x, 75x in this market where there's so many alts, is a risk.
We are also going to have businesses launching self-branded meme coins too. So like the meme stuff is unpredictable in my opinion. Like it could go bonkers. It could be people could get fatigue for so many.
Mm-hmm.
Like I just don't know what's going to happen.
There's only so much money to go around. Is the problem,
Exactly.
right? $3 trillion
Exactly.
market cap. There's only so much money. That's why narratives have been so important. Going into those projects that the highest amount of speculative traders are focused on at one time. And everybody's feeling it because you're seeing it now, right? When's the last time we had multiple narratives run at the same time? Haven't. It's literally been one narrative at a time. Everybody fully focused in that narrative. As far as your speculative traders.
I mean, can you imagine when the Kardashian launches a coin?
I think she learned her lesson. That fine from the SEC, she probably deleted all her crypto apps. She don't even want to hear shit about crypto.
That's true.
They made an example out of her. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Somebody with that influence. Yeah. I mean, we don't have to imagine it. Look at what happened when Trump launched his meme coin. You know?
And that just, does that kill all the memes at once? Does it? I just don't know how that all works.
I think that killed the celebrity meme. I think that Trump meme coin killed the potential of anybody else underneath coming out, and because nobody's gonna match that celebrity, nobody's gonna match that influence, right? Your favorite artist in the world tweeting that his meme coin is out isn't gonna have anywhere near the effect that the president of the United States hitting the world with a contract address on Twitter. Like that was nuts. So I don't know if I see that sort of coming back around. And like I said, American after Kim Kardashian, we didn't have any American celebrity meme coins, right? We had Iggy Azalea, she's Australian. We had what's his name, Andrew Tate, right? Also not American. And then the next American to actually try it was that Haktua girl, and then boom, they rugged that. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know if anybody's gonna stand in line to put themselves in that line of fire right now. Mr. Beast is another one. Yeah, Mr. Beast could have some sort of coin that has utility to build wells or give people sight or something. I could see that going crazy.
I mean, I think if you do it in the standpoint of, hey, I think I can get my coin to 10 million market cap and I will sell X many shares when it does. Like, I think there's a path for that for fundraising,
1000%. It's crowd-funded VC.
Beautiful.
And there's also a these memes, the top memes on each blockchain have shown the mascot utility that these coins have. Right? Like there's no reason that every corporation can't. There's no reason McDonald's can't have a Ronald McDonald coin. Right? These are mascots that represent the company, and then people invest in the mascot depending on how much they believe that the company is going to succeed or not, which is obviously a security. But since we have a president that seems to be a little bit lax, maybe we can get around that. But that's what Coinbase does, right? Like Brett, even though it's not listed on Coinbase for all intents and purposes, is a Coinbase mascot. Pepe is the dog with hat, and they've all brought in the majority of liquidity for their blockchain. Right? Like Dog with Hat brought in 5 to 10x the liquidity that Solana did. And it comes into the blockchain and then it stays in the blockchain, right? Which builds that like brand loyalty. You bring in a bunch of people, give them some meme coins just for being on your chain like they did with Bonk. You bootstrap your community with money, and now they're loyalists. Now that they're not going anywhere. Why would you go anywhere? I just made a shit ton of money on Solana. It's super cheap.
Yeah. I mean, the opportunities in crypto are amazing. I got a project that's about to launch that I'm super excited about.
Nice. The bear market's gonna be a lot of fun. The bear market is really where you see who's swimming with no clothes, right? everything is going down. You see those teams that are still building, still working. You're like, okay, they did what they were supposed to do during the bull market, right? They made enough money to bootstrap themselves. Now they're, working on their project during the bear market. Those are the ones you want to invest in. The ones you don't want to invest in are the ones that you see doing emergency funding rounds in the middle of the bear market, and you see them scrambling for cash.
Hey, I was able to buy my new pair of socks. Got these nice, comfortable wool socks for the winter.
Bull market, baby.
Socks are expensive. I was like, holy moly. It's like, why do these cost so much? Who pays $10 for one pair of socks? Not even like a 3-pack or anything. I was like, Jesus.
We're not out of hot water yet, but congrats to everybody that swung at this thing when it was scary. It wasn't easy to do.
You should throw some stickers on your chart, Dbloc. Like have yourself like a picture of yourself in a batting cage, like whenever you're getting ready to buy.
I need to start cutting my camera back on. I need to redo. I'm gonna fix the office. I just got my monitor in and everything. I set it up, but I need to fix the setup real quick. And I'll cut my camera on. Probably do it tomorrow. I just get lazy, yo. Like the last thing I think about is cutting the camera on until somebody mentions it.
Have you ever thought about doing live trading? I don't know how
Yes
crypto
and no. The
space
reason
gets away with it.
what I don't like is that no matter how much you tell people do not copy this trade, they will. It's on the screen, they're gonna copy it. Difference is that we all have different risk tolerances. You know what I mean? So like I much rather tell people what I'm waiting for to see for it to be a reversal or for me to feel comfortable trading, right? And then you can take that with you. You can go to any chart now and be like, oh, okay, we're supposed to be looking for this, this, and that. And then that would mean that I have to trade on my streaming PC, and I don't. My trading PC is single use. Excuse me. And then I've got all my socials and the streaming stuff and the charts and everything on the streaming PC. But we could do something for funskis one night if everybody's bored. It's just the fun thing is live trading memes, and that's you know how that's gonna end up, right?
Oh yeah.
You know how that's gonna end up because when we jump in the meme swamp, you might take 10 trades, you might get rug pulled 6 times. I'm not comfortable with people following along, especially the new people that we get. The rest of you guys are grown, whatever. You guys are more degen than I am, but and some of these new people. We're looking to get up to the top of this W. Right? We get up to 102 and break, then we've got a completed W pattern. Then we'll be looking for a retest. So I'd like to see something like push up to the 800 here, come back down and retest. On that retest, if you're not in, which at this point you should, right? You got your higher low. You got 2 higher lows. So even if you didn't want to swing at a falling knife, You know, your higher low was the entrance, your second higher low is another entrance. But your confirmation traders will wait. Right? They're a little bit less risky. So your confirmation traders will wait for this. They want to get in here. Your degens swung at this fallen knife the whole way down, right? You might have put a little bit of position here. You might have put a little bit of position here, thinking that was the bottom. You might have had another little DCA here, maybe, right? But your strict pattern guys won't get in until it breaks and retests. And then your swing traders got in at the bottom of each one of these and took profits at the tops, right? Swing traders are just swinging the range. So remember, you've always got 3 sets of traders trading with you and against you. Yeah, I know what you mean, Thomas. For me, there was 2 spots where I got in. I swung at this stopping volume candle early. My grid was set from 99 down to 95. Right, but I was also manualing at the same time at spots that I thought were going to be the bottom. So I threw some of this stopping volume candle, which on the 5-minute took a couple of candles to invalidate. On the 15-minute, it invalidated on the very next candle. On the 5-minute, there was a couple of candles, and then down here, right at the railroad tracks. The more comfortable you get with trading, the less nervous you are about swinging at fallen knives. Right? Because you know that all you have to do is swing and then have your stop loss literally right underneath, you know? If you're wrong, you're wrong, you get stopped out, you do it again. It's like playing poker, right? You got to pay to see the river. I will start looking into making recorded videos, RH. I can't promise you it's going to happen anytime soon. The only reason I say it is because that's going to add a couple of hours to work to an already completely smashed workday. But my plan was for sure in the bear market to definitely get more into some of the recording stuff. Just because I'll have more time. Not the recording as much as the editing and all that other shit that goes along with it. Yeah, the right side of the W is always the scariest part. Because technically what you're seeing is really just a higher low and a rejection. I mean, I'm sorry, a lower high, right? And a rejection, which is bearish, right? It doesn't become bullish until you actually get that higher low. So yeah, these red candles don't feel great. But there's always 2 possibilities. When you come down and you do your V shape, You have three possibilities, sorry. Your first possibility is a higher low. Your second possibility is a double bottom. Your third possibility is it breaks structure. Right? So you just have to play those as it goes. Nothing really too much to panic about until you get to double bottom territory. When you get to double bottom and there's still momentum going down and you don't see a stopping volume candle, that's when you're like, okay, like this bullish structure is about to break apart. Well, we're in the danger zone until tonight. The reason I say that is because it's still Monday, right? And we're still looking at our false move week beginning, which can bottom out on Monday. That being said, we've already taken back half of this dip, guys. Right? And you know how we play this structure. False move week beginning to the downside, we load up longs. We load up longs for a 3-day swing. If we're at macro support and we've got high levels of FUD, so macro support resistance before breaking the overall structure, high levels of FUD, Chinese AI taking over the world, you buy even harder. Yeah, Thomas, in my opinion, this was the false move down. False move Monday was to the bottom. We freed the trap shorts, which is our signal. Right? You can have deviations out of the weekend trap, but when you free one side or the other, that's your signal that it's the false move. Now, the false move can move all the way until Monday, right? So just because it's a false move doesn't mean it can't be dramatic. It just means that the next 3 days are going to be in the opposite direction. Ozul, FUD is fear, uncertainty, and doubt. FUD is what we woke up to on Twitter today. FUD is what you guys heard on the mic for most of the day yesterday. FUD. And listen, I'm not blaming anybody for being bearish yesterday, right? That's not why I say it's human nature. What you guys heard yesterday was pure human nature, right? And it escalates. You start talking lower numbers, and then you start thinking even more bearish, and then the numbers get lower, and the numbers get lower, and by the end of the night, you know, you're looking for 70s. I just don't trust Chinese numbers. That's the thing for me. And this proves that we can't, you know. But we're not out of hot water yet. We're just up to the W now. The good thing is out of the, dropping out of the range, we dropped 6%. Out of the 6% drop that we had yesterday that shook the world, apparently, we've already made back 4.8, almost 5%. You just got to ask yourself when you look at the news, was there a hack of the blockchain? Was SHA-256 compromised? Is there anything technically different today than there was yesterday when it comes to the functionality of crypto and the safety of crypto? If the answer is no and the prices are going down, then that's a buying opportunity. Especially if it happens to line up on, You know, false move Monday, weekend trap, false move week beginning. I don't even want to look at dominance right now because it's retracing, but I feel like if I put it on the big screen, it's going to notice me watching it and it's just going to go crazy again. So we're just going to ignore dominance for a second. Just know we're going down while Bitcoin is going up. That's all it is, Kane. A lot of it is just common sense.
Dominance coming down.
Yeah, yeah. While Bitcoin's going up. Hello. Know what that means?
Yeah.
It means the confidence is coming back into the alts and people are buying.
Oh yeah, all that chip. There was something going on with that. What's that? China created their own. What was it called? Deep.
All right, so we've got more people in here now. Let me run through it again. I'll run through it quick. China came out with their DeepSeek AI.
Mm-hmm.
It's a competitor for ChatGPT. But the big news is that it cost them 3% of the price to train. It only cost them $6 million to build, and it took them 2 months to do it. And they're not allowed to use those NVIDIA T100 chips, right? They're restricted, the ones that we use for AI. So they did it using reduced capability chips, they said. While U.S. companies were pouring in hundreds of billions. That's what hit NASDAQ. That's what hit NVIDIA.
It seems like we got to turn around. NVIDIA came out and said it was good.
All right, but watch this, because this is bullshit. They're saying that they didn't use the chips, and they're saying that they didn't take as long as we did. This is the CEO of Scale AI, Alexander Wang. Just listen to this real quick.
You know, the Chinese labs, they have more H100s than people think. You know,
and these are the highest powered NVIDIA chips that they were not supposed to have.
Yes. My understanding is that DeepSeek has about 50,000 H100s, which they can't talk about, obviously, because it is against the export controls that the United States has put in place. And I think it is true that, you know, I think they have more chips than other people expect, but also on a go-forward basis, they are going to be limited by the chip controls and the export controls that we have in place. You know, the Chinese lab.
Complete bullshit. They're lying through their teeth. It probably cost them more. And I'm sure they did it in less amount of time because just of the amount of espionage that they have, corporate espionage, they're probably accelerated. That's exactly what it was, Brick Unit. They were comparing it to Sputnik. It's the AI race. And there's going to be lies, and there's going to be fake moon landings, and there's going to be all types of crazy shit coming up. Not saying the moon landing was fake. But I kind of
Venice AI. There's a new token that dropped, VPV. Supposed to be the first token for AI agents. I think catching some hype.
So yesterday we saw what will be the first wave of cybersecurity attacks that are targeted towards social media accounts of big businesses and launching shitcoins with Visa.
Was it?
Shitcoins, baby. We're back.
He's gonna want shitcoins.
We're back, baby. We're back.
Yeah, so the Visa account we assume got compromised because they deleted the tweet as soon as it did, and it may not have been Visa.
Yeah.
It could have been a social media manager, right?
Yeah,
compromised because it went on multiple accounts. Yeah.
I mean, this is why I hesitated on Trump. Right? We all thought that tweet was fake. For at least half an hour, we all thought that has to be fake.
Yep. I was looking for that because I heard something that Visa posted something on their Facebook. When I looked, it wasn't there no more.
Remember that saying? Well, what did it used to be? Believe only half of what you see and none of what you hear. Well, now we can't believe any of it. Believe nothing that you see. Believe nothing that you read. It's funny how they pulled that little trick on us. We went from the dawn of the information age, where the smallest child that could use a computer had all the information at his fingertips, to one generation later not being able to believe a damn thing we see or read on the internet. Back to the dark ages. I laugh, but it's screwed up.
So now here's a legal thought. Like, I know that, you know, if a company's account is compromised and a meme coin gets posted, that meme coin still has value, whether it was scam or not. Am I allowed to make money off that because I know the market and know how it works? And, you know, there's just so many legal things
Yeah.
that need to be ironed out.
That's true. I mean, what stops the community takeover of a hacked coin? I mean, the coin could crash to nothing. Community could still come in, take it over, and pump it.
Yeah, the token distribution of that coin was fine.
Interesting. Wild West, guys.
Wild
All you
West.
guys that were upset that you weren't here at the beginning of Bitcoin and you missed the Wild West of crypto, oh, you have not missed a thing. It's about to get crazy.
Yeah. Chopping your spurs.
Cream rise to the top, man. That's all it is. Your speculative traders are always going to speculate. At least now they're focused on, it seems like they're attacking the same targets, right? During the meme coin craze, it was crazy. You had 17, 18 memes that were going 200x, 300x on a daily basis. I think Trump coin kind of showed these degens the power of being in one project. Like, oh shit, we can put all the degen, power into one project. So I expect more of those to pop off. And if you're early with them, you'll make money. If you try to get in on the second or the third wave, you're going to get wrecked. If you're buying them after they come out on centralized exchanges, you're going to get wrecked. All right, we need to break this neckline.
24 seemed to be a low for Trump.
I can't even look at that thing.
Nah, I'm not in it.
Vine got wrecked nasty too.
Yeah.
Killed all the little bullet structure it had.
Well, it did the same thing it did yesterday. Came, well,
Thomas, for those type of things, you have to get them on dexes. If you're brand new, don't worry too much. You don't have to catch. I know how it feels. Everybody's using these exchanges that you don't know how to use, using these hot wallets that you feel are complicated. It's risky because you have to pay dex fees and shit. It depends on the blockchain, Thomas. Right? Each blockchain has its own dexes. That's one of the things that I really do plan on. One of my major focuses during the bear market is going to be getting everybody into hot wallets, getting everybody used to using dexes, getting everybody's hot wallets funded during the bottom of the bear market. So then when we go back into this craze, everybody's ready to sort of act on it instead of having to scramble. I'll be right back. Hold on. Anybody else just get random phone calls and then like you answer and nobody says shit? Like this happens to me like 5 times a day.
Just don't say anything because they're recording your voice.
Dbloc AI bot incoming.
No, they
Yeah,
they record
did you
your
have-
responses to get you to say like a fake yes to something, and then they have you at that point. Like it's basically like a hack.
All they got me is saying, yo. Oh, you're just not going to say something? Oh, that's what we're doing?
Yeah, and if you have AT&T, supposedly they already got hacked, so were able to. If you know somebody that had AT&T and had your number saved, they have your number.
I think sometimes it's creditors making sure they've got the right number, that it's an active number, or people who sell phone numbers making sure that it's an active number. Because when you sell tranches of phone numbers to like marketing agencies, You can charge more for active numbers or numbers that you don't know, whatever. So for me, it seems like one of those checks. Like my phone numbers just got sold to somebody right now because they know it's an active number.
I usually say Interpol police. And that kind of cut. I swear that works. It's worked
That's
for me.
funny as hell.
It's the only thing they fear, so it's definitely worked. What's up, Dbloc?
What's going on, man?
Chilling, watching this bloodbath while I watch horror movies.
The vibe.
Happened like in a blink of an eye. I was like, God damn.
Yeah, I was up all night watching it.
Yeah, I was here listening to y'all talk till like 5, 6 a.m. or something.
Yeah, there was a lot of people up late.
I hate to be the guy that say that we called it and it didn't surprise us, but we kind of did call it and it didn't surprise us.
It's just how fast it
The
happened.
speed of it, yeah, the velocity of it was unexpected. Appreciated though. I love getting that shit out of the way. I'm a yank the band-aid kind of guy. Just rip it. Let's go.
Yeah.
Get the pain over with. And it tends to hit fear and greed harder when you do it like that, which is good too. Let's go reset up. Let's reset everything. Yeah, that news hit the markets hard. Yo. It's not only the AI companies, but it's also the other companies that were invested in AI companies. Right? Everybody had thrown money into the AI bucket during the last 2 years. All of them
So
panicked.
Dbloc, what really happened? All I know is it had something to do with AI and NVIDIA.
They came out
That's
with
all.
a DeepSeek AI, and they claimed that they did it in 6 months or some shit with 3% of the money that it cost to do ChatGPT without using NVIDIA chips. But now there's reports that that's bullshit. That they've got the NVIDIA chips. They've been doing it for a while. They're just trying to make it sound good, right? They were just trying to make it sexy, and they knew what it would do to
So
them. They knew what it would do to the market after we just put like what 500 billion in that Stargate program for AI.
so this thing just dumped all over a lie.
I mean, it's not a lie. There is a DeepSeek AI. It is, for all intents and purposes, better, more decentralized, open sourced. It just didn't cost them less, which is what really, right? People started to revalue Nvidia because of it. Well, we thought Nvidia was going to be valued at this because all these AI companies were going to need all these T100 chips. Now the Chinese come out and say that we don't need them. So what does that mean about Nvidia's valuation, right? So it was an overreaction to that. If they can prove that they really use the NVIDIA chips to do it, if they can prove it, NVIDIA will fly right back up. It'll probably even go higher than it did before.
Is that kind of like those huge computer discs they had before Blu-ray that they made for about a year and then just stopped completely? It was the newest thing, the greatest thing ever. It was going to replace everything, and then they went Blu-ray.
Laser
I remember
disc.
those, man. My uncle had one of those. It looked like a record. It was a disc the size of a
Yeah,
record.
laser discs.
Yeah.
The players were
Yeah,
huge
yeah.
too. This big
He
chunking.
paid a lot of money for that when it came out too. It was crazy.
Yeah.
But that's it. They're, you know what I'm saying? When they're getting rid of them, they're not going to tell you that, hey, by the way, halfway through the year, we discovered we're going to be completely out of business in a year. They're going to recover what money they can.
Mm-hmm.
We want to hold this support here, guys. 101.3, 101.2. 50% of this vector, if we were to reclaim it, would be at 100 flat.
But yeah, that's probably my favorite thing to refer to because they were supposed to be the biggest things ever, and they got outdated in less than a year.
Yeah.
That's a good example of what happens when the federal government stands aside and lets business take care of itself, though. Right? Different than what they did with the cable standard, where they put everything on cable on the same standard, and the cable companies had to sort of fall in line. Yeah, they let the industry figure that one out. That's exactly what they need to do with crypto. Give us guideline regulations like you did during the .com era, where you basically just drew a big box and said, just don't go outside of this box. But anything that happened inside of that box, they kept their hands off. They basically let the market regulate itself, or they let the industry regulate itself. That's what we need. That's how you get innovation. You know, at this point, this thing is not hitting daily open just to spite me. Just because it's written on the screen is the only reason we haven't hit daily open. Market maker thinks he's funny.
Yeah. Here we open 102. What is it? 10?
Like 1026. Daily opens at 10. Yeah. Didn't he just lose everything? All right, you guys got to be clear. When you say Crypto Face just lost everything, we've seen him take some big losses. How much are we talking exactly?
You talking about that trade from this morning when he was longing?
Yeah, somebody said it in the chat earlier.
It did dump the whole time.
He longed into the right side of the W, guys. He longed this blue vector candle and then held it all the way to the long side of the W and then ended his trade at the bottom of the W for an L and then went long again. I'll never tell another grown-ass man what to do with his money. But, yeah, unless you have crypto face money, you need to be a little tighter than that.
Like the good old days when people used to spend $10,000 to win $500 from the lotto.
Yeah. You can't blame them too much, Darren. People are freaked out right now. It's one thing for retail to be freaked out, but it's another thing for the people that they listen to be equally freaked out. Yeah, we long the end of the Asian session with tight stops just in case UK didn't do the thing, but UK came through for us.
Market's closed, right? 4:30.
Yeah. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. It did not have a good day. Not a good day to be NVIDIA. Oh boy. Well, we had two options out of this wedge. Right? We had our dueling patterns here. It was either going to be that W that was holding or we would fall out.
Is that a CME gap I see up there?
That's one hell of a gap.
Yep, they're gonna have to come back for it. Could be a sign.
We need to find out for sure if they use those NVIDIA chips. That changes this. That changes this in a hurry, which means there's a play here. But you've got to keep your ear locked. Because every day that it's not verified, this thing is probably going to continue to drop. You got to realize the world priced in AI needing NVIDIA chips for the next 20 years. You know what I mean? That's where the price appreciation from NVIDIA came from. The Chinese government is standing up and saying that they did it without it cheaper, faster, more effectively in a shorter period of time. That is super bad for NVIDIA. But if we find out officially that they're lying, and sources say it's not just that dude, that CEO from another, rival AI company saying it, it's other people in the industry saying it. If we get evidence of that, then this shoots back up, right? Because then it means even the Chinese can't do it without NVIDIA.
Well, it's interesting because didn't NVIDIA start hiring their competing companies to produce the chips because the shortages from COVID?
Yeah, they're gonna gobble up competitors. Anytime you get that big, you're gonna take a chunk out of the market. That's the very first thing you should do when your stock value goes up that much. Start buying up competitors and have
Well, they
a
never bought
mind drain. Basically, is what
they just I guess contracted them to make a certain amount while we were in shortage.
Yeah.
Well, Dbloc, on a positive note, Costco's making the switch from Pepsi to Coca-Cola in their stores.
Oh, that's actually a good thing. I don't know how people drink that syrup. Pepsi is like syrup.
You know what's funny? I never used to like Pepsi. Never used to drink it. Used to like Coca-Cola. I can't get Coca-Cola to taste right because the only Coca-Cola I can get that tastes right is the water from Mexico.
Huh.
So at this point, I think Coca-Cola might be done. They need to start producing stuff we want, with clean water instead of this bullshit where everything is sugar-free, fake sugar. You can't get anything that tastes good.
Oh, what? That's my jam. Coke Zero? That's all I can drink. you know why? You know
and
why
Coke,
they're doing that, right?
Pepsi and Coke have a super interesting history when it comes to one of the important lessons from the Pepsi and Coke thing is that you have to put money into your marketing as a company. Coke had the game on lock, on lock. If you wanted to drink Coke, it was Coke. Pepsi wasn't even really a thing, right? It was a little small company. Coke took one summer off from advertising. They put the money into research and development, and they didn't advertise. They didn't put any dollars into advertising for one summer. That summer, Pepsi launched their Pepsi, the choice of a new generation ad commercial. Pepsi took the lead for the next 7 years. Coke had to catch up. It wasn't until Coke came out with the Christmas bear and the red lights and started doing the Christmas, that's when they got back on top. But for slipping up for one summer, it cost them 7 years. Crazy. We learned about that shit in marketing.
That's interesting, but my whole thing is the Coca-Cola I like, they won't sell here in America.
No,
So,
it's different.
why should I still
you like the
support
glass Coke.
Well,
the glass Mexican Coke.
We all know it is the glass Mexican Coke because that's the only one you can get with the right formula. But
you can buy them here. You know that in Miami.
What glass Mexican
Yeah.
Coke?
Yeah. You can buy them here. You
Yeah,
go to the little
you-
bodegas and they'll have them. But it's because there's a lot of
oh no,
Mexicans here. There's a lot of South Americans.
you can get 24. I think it's 24 or 32 packs from Home Depot
Oh, okay.
because your South Americans all love it.
Yeah. That's good stuff.
Like literally, I go to Home Depot and I'll pick up like $25 or $30 for the 24 of them. But yeah, that my whole point is I shouldn't have to be buying Mexican watered down Coca-Cola to get the original formula.
Yeah.
There's a problem with that. So, who said that Coke Zero was your jam? Have you ever had a real Coca-Cola?
I'm diabetic, so that's why Coke Zero is my jam.
Okay, but have
But
you ever had a Coca-Cola?
Oh yeah, but at the same time, if you think about it,
Sugar?
an eighth of the population is diabetic, so that's probably why they're doing the fake sugar and the Coke Zero and stuff. Because that's the only way you're going to be able to sell it and make a profit, because
What, an
most
eighth
of the country's
percent?
diabetic.
But you just said it's only an eighth of the country.
Oh yeah,
So you're bending,
like
so you're
80,
gonna bend
90.
over. So you're gonna bend over for an eighth of the country when I don't know, 2/8, 3/8, 4/8 is saying I won't drink this bullshit Coke.
Well, you got to think about it, though, how many people drink Coke, and the people who drink Coke are mostly diabetic. So the only way to get them to buy more Coke is to come out with sugar-free Coke.
Yeah, it's a way to hold on to a market that you were going to lose.
It's a
Yeah.
gimmick every year. Caffeine free.
It's the same thing with
the stuff
sugar-free
they've done.
candy. At the store, that's all I see now is sugar-free candy.
That shit. Like I will not touch that shit ever. It is the worst thing for you. It is no good. And I should do some research and check because I'm pretty sure it's probably bad for diabetes. Unless they're using monk fruit or specific ones.
Oh yeah, they're using like stevia and monk fruit.
No, they're using like stevia and aspartame and whatever they sweeten, whatever they could make equal, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Whatever chemical composition hasn't been researched enough to have been declared bad.
The cheap stuff. I can't remember. Someone said something that they finally got like red one banned or something like that, or some of these food dyes.
Red number 5 and yellow 5 and some of that stuff that they were using in the drinks.
Yeah, Skittles
And
banned in some places, right? California, because of the dye, that red dye.
yeah, I believe it.
When are, go ahead. I was just gonna say, when are we gonna get actual bread in America?
We don't do Whole Foods in America. You know that, bro.
And like the gluten-free bread section is exploding now. Like I see a bunch of gluten-free bread now everywhere I go.
All I got to say is that we're living really good lives if our biggest concerns are red number, dye number 5 and gluten. We're doing all right.
Well, it's funny. It's they get on these waves and they don't even know why. The gluten, I don't know, it gets a bad rap. It's not the greatest for you. It's just people can't necessarily break it down as easily because of their shit diets.
Listen,
Well, I got
gluten
numbers
is
with wheat allergies, so
gluten
they
is
sorta have to.
delicious. I
There's a
found
way-
that
yeah,
out
there's
the other day because I bought a Fruit Loops, a gluten-free Fruit Loops. That wasn't regular Fruit Loops. That was just gluten-free. So I was like, how bad could it be, right? Still Fruit Loops.
You still have them, don't you?
Apparently, I found out that gluten is delicious. Gluten is what makes Fruit Loops delicious. Without gluten, Fruit Loops are not delicious anymore.
It's like then they removed trans fats from fucking fries at McDonald's.
All right,
Hey,
let's
all
see
I
if
can say is I got my A1C back down to 5.4 thanks to
nice,
all them gluten-free products and sugar-free
nice.
products.
Good. I don't know which. I'll look up which other stuff that you should check that's probably gone up, but at least that one went down.
Oh no, everything else is down. Like I got my cholesterol down, my triglycerides
Everything,
are down.
everything they're checking in conjunction with that is down.
Oh
They're
yeah.
not going to check anything that's going to go up, by the
No,
way.
well, they check everything that's concerned with my diabetes. My kidneys are good. They're functioning
But sure.
still.
That's a plus.
My liver's still good.
No ketosis.
I still have both my feet.
Yeah, Hedrick. I mean, it's been out for a while. It's just selective release of the news, right? The Chinese just recently came out and started bragging about how cheap it was. It's not the actual DeepSeek that's the problem. It's how cheap they're claiming that it was for them to develop it.
It is. It is cheap when you use slavery. Sorry.
Now they're lying about the chips that they used. And not only are they lying, but they paid more because to get those chips, they had to get around export sanctions. So that
No,
means they probably paid double for them.
no. We pay the prisoners half the price for them.
They knew if they put this news out, Nvidia was gonna go down, and they can go buy more.
Mm-hmm.
If I was the Chinese government and I was petty, that'd be my play. We did this for free. We used Timu chips. We didn't even use Nvidia. Drop the price of Nvidia, buy up a bunch of Nvidia, and then come out and say, we're just playing. We bought a bunch of Nvidia. These things are great. And then boom, price go up. Easy win.
Ooh. That accident here on the 95. What part of Hollywood you in? Or Hollywood, Miami.
What's going on, Foshello? I'm in Miami. City of Miami.
Yeah, what part?
City of Miami.
Okay. No, because I go through Miami all the time. I've been going over to the Turkish sauna lately.
Nice.
Are you familiar with it?
Nah, there's a couple of dope spots like that that I
Okay.
know. There's this Russian vodka bar. It's like a Russian restaurant, and you knock on the door. This big Russian dude lets you into the back spot, hands you a big furry hat and a mink coat, and you go into the fridge, and they have tables set up in the fridge where you're drinking vodka at like basically freezing temperatures. It's pretty dope. There's a lot of gangsters in there.
What's the name of that one? I want to go check it out.
It's called, I think it's called the Tea Room. I've got to check.
The tea room.
Yeah. It's in there's a big Russian community.
Yeah, because I've been starting to Holly Square Miami afternoon tea. So that's probably it. Yeah, I've been doing a lot more stuff in Miami lately. Like I just literally drove down Ives Dairy to get out of here.
Yeah, Dbloc. I still think, man, there's some life in that LBR, that Libra Finance. I'm just still looking at it, and I got, and also that Canto. If you want to look at that chart, if you're not busy in a trade.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm just responding to an email.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I bought a little bit of alts. I, you know, bought a little bit of stuff this morning. Even did a little bit of Bitcoin trading. Yeah. Won a little, lost a little, then won a little bit back. Bless you, friend.
Is it drink house fire and ice?
I never know if I'm going to be open mic or not. Like it's totally random.
What?
So sorry about that. I didn't know I was going to be open mic when I joined the channel.
Yeah, it's been doing that lately. Like when you join in, it seems like it's bringing people in with the mic open. Discord just does weird shit sometimes, bro.
But yeah, there was a couple of risk versus reward. The reward outweighed the risk, I think, in this dip on a couple of things. Yeah.
If you remember what that place is called, let me know because I want to look that up.
Yo, so what's the move we're looking for right now for Bitcoin? Is it going to bounce off this and then the 101 and then bounce up, or what are we looking for?
I'm waiting to see if this pattern holds. I mean, we wanted that SR flip to hold. It didn't for now, but we are at 50% of the vector recovery. Right, so if that was the intention to come in and clear 50% of that vector, then we still have to break our W line at 1022. Our uptrend is down here. Even if we come down to the uptrend, we'll just be putting in a flat top ascending wedge. So we've got some wiggle room here. More importantly, we've eaten back more than half of that dip, and dominance is retracing. So we're back to the line where we didn't want to cross for dominance, right? Our alt's in danger above this line point. We can get back underneath there, that would be great. And watching dominance come down as Bitcoin went up was kind of refreshing, right? And some of that fear is gone. Bitcoin's going up. People are feeling more comfortable taking their money and putting it back into alts because they feel like the dip might be over. So you're seeing dominance take a hit. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
So for right now, anybody that didn't get in is waiting for a breakout and a retest for something playable. Everybody that swung at this thing when it was scary is sitting pretty nice right now on a little bubble.
Did AMP pop up good after that dip or during the dip?
It was moving while Bitcoin was going down. I'm not sure what percentage it did. We dropped 7% on Bitcoin. And we took 5% of it back. Right now we're at 3.5%.
Took a day off, but man, that bottom, that drop there, that was like a total retard. Short, be stupid. Let's just short. Let's short it all. Yeah. Even it worked.
Yeah, whenever it's going down like that, I'm like sitting there thinking, break their spirits. It's horrible.
Well, even going up, man, it's sometimes, man, yeah, it's great sometimes. Yep, it sure is. It would suck to lose 50% of the portfolio, but I am prepared. But I will sell before then, just cause. But I'm prepared. So, but I think, I mean, I don't know. Either we go up or we don't. Oh well.
We're in decision right now.
We're attempting to get back into our range. Right, that's the support that we broke, that old double bottom there. Right, and then this is our tops. If we run this over, this is for our range traders, right? How many times have we talked about this? Here's our range. Here's our top side deviation on that range. And here's our bottom side deviation to match the top side, right? As above, so below. Actually pretty close to co-equal. So if we climb back into this range, we can put this whole thing behind us. And then we just have to deal with our range again. So that's the importance of where we are right now. Climbing back above into this range, holding support and moving up through some of these vectors will tell us that this is all, you know, high levels of FUD, macro support, great buying opportunity. Now, as far as your alts go, we got to focus on Dom. Dom needs to break structure here. Good news is for a lot of alts out there, we're already at seller exhaustion. Right? There's just literally no more left to sell. Everybody who wanted to get out basically got out in that fear.
But that was great.
A quick little recap of where we are.
Bitcoin's got the Kansas City Chiefs refs, you know?
Kansas City Chiefs refs. Quit hating.
No problem, Raul. You're welcome. All right, I got you, Raul. Give me a second. What's going on, Sleepy?
Yeah, this is a possibility. This is the bottom for a while. It could be. Very well could be.
MST, thanks for the sub, brother. Appreciate you. Yeah, that's the 50 EMA, Jake. It just has a cloud around it, which basically gives you the average true range, right? Kind of shows you the volatility, right? Starts to squeeze in here. You can barely even see the cloud, and then in comes the volatility.
I've enjoyed watching X, all the smack talk between the Maxis and the XRP Army. It's been some good gifts.
X is the future of YouTube and all that shit. Like, I gotta admit, this is the first time in my fucking lifetime that I feel like I can go on a platform, say whatever I want, and I'm not gonna end up in Facebook jail or MetaMask jail or fucking what
Well, you
was that?
gotta stop saying fucking, or you're gonna end up in YouTube jail.
Yeah. No
Damn it.
Just when we thought we were free.
Yeah.
But it's seriously, like, I'm actually, not that I post crazy stuff, but like I wouldn't be afraid if I posted something insane on Twitter, sort of thing. I wouldn't feel like it's the end of the world or that people are going to dig it out 10 years later. I feel like I could just be like, yeah, it was a dumb comment.
Yeah. I got mine just kind of right now, just stacked with all good followers. I hope get good information, and that's it. Just zoomed in on trying to be the early bird gets the worm. Yeah. I think I'm not going to shield, but I think as far as a retail investor, I think I dipped in at the right time. Maybe the last 2 or 3 days on a few things, 2 projects that maybe as far as a retail investor is about as close as you can get from the bottom. So I'm excited about that, but still prepared to possibly lose 50% because that's how it can go.
Very cool.
I'm getting better at that leverage, but doggone it, man, I tell you, you just get too ahead of yourself so quick. I keep doing that. Like,
Yeah.
it's so
Yeah.
easy to get too bullheaded. Like, once you get a couple wins, it's like, oh man, but it's fun.
You forget to put the leverage back down.
Leverage
don't wanna
wrecks you in
stop.
2 ways. It wrecks you through inexperience or it wrecks you through overconfidence. Overconfidence is a scarier wreckage. Overconfidence is how you lose 3-4 years of your trading portfolio on one leverage trade. The prior one's not a big deal. You come in, you get wrecked, you lose your $1,000. You're like, I'm not doing this shit again. You lost some money, cool. Overconfidence is the issue. You take your win percentage up to 60%, 70%, 80%. And now you feel like you can't lose. You start breaking your rules. Next thing you know, bam, out of there. I've seen it happen too many times. The trader is way better than me.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna eventually move to setting if I'm gonna do heavy, let the market come to me and pick it up, spot buy, and just get it like that.
If anything, if anything, trade spot as you're going up into the parabolics. This is the part that I don't get because it's how I used to trade leverage. I only traded parabolic movements on leverage. I have absolutely zero interest on trading this range with leverage or even trading this range with leverage. Like, why do it when you could wait for that parabolic move down? You don't have to catch the very top. You don't have to catch the very bottom. You throw a chunk in there, take advantage of the drop, and then that's it. You go back into accumulation range, accumulation zone. People want to make things happen with leverage. You hear it all the time. Oh, the market's not moving. I got to up my leverage.
Yeah,
No,
they forced it.
you could just not trade. That's a thing too.
You could also just trade with more money on 1x, and when the market does fucking move, I'll put it up to 50x or 100x, walk away with your money and play something else.
The goal is to get your trading portfolio to the point where the weight in your trades is equal to somebody else that's trading leverage, but you're not taking the risks of that leverage, but you're still moving the same amount of weight around. Like Stefan, like I told, there's people that I've talked to in here that have real money. Like they've got the type of money that people are trying to get to trading leverage, and they're like, "Well, I've really been looking at leverage," and it's like you're already there. You're where most people are trying to get to, where you can put in a spot trade, be safe with weight, and not take those risks. The last thing you want to do is start trading leverage and give it back because you're trying to keep up with people that are trying to catch up to you. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you're right. I know 1 or 2 guys on here. I think I know what you're talking about, and I'm like I'm kind of close, there, and that's about where I'm. Hopefully, if things go well, that's what that's the type of trade I'm gonna turn into kind of soon.
Yep. Way safer. And then it opens up other things, right? Because now you can really focus on narratives. Things start to run. Your other trades are already taken care of. You don't have liquidation levels that you got to freak out about. So you can really attack the narratives when they come in. And you've got the weight to do it, right?
Yeah, and it right, and 100%. Yeah.
I think it's just the percentages are sexy, right? I made 800%. I made 1600%. Like, damn, I only made 20% on that trade. But how much money did they have
I
in,
hear
right?
you.
Like, how much
I'm
did
up
they really make?
2,000% on my SUI long right now that I
Mhm.
opened up down there at the bottom. 2,000%, but it's only $56 for
Yeah, that's what people don't understand.
yeah.
Like you did better on your 20% because you were weighted heavier because you didn't have to mitigate the same amount of risk.
Yeah, I'm not throwing no 10 grand at
No.
a long. I see
Well,
other people do that, but that's not for me.
I'm willing to do like leverage, like just I'm willing to lose about 300 to try to make 800. Or if I make anywhere in profit, I'll pull. But if the chart's not looking good and I'm negative, I'll get out. But I'm willing to lose 2 or 300 to try to make 300, 600, or 900 or more. But not trying to be too greedy. But definitely it's teaching me for sure on okay, it's time to pull the cord. It's not about necessarily the winning, it's when to pull the loss instead of just taking the whole loss in the
Yep.
face, like when to cut bait and run, when
Yep.
that's hey, this is enough.
Know when to hold them, know when to fold them. I don't have a problem being wrong at all. But when I'm wrong, I'm out. What I do have a problem is being wrong, staying in the trade, wishing, hoping, and praying, making deals with random deities to give me some miracle to fix my fuck up. I'm not. No, I can't do that. That's
Right.
way too much stress, and it affects you negatively. It affects your confidence in yourself negatively. Right. The next trade you take, you're gonna hesitate now. You're not sure if you really see what you see. No. If I'm right, I'm right. If I'm wrong, I'm out. Unless it's like a DCA or something like that. That's another thing. Worst case scenario, you go from a trader to a long-term investor when you're trading spot. Right? So your only job is to make sure that you never put your money into something that worst case scenario something happens, you've got to hold for a year. So that makes you pick better projects, right? Like higher quality, more high conviction projects.
But that Kanto, I'm not trying to shield that token, but it's done some crazy rips. And I'm like, I put a little bit in there, a little bit of demo. I might add, and maybe I might even go heavy because damn it, I tell you what, that thing it went from 1.5 cents to 9 cents in like 45 minutes last week, and I'm like, oh, okay,
Sounds
you've
like
got
it.
my attention.
Yeah, but it sounds like it already had a significant push. Remember what I said about comfort, right? The more comfortable you are getting in the trade, usually the less money there is left in it.
Right.
The people that got in when it was uncomfortable before it did that 9x. They haven't taken profit. They're probably looking too soon, you would imagine, right? You just got to be careful and take it when you see it. Like, don't fall in love with it. You know, my favorite thing is getting in on those early waves. You know, if I can double my money and take my initial out, that's the golden zone right there.
Yeah,
Give
then
me
shot
1
back down to
second.
2 cent, and yeah, I got a position under 2 cents. So
Oh, it went. You said it went to 9 cents and then went back down to 2.
yeah, so
Oh,
I
okay,
bought it.
okay. So you didn't buy the top. All right. I
No, so when it
misunderstood.
gets to when it gets to 4, I'm gonna take out, and then it's like whatever, do your thing, friend.
Yeah. Big movers like that, fast movers like that. I personally stick to the 50-50 method. That double up, take out 50%. My initials out. Double up again, take another 50%. Once you've doubled your initial, you can change the rules and do whatever you want at that point. It's free money. Right? You literally doubled your initial, sticking to your rules. Now you've got a bunch of coins. Do whatever you want. Let it go up, peel 10%, peel some money out whenever you need money to buy. Those projects become like ATMs. Right? It's free money. There's nothing invested. And every once in a while over my portfolio, it's up 20%. Cool, I'll take that. You know, put some money over here, do that, take it out. It's like free money. But you got to get that initial out. And then you've got to, well, for me, I've got to double my initial because it's like I didn't take the trade for nothing, you know. But after that, yeah, it's just free money. You know, that's what helped me out with Trump. That's why I don't care. Melania went down. You know, my risk has already been removed from those trades. XEN doing it again. Don't tell me that.
Yeah, I don't think it's happened yet, man. I mean, I remember last season, and I just remember like Cardano and Polygon just going stupid from like 15 cent to like $2, 2.25,
Yeah.
like in a week and a half.
Yeah, XEN came down to its value area high, wicked off its value area high. You're going to be watching for a lower high here. If you're in this, congrats. But definitely watch for that lower high. This uptrend here should be. I like it better on log. All right. Watch that range right there. If you're going to put in a lower high and this thing is going to stay bearish, it should happen at that. I wouldn't say it's safe to buy. It's really gimmicky, that coin. I think they're trying to match the trading volume of the S&P or the market cap of the S&P or some crazy goal that they have. Really no vectors to speak of up here. These are those drops that I was saying that I don't like. These are the worst kind of drops. Where market maker doesn't leave you any vectors on larger time frames. You'll see some on lower. If we go to like the 15-minute, there should be some. Nah, say it isn't so. Damn, not even on lower time frames did market maker feel the need to leave vectors on the way down, which means market maker didn't feel a need to leave any longs. That doesn't make you feel all warm and fuzzy inside at all if you're holding this. We'll come back and check it. Oh, a little increase in trading volume, not a lot. We were at 90. We're at 105 million trading volume today on Trump. But it's nothing compared to the volume that we had on the first 3 days, obviously.
Bitcoin is taking forever to move. Are we expecting a move today or?
Yeah, I mean, I'm playing this as a 3-day up. But for right now, we just want to get above this W.
Yeah.
Just to get some confirmation traders in. We came down into our front run zone. Right, where we expected to get front run. So
I mean, are we expecting it to break out today or could it also be? Yeah.
yeah, I would expect to pick a direction today. By today, if we don't put in a lower low, this is the bottom for the week. This is a low for the week, in my opinion. So we're on a wait and see. Right now, it looks good. Like I said, we made up. I mean, we took back 5% of the 7% that we dropped. So that's pretty decent recovery. Now it just has to sustain itself. It doesn't tend to fail for shallow. Super high levels of FUD, macro support. Especially when you realize that it's not like DeepSeek just came out. Right? Recycled news is the most obvious sort of FUD. That to me was calculated. There's a reason why they dropped what it cost them, or at least, lied about what it cost them to get it done when they did. It really might be an NVIDIA play, I'll be honest with you. It's either a destabilization play, a poke at Trump with his Stargate project, or it's an NVIDIA play. I'll be right back, guys.
Hi, everybody. I have a just a brief little thing to say about Bitcoin right here on the 30-minute chart. If you, I'll give you a second if you want to check it out with me. I'm gonna first show you on the candles. Okay, so here's the 800 in this little squiggly green line coming across the ribbon. There. Okay, you see it pass, and this note that I put up here last night when I said I did not like this at all, and I was very bearish. All right, I know there's a lot of lines here. I'll go through that. Here we go up here. So here's this drop from up top. We I remember we were talking about how we wanted to come across this triangle. All right, and then you see we were working on this this double S curve. Then I timed it out with the daily and that in the 864-minute time frame to where we could ride up and come across that from underneath. And right here you can see we would cross this. Well, we were working our way up there across that sliver on this VIP line here, right, real well. Well, then we fell back right here. This maroon line, this is the let me think if it was the daily or the 864-minute. This is the time frame that closes twice a day. Once at 9:24 in the morning and once at 7 p.m. Okay, twice a day. So right here. So then we missed that arc and then we fell underneath. So I was waiting for that in the morning so that and then we fell here. That created this angle. I mean, I have to think about that. Okay, so then we had to get up and over that pivot point. All right, that puts us underneath here, right? This. So then we get this dip. And you see how, and then we talked about how perfectly we came just perfect where that 50 EMA lined up with this crossbar line that was in that blue and the maroon, right, like this. So then this fall, you see how that takes that arrow and we just fell all the way down like this. All right, this fall lands perfectly and it creates this curve. Now I'm going to show you this 864-minute time frame. Look at this. See, here's the butt of it over here. All right, that's from the run up. This is the nose now, right? So the ascension, and then here's the pullback. That pullback is the head, and it lines up with the daily or with this 50 EMA, and then coming down here to I'm gonna take off the time or the this. So that pullback, this pullback lines up with, look here, the 50 EMA, right like this. So see how this, the top, you come down straight down and look at the day, Monday the 27th. So that this time frame is what's being tested here on today's date, the Sunday into Monday. So you have a top, you had the 5 EMA up here, and you have a peak there. Tested, it comes out, and then it drops, and it comes back, and it's testing the top, and here you can go straight across. All right, so here's the 50 EMA, and then here's the 50 EMA. Now that this candle here, and you see this, the 5 EMA, how it comes down, down, down into these candles. So here's this peak, and now we're the wick is right there, on the top of that, the 5 EMA. So we whipped up to that this morning. That's why I wanted to get over 102.459. We pushed that candle up and clear this, because at this point, here's the top, 103.187 right here. If we fall, or if the body of the candle pushed down lower, here's the 50 EMA. It's in the middle here. So if we continue to fall further, right, and have that body of the candle come further down, so it pushes this down, it's going to push this 50 EMA down, and it won't allow upward movement of this 50 MA. Correct? So then when this candle opens in the morning, or it closes tonight at 7 p.m., this 5 EMA is going to click this way, right? Thus, the candle will not open ahead, and then we're going to follow it this way. So it's going to be trapped. All right, now, so this is the structure. See, here's the triangle. Here's the descending line. See, this, I used to have red. I just made it clear, but this used to be that red triangle. Here's the arrow. Here's this. Now, when I say must cross here, what is this? This is the 800 EMA on the 30-minute right there. So if I go back now to that 800 EMA and our candles, let's look. Okay, so you see this candle, the wick was here, then this one was lower, then this one is still lower. We haven't gotten up here to this, to correct this 800 yet. Now if I look at this, here's the 50 MA, and what do I have on top of here? I have the 200 MA on top of the pivot point. I have this death cross. So I've got to correct over this 800, but I still have this pressure of the 200 coming down across. So I've still got a lot of pressure overhead. I have the 200 EMA and I have the 200 MA coming down. So unless we cross here and correct over this 30-minute time frame and get above here, we're still going to have this pressure in this section. So, which is going to put pressure on that daily as well. So we've got to get out of this middle. Otherwise, that big time frame is going to have even more pressure on it as we go through. So let's see what we got now. Looks like we did get a wick through here, or it's almost trying to. The body of the candle is now over on the previous ones, so that's a step in the right direction. And we have the 5 EMA here over the previous point, and it's also through the 50. So this is a good step. Looks good, but I'm just trying to caution people that we still have ground to cover here. This is the pivot point we have to get over. So let's go to the hourly and look at the hourly's got the 50 and the 200 MA on top and the 50 EMA. So not only do we have to get, that 800 on 30 minutes, but we have all of these moving averages on the hourly to cut through. So we still have a lot of work to do. And the point of control is up here. This is, what is this? 105577. So in order to correct over the, the whole time frame, that's why I say we've got to get over 105 in order to, complete a correction. So you have a nice formation here over the 800 on the hourly, which is, fantastic. But the 30-minute isn't corrected yet. And then of course we're not fully done here, but this is a step in the right direction and it's very good. But I just wanted to point out that this time frame has got a lot of pressure on it from above. And then the daily, here's the daily. The daily is in good shape because its big time moving averages are underneath it, so in support, and it's got the fast moving averages on top. So as long as we can get these other ones cleared away from the top, the daily's looking okay. So we just need to pop that 5 EMA on the daily. But remember what we have on top of the other time frames underneath overhead here is the the 200 on the 30-minute, the 1 hour, and all that. So let's look at the 4 hour. Here on the 4 hour is the 50. MA and then 50 EMA. So let's have that candle. Let's have that candle have to cross. So this is the 4 hour here at the top of it. Pop that, and then the 50 EMA of that candle the next candle opens at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 o'clock. So that the new daily, at 7. That's in an hour and a half, about what, 5:48, so 6 hour and 10 minutes about. So let's say we close above here and then open here and then close here at 104. That would be smooth sailing then. So that would be half the work. Then my goal is for the 3-day, 1, 2, 3. This is the pressure we have on the 3-day. We have got to get over this curve. So this is what I would like. We want that candle on the 4 hour to be opening up here and then push up this way. Because remember that that other candle needs to come up above this line here. We have to cross this, come up here, and then we have to push up over this line, this 105. So we want to do this by tomorrow, Tuesday, and then Wednesday. Give it a little time for a little bit of a pullback. We want to stay above this red triangle here, and then off we go up to 107, right? So that will be the goal. So the main thing is to stay over this line right here. So that 800 on the 30-minute is the big deal right now. All right? Sounds like a plan. So right here, this is the kicker right there. This angle right there. So we've got like a V that we need to pop out of right there. It's perfect if it does it.
Oh, it's going to do it.
Yes, it is. So it's this black triangle right here. And you see the position of it? So it's this right like this. Boom. And you pop out right there. And then this is the curve. So just have to peep right through it's just follow this arrow is all you got to do. Come up through this, right? Boom, out and over, and off we go. That's all it is. Lickety split, and we're in business. But I cannot stress enough that that little spot is so important. It's not even funny because that says everything. If we can't get over that, then we're in not good territory, because that puts us underneath this green line, and that would be no good. No good, no good, no good. Because you see why? Because this all turns down, and you go down this big arc. See that? If you do that,
time too.
all of this turns down like that.
Yeah. That happens at what? Possibly a slow bleed till July for maybe a turnaround? That'd be max pain.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, it can possibly, like I showed you, it can possibly take you off that it down like this. That's why, I mean, we don't want to talk like we're nutty, but it can bring you down to this area right here. But if we can get over this 800, then you go out here, and it's a whole different picture. It just makes a huge difference because you're up over this angle instead. It takes you up this way and this way. These two, the white and the yellow. If not, you go this way, this direction, and you enter back into this fib. It goes from. I know that this is a lot to look at, and I apologize, but because there's so much. It's two different ways. You either come down from this and you follow this yellow and then white shape, and you enter into the bottom quadrant, right? Or you avoid it right here and you stop here and you go up this way. It's like a fork in the road. You either come down and you go this way, or you go up that way.
So we're
So
at the fork of the road right now, possibly.
exactly. It's either either this corner and you go down. It's like a skirt. It's like a woman, it's like a bell-shaped skirt at a ball-shaped skirt.
Correct.
So the skirt either starts here and comes down, and fills out underneath here, underneath this, and then this comes down this way, or the skirt starts up over there, right, and comes up and fills out up here and fans out that way. And this is the support line and fans out that way. So it's one or the other. And we're either on this will be the top side here going that way, or this is the tip and we go this way. So that's the decision we're making. No two ways about it, because of where the 800 is. The 800's here, and so we either are going to go that way or this way.
Well, I think we're going to spring to the upside, because I think a lot of folks that hopped in the last 2 months, they're at a loss. Spot buy, if you hopped in 2 months spot buying, you got to be at a loss today. And they could be capitulating. And usually after they get done capitulating, you know what's next.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, when you're in the middle like that, see here, you can see here's the triangle or the square, a square, and then the triangle. You either start on this end or that end, and this would be the bottom of the fan. You either fan like that or you fan like this. It's simple as that.
To the upside.
Yeah. And here you can see this W, boom, boom.
Yep. Got a little bit of those LSU colors.
The what?
LSU colors.
LSU?
Yeah. Go Tigers.
Oh. Well, let's see. If I got a minute, I can talk about
Yeah, if we start slowly going down and losing support, I was thinking that earlier the last 2 days, like if we do a slow bleed, it could be until July for the turnaround, because that would be max pain, then run up, hit 115, and then die in October. That would be max pain, but also when. I hope Max Payne don't show up like that, but that is a possibility because everybody's ready for this run up, you know, and it's like, you know what happens when everybody thinks the same thing, so it's like, oh boy.
Right. Okay, well, here we go. Let's see if we can hit this spot here. So I really don't like that we did not come at this previously. The reason is because of this curve here. I wanted to hit it at this corner right here and here, and go up this way. I feel like it's one candle too late, that it needed to go here. Now, I might be just too picky, and we'll see. But sometimes that little bit makes a difference. I hope not. And we'll just see how it plays out. But for my lines, sometimes one candle can make a difference. But we'll see.
Sure it can. I know in racing, 1 pound of tire pressure in a right rear tire can make a big difference between loose and tight. And winning the race,
Yeah.
15th.
So, and the reason is because the downward fib angle, but that's here, this curve. So we'll see. All right, we're that over it. Yeah, just barely. Move this note. Yep, we're over it.
Oh, it moved there.
Yep.
It's like it saw its shadow. It wants to go back in the hole.
All right, let's see if we can come all the way up here. We should be able to. So I labeled this line 1 hour, the 200 EMA peak. Now, isn't this interesting? I'm on the 30-minute chart, and here's the 30-minute 200 EMA, and that's coming down to that line where the 1 hour peaked at before. So that's kind of telling us that this is where it's correcting. It's so interesting how Bitcoin works. Let's see where, and this is the 50 MA. I'm on the 1 hour now. And look at here. Here's the 200. So it's coming right back. And so price is going to end up crossing where it peaked before. That's really something. And
Yes,
that's what you always find out. And there, and here is that curve here, this pink, and that's where the 200 is, right underneath that curve. All right, so now I have to move this. Nope, because we don't need that here. And then you can see, yeah, we can remove it. All right, and so here in this corner, you have the 50, and then on the 1 hour, and then there's the 50 MA coming down, and then above that is that 200 EMA. And that puts us on, remember I was telling you about this arrow that we want to get over on the top of in order to correct that.
To get back on that.
And that's at
line to the upside.
103. Pardon me? Yeah.
Yeah, because that trend line started ways back, but we need to get back on it.
Yes, that's right. And so the fact that we're across this white one is fantastic. We're now we're across that that descending angle that I wanted to be across, so that now we're above that that 50 EMA on that time frame, the 864 minute. That puts it, and now if we can cross here, that's across the daily or the 50 EMA on the 1 hour. And then the daily open is right here above this line. Then the most important is up here. And that's why I have this green price marker.
That's where we need to build a lot of strong support at 104 plus.
Yep. That's where we need to be.
Sorry, BJ, I was on another call. Did we just kind of flip better, you said?
Yeah, now we're looking much better. We're over this descending line. We're over this descending line, which is that previous triangle. Notice how it's over this bottom right here, this bow tie. It's also we're at the bottom of this this triangle we're going to go through, which means that we'll get over this 50 EMA hopefully. That brings us to the daily open, which is this over this blue line here. Then this 200 EMA is at the bottom of this arrow. Crossing the top of this triangle would be getting over the 200 EMA on the 1 hour time frame right there. See that? That's that white line right there. So basically, just the easiest thing to do is to follow this yellow arrow. We want to be on the top of that. And we want to hit this green target here.
And that's when we could shit the bed again really bad at 104.4, 104.5. We could have another major drop there as well.
You can, yep, because and can pull back down again at that point. Yep.
Because we kind of need to get over 104.5, like 104, 105, and then we're back on that trend line to the upside. If we don't get over 105, we could just be retesting and then shit the bed.
Mm-hmm. So the this line here is what we need. Between 105.2 and 107.5.
Yeah, that's what we want. Yeah.
Yeah. So that I believe that makes a flat top right here. It's going to take a second to, but typically when you have this type of triangle, oh shoot. When you have this type of triangle and you come to the tip of it, you have a drop off because it's usually at the end of a fib series and you're at the widest part, and that usually lends itself to a nice drop off curve because you're usually at the right on the right side, and that's why we've got let me just take off all this. Okay, so if you remember what we just talked about, we've got all these MAs that are at the top. They made a peak. We had this run up over here on the left side. We increase, going up, 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 up. Then we've got a head, right? We've come to a peak, and then so they've turned over, and so now we've had to come down, find the bottom, and then here's the 800. So now we're coming up. Well, we have to push through these again, and then you have to kind of pull back a little bit, and then find a support. They have to stretch out a little. You have to come back and let them stretch out, and then you have to get a footing on them again. So see how this does that?
Yeah.
You come up from underneath, and then you put a foot down on it. Then you come back, and then you put a foot down on it, and you come back, and sometimes you fall through them. Then you come back and you put so you keep doing that. So as price comes up over this 50 MA, then it's going to pop up through that. Then it's going to come back, and it'll find support as this moves forward. It'll find support on this 200, but this 50 will come up because it moves faster than this 200. It'll come up underneath that, and then we'll find support on the 5 because that moves faster than these on the EMAs. So that's why you want to look for the 5 EMA to pop through, pierce through these. See, like it did here. It's piercing through, it's following up through price, and then that 5 EMA will pierce through that 50 EMA, and then it'll pierce through the MA, and then the faster ones. So you want to follow that. And then I like to do these dots on a fast moving average, because then it shows me like the curving. Another thing that I do, that's why I do the circles too, is because the circles, you see that you come out from the top between 12 and 2, and it shows you kind of that movement where you complete the time frame. So if you draw a circle around this time frame, you can see that we're going to come up and we're going to pop out of here on this side. So you follow that. If you come down too low, so you come down under if you draw a line and you come down too low, below 50%, which is your 50-day moving average, right? If you draw a straight line here, if you come out below that, it's bearish because you're going to be below the 50. So that's why you just visually, you just can see, okay, if I go at an angle 45 degrees from here to here, I want to be up. I want to be, price needs to be up in here, not here. So you can use your table, your chart, just to even show you that. You got squares here, map out a square, and you start here and here and here, and here's your pivot point. okay, I want price to be in this box. If price is down here, that's bearish. I have to draw a line here. I can't have price below this line, or I got to get out. That is, it's pretty simple. You need to have an X. You need to have a box, and if you think price is going to go below there, that's no good.
Yeah, I've been trying not to look too hard on leverage right now. I've been looking kind of hard, reading, doing a little bit of research on some spot stuff, and trying not to overlook some of that.
Yeah. Leverage is a wicked game when we're in this middle.
I had some fun with it this morning. Got some wins, had a bad loss, and I got it back, and then some. It just, man.
Yep. It sure is fun though.
Well, it's like
all,
when the fish is biting, you just can't help to want to toss your lure in the water.
I know. It's I love fishing too. I do love fishing. It's the same kind of game as fishing. You're right.
Yeah, you got to know the river. Yeah.
Yep, you do.
Like you think, oh, this big old river, I'm gonna drive this boat in the middle of the river and I'm gonna be just fine. And you're like, no, there's a sandbar there you about to run up on because you don't know nothing about this river.
Yep. You need to plan your route and your bait and your what kind of fish are moving, what time of year. I mean, all of it. It's amazing. That's a very good analogy, fishing and charting and trading. Same thing. And it's the same kind of addiction too, because you can sit there for hours and not give up because you just know it's going to happen.
Yeah, just staring at that cork, wanting something fish to come by and come on, fish, bite it, do it now.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, the worst is ice fishing. Do you ice fish?
I don't think I've done that ever, but I've done a lot of decent amount of saltwater fish, but a lot of brackish water, freshwater fishing, catching a lot of redbreast, bass, rockfish, catfish.
So you'd know if you were ice fishing because you're on a frozen lake in a hut, and you drill with an auger a hole in the ice, and then you drop your line down. Oh my gosh, and you're freezing cold. Of course, now that the ice houses are a whole lot different than they used to be when I did it. Now they've got
movies. I've never
heaters.
done that.
Oh my gosh, it's something else. We used to do that on the lake, and then you'd have a little radio and you'd listen to the football game, and crazy, freeze your butt off.
I've gone to Lake Oconee this type of year, and it's really stupid cold. That's about as cold as I could stand it.
Yeah. Well, especially if it's windy and cut like a knife. All right, we're not getting this 50 here too well. Hopefully we'll pop up Somebody was saying something. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I was just gonna ask, is there a reason why Bitcoin is moving so slowly at the moment, or there's just no volume, or is there something holding it back?
Well, you can see down here, this volume is pretty low right now.
Yeah, I think we're in the hot dog zone, you know, a no trade zone kind of sort of, unless you're bullish or bearish, you know.
Let's see about the 5 minute here. Oh boy, we're right up against the point of control. That looks okay. Oh, we got that 800 up here.
Just feels like there's been no
So
movement.
now here's this is a golden cross, and we got some nice movement here. And if you notice here, this MA is over the point at which it fell, so that is positive. And then here's the 200 underneath. So we just need to correct over that 800 and then slide up over that spot there.
Just feels so slow at the moment. I'm getting bored.
Yeah, it does. I mean, there's sometimes that it's just so nice and smooth and fast. But yeah, look at this. Wavy, 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 wavy.
Well, I mean, we're above on the 5 minute, we're above the VWAP, we're above the 200, we're above the 50, the 13's over the 50, the 21's over the 200, so that's bullish. I mean, if you're bullish, you could possibly get in right now, but that'd be gambling. But as far as the
But you got the 800 on the top. See?
Yep. So there's, you know, momentum both ways, kind of, sort of, right?
Yeah. Yeah. You just have the, and then on the higher time frames, you got the 200 MA on the top. See, we're still below the pivot point. You got the 200s on the top of the 30 minute. You still have a lot of downward pressure.
Yeah, if you got in at 99, I'm sure you probably took in profit, and you're more comfortable letting it ride now by looking at all the indicators, feeling it can still go more. But as far as getting in right now, the risk versus reward is not there. Even though I want to FOMO, but I know I should have got in at 99. So I just need to wait till we reclaim something.
So are we waiting for it to break 1024? Or am I wrong in saying that?
Yes, you need 1024. Yes. And also 1045.
Yeah, so if we break 1024, I'm guessing we're gonna see a pretty big move up straight away, right? And then the next phase, I guess, is 104.
The next one would be the pivot point.
Yeah.
Because you have the 200 MA right on the pivot point, 1037. Right there.
Yeah, 104 to 107 is a decent range, I'm thinking. Even all the way up to 109, yeah.
Yep.
Hopefully we see a move in the next hour or something.
109589 would be the move. Oh, wait till, I have a 112. 112 to 117. Sorry about my dog. He's snoring. All right, so 118, 118 to 120. So 109 gets us here.
I know in my time, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30 in the morning has been fish has been biting. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go to my, this, here we have right there. Okay, so I'm gonna go to my other chart because I think I have that path more laid out.
When does the daily candle close? What time is that?
I didn't hear your question.
When the daily candle closes.
Oh, at 7. It used to be 8, but then when the time changed, I believe it's 7 now.
7, and what time zone is that in?
New York.
Eastern.
Okay, so in 30 minutes, am I right in saying that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
33 minutes.
A move in the next 30 minutes then or so. What would be the preference for the daily close? Above 1024?
Monday. $103.9 to 104.360. No, maybe less than that. Maybe 103.3 possible.
I mean, we've seen Bitcoin do it. It can go crazy at any moment. It can shoot up. So
Yeah, if it shot up past 104 plus and dominance dropped, that would be great because that'd be awesome. Like the alts would rip, I think. That'd be great if it did. That'd be great if this was the bottom for we wouldn't see this until 19 months. Or back in July. I think July we're going to Everybody's going to be scared again in July, possibly, if it goes by last season. But it might go by the first season Trump was in, so the time will be different.
But the bull market doesn't last that long, does it? So if we like,
Sometimes it does. Sometimes it can last 18 months to 2 years.
oh wow.
But Dbloc seems to think it's not going to last that long. I think that's what I remember him saying.
He thinks it's just like
But I
2025.
could be wrong. I think he's planning on October being where I don't know if he thinks it's going to last long, but I think he's planning on scaling out in October. I shouldn't speak for him, but
Is he getting some food right now?
I think I remember him saying that 103.1 possibly, but that might be 103, possibly 103.1 on this next move by 7, hopefully.
Yeah, we'll see in the next few minutes. But I think it can. I mean, yesterday we got fucked, right? Or the daily close. Am I right?
I mean, yesterday when we dipped, we sure dipped hard and fast.
Yeah. And we can pump and fast as we
It
can
seems
pump.
though. I'm sorry. What? Can you repeat that?
Oh no, I'm just saying. I was just saying, sorry, that we can pump fast as well.
Yes, we can. It seems though, unless it's just me, I feel like we don't typically make fast moves up. Seems like we always, when we do these fast moves, it seems like they're always down. But maybe it's just me. Okay, so I got a 110, 123, and then I've got these curves up here to cross, and then a 112, and then we have some overhead, 117-ish. This area up here is a lot of resistance, but if we break this red or this yellow line, a 111,750, then I think we have a good shot of these higher numbers here, because this is the fibs, these pink ones. I'll clear this out and make it better when I get a chance, because my computer is lagging right now. I have to restart it and clear the stuff.
Time for a new computer.
It is. Did you see my picture I put up? Somebody, I forget his name, put up his setup, and so then I responded with my little pedestal table and my little laptop. That's what I have.
Whatever it works, whatever it takes.
Yeah, bare bones. But then you can see my pugs. I have my pugs. They're always watching. But then they've closed trades. I told you that story already. Okay, so here we go. This will take us up. Yeah, here's that 50 MA right there. It crosses that. Then we get 1033. Yep, it's perfect right there. It meets that right there. Look at that. Amazing. Ay, ay, ay. It just gives me goosebumps sometimes. And these, this is so interesting. These little kind of purple lines are from a, remember this summer when we needed to get up to 62 to 69 or something like that. We were coming through the middle. And I put in this double S curve. And it was this curve that took us to all-time highs. And I've been amazed that these lines have been so dependable. Sometime I will map that out for you and show you how these lines predicted that move. I was talking to I think his name Asling. He and I don't chart the same, but even though our charts look way different, they're the same in the information that they share. And one time I said, it's because of this curve that we're going to avoid something. Anyway, and it was right. I was just dumbfounded because it was really the first time I used this double S curve from the tool thing. And then I used it the other day, and I'll show you that too another time too. But that's not on this chart, it's on the other one. But they work. So right here now I'm seeing that again. Where are these lines? It's pretty cool. I don't know. I get pretty thrilled about this stuff. I don't know.
There's nothing wrong with
Probably
that.
bored.
That makes you, it feels great. It's the best feeling in the world.
Well, it is. I'm trying not to share too much or be, whatever, but it is cool. And if it helps somebody else try something, because I'm trying to fool around with different things, different aspects, and show you how different things work, because they do. And if it helps you, that's why, I might have a lot of stuff, but different things work for different people. Like these curves, they work. And if you know how to use them, by all means, try it. And if you can help visualize, some people don't care one bit about visualizing something, but I do. I think it helps. Because you can almost see it 3D. Like on the Trump chart, oh my gosh, the Trump chart looks like it's in three dimensions. And sometimes you can see it on here. Right now you can't because everything's all funny. But you can see how it looks like a structure, and then Bitcoin is, moving in like in a building or in a framework or in a city. I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, I think we're going to take off. I don't know right now, but the next 2 weeks, I think we'll have more of a sentiment of what's going to happen for sure. But that's not answering nothing. But
Yep. Yep. See, you can see here now if price comes up to this level, then this level, and it can help you decide what price you need to get in at, what price you need to sell, because if, especially on leverage, it can help you set your stop loss, all kinds of stuff. And if you have this on this, you can tell the different time frame when you have the coordinates in like a 3D visual. This is really lagging and not doing well, so I better restart. But we're almost, and let me also suggest, if you haven't used crossbars and vertical and horizontals, especially verticals and crossbars, I encourage you to do it, because it will bring your charts to a whole nother level. And the reason it does is because it helps you with your time frame and to realize how much time you have left on a candle or on candles in order to get in and out. So for instance, like right here, you see this angle meets this angle, and you see these arcs and curves, and right here you see how they meet. If you put a vertical down here and then label that time frame that you're on, so I'm on a 6 hour, and I put that time frame there and a crossbar. So let's say I did it here, and I see that here's the 50 EMA right there. So, and I see how flat this is. So if I put the crossbar at the 50 EMA and the vertical, down here on today's time, let's just do it for giggles, right? So it cross line, and I think I already have one here because I already knew that this was a spot, right? But let's just do it anyway, just to show you. Okay, so I got it there. So then what I would do is I go here and I label it. So this will be right there, 7 p.m. Sunday. Well, okay, so that's behind the time. I don't want to do that. I want to move it ahead. So let's move it if I can. 7 p.m. Tuesday, 1 a.m. Okay, so that's okay. So notice how this candle or price is going up the line. I'm going to put it on a candle now. Okay. So I call this a pole now, and you come down straight down, and you see that's going to be Monday. Oh, I thought it's Tuesday. Yeah, Monday, 7 p.m. So is this closing at 7 p.m.?
Almost 7.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, 7 p.m. So I'm going to label it. Oh, you can't label crossbars. Okay. Sorry. You can only label the verticals. But anyway, it's you can just say, okay, this is that. All right. Now, the reason why this is helpful is because you can see that that candle has space along this side of the pole, and at that time frame. The reason why that matters is because, look, this curve goes this way. If this gets blocked, or if it does not meet this angle, right, there's no time left. If it does not, like over here, there's no time left if we're over on this side of it. You follow me? So, in other words, it would be too late to go over here on the 6-hour candle if we're over here, right? So price has got to get up to this spot. That's why I like to put the marker like this. Price label like here. So if I put the price marker here, 106,672, we need to make 106,672 here by this time, not over here, because or in other words, here we can't be here. This would be too low.
So if we don't get to here at
Right.
a certain time, we can go ahead and turn into the Chicago Bears.
Right. Yes, that was the point I was trying to make earlier, that if that candle didn't get up high enough, see, then you missed that ride. You missed this angle. Then see how this angle now becomes resistance on the upward swing. See how that becomes a peak right there? That's a peak. So we have to get higher than that over here. So now this has to come higher in order to reach that angle on the ascension over this way. So that's why these vertical poles mean a lot, because you can see now that this peak, and now you can see the time frame, or this 6 hours, see how that head is turning down? And the only way that we're going to correct that is if price gets up over the top 106 and beats that. See how this turned down, and then we attempted here. Now it would come down, but the head of this time frame is moving this way. This is the arrow that we have to beat. Now you can see how the fin is touching on the top of this. So resistance, we got to get price over this line, and not only that, but we got to top it up here. So I want it to come up this way by this time, or else we could risk, sloping down further. And here's the 50. So this line. So this is why these time markers are important in your chart. And you can see over here why this crossbar was important. And then you see the space between, and it also shows you the different shapes of the triangles. So it gives you these angles. So you get this way, this one going that way, and then this one coming up, and you can see this type of shape, and you see the wisp. This is like a wisp going that way, and then sometimes you'll see them going this way, and then you can see these big what do you call them? This what's the word I want? Nautilus shape. So the point is that sometimes this is the little arc. This one is that big arc that brings you way down. If you're up at the top, then you can come way down. This is a smaller one, right? That doesn't have as much of a downturn. So, but this one has that wider arc. And then if you fall on the outside of that arc, you can really, come on way down in price. You can fall way underneath. So it helps to also, show you your peaks and valleys. These down here, this is another fun tool. This is the time. If I'm taking up time and somebody else wants to talk, please just stop me, because I'm not I don't need to be taking up anybody's time. So this these down here are called time cycles. And I tell you, I use those on that Trump chart, and it's so cool. You go to, I think it's this one. Yeah. So check your time cycles out, because I think I have it on this chart. Yeah, I did. I just showed it to you. And on the Trump chart. So sometime when we have a lot of time, I'll show you how I use those. But those work because instead of me drawing these circles out, you put those time cycles on, and that gives you the peaks and valleys. And trust me, they work. It's really cool. And then these arcs also work. And I was able to use these arcs to show the different levels on that Trump chart, and it's really amazing. And just kind of like what this is doing, where you can see how price is going up. It's like an elevator. Anyway, I'm learning and learning and learning.
Now,
And we'll
if it goes past that orange ring right there, like where it's at right now, we might bounce down. But if as soon as we come above that, it's going to touch that other ring, or it could just barely come up and come back down. Like what's the
these are these different levels, and I'm finding that they're almost like a fib level, these arcs,
right?
And they work like a ladder. And then look at how that arrow looks like it's gone deeper, and it acts like it's showing you that support is getting higher and higher, or support is growing, or we're getting prices moving up and up, and support is we're building support is what I'm saying.
Right. Well, like if I'm looking at yours right now, and say I'm looking at mine, say if my chart's saying, like I'm looking at the 1 minute, and say if I'm at the VWAP and it looks bullish, maybe I need to wait till we get past, like it's look like it's getting past that ring right now. Like once it gets past that ring right now, like that's more confirmation right now. I could be bullish right now, because it's got
and
to go possibly.
So here's the 5 EMA down here. We're at where price is almost to the 50.
Yeah.
The 50 is below the 13. The 5 EMA needs to be up at the top. So we need to see the 5 EMA coming up above the 13 and the 50. So we need to see the 5 follow price up over the top.
I mean, the 5 minute, what I'm looking at, could be looking for a leg possibly to get geared up to go up, but it could go down. But
so I'm on that 5 minute now. Yeah. I was looking at the 6 hour, which is the difference. And you know, when you're trying to get in, you want to be on the lower time frame for checking that out there. So right there, you got your 200 underneath, and then your 50. Now your 5 did go over the 13, and there's your 5 is over the top. So yeah, price is this right there. You got a little W. So now here's that quadrant we just made. We're 6 minutes away from the thing. Here's the thing. When you're doing the 800 around a pole, we tend to do this. We tend to pop up, grab that 800, right? And you get a burst up here. We're going to go over the pivot point.
Okay.
We tend to shoot up over it and then slam back down real fast. So unless you're super quick and grab your profit, right? And sometimes you get this whipsaw, boom, boom, because what happens on an 800 play is the 800 needs to come back and correct and support underneath. So oftentimes, now I'm not saying it's going to do it this time, but oftentimes you get around this pole, you get a whole lot of volatility, and so you can lose your winnings real fast here.
Yep.
So you can do one or two things. You can play it twice, where you can get in down here, way down here, and take profit real quick. Then wait and then do it all again. Or you can just hold it out, if you got in real low and it won't matter, and then just ride it up again. But just be cautious, because some people will buy here and then all of a sudden, they're winning, and then they turn around and they walk away and then come back, and all of a sudden everything's gone because they're underwater all of a sudden because they bought too high, thinking that everything's going to be fine, but all of a sudden, price went underneath again because that 800 is going to come back underneath and correct that the time frame's got to correct, and that 800's got to go underneath that 200, right? Because we don't want to be, yeah. And here's the 50 and the 200 MAs. So yes, we're going to have a burst and it'll be bullish, but at the same time, we're going to have a lot of cycling around with these moving averages, back and forth on the 5 minute, 1 minute. So and we'll just watch this around the pole, because I promise you there's always like a little bit of volatility around this.
Yeah, what long ago I was tempted to go long, but I only win profit on days where I stick to that damn VWAP on the 5 minute, 3 minute, 1 minute, and wait
Yeah.
out one way or the other on that VWAP. If I do anything else, I get my butt whooped. So like, I'm like, because I'm looking at 1 minute, I mean the 5 minute, I'm like, yeah, there's the 21 and the 13, and they're both above the 50, and they're well above the 200. We're above the VWAP. We could take a bounce and go to the upside or have a little double top here, but is it worth the risk versus reward? I was like, no. I just need to stick to the damn VWAP.
Well, and that's a lot of people's bread and butter. That those are some excellent trades. Like yesterday, that hitting that 200 on that Trump trade, that was a beautiful trade. But it got slapped down right after that. So if you did not take profit right then, it could have killed anybody, because it was right after that 200 hit, it just sold out. It was crazy. But sometimes in the mornings you can hit one of these types of trades real good, and you can just make $100, $200 and be done for the whole day.
Yep.
But that's the lesson, is just you get your winnings and be done. If you you know, think, oh yeah, I can just keep going, then you can just give it all back.
Yeah, I've done a lot of round trips, BJ. I've done,
Oh,
but
it's easy to do. It's very easy to do. That's why knowing, like knowing that the 4 hour is coming and you're going to go to the, you know, to hit that 4 hour 50 EMA, you need to know what time that's going to happen, because I guarantee you, if you understand when that's going to happen, you will know when to get out. And I promise you, that's why I'm working so hard on this, because that will give you the knowledge to not be in your trades when that 4 hour is coming, because inevitably that'll wreck anybody when that 4 hour is coming. If you aren't ready for it, you know, if you are and you've got your, you know, you're set up to have you know, enough money in, or you know, you're comfortably way lower than that, you know, whatever it is, your risk to reward is whatever, how long you've been in it, you know, whatever. But if you're in it for a shorter trade, you wouldn't be able to handle it.
yeah, that's
And then you'd be sitting there sweating, you know, thinking, oh, do I need to? And the worst part is thinking you've got to give up some of your position size just to make it through. And then by the time, then it's just eating away at your margin, and it's no fun.
That's right. Yep. Now the VWAP, I got the automatic VWAP, so it reset. It just went stupid again and reset. And a lot of times, every time it does this, okay, we're gonna have a pop, and then we're gonna possibly go to the downside.
So, I was just thinking about your question about your that trade that you got kicked out of. Did you ever ask about that?
You know, I have, but you know, they on that exchange between 4 and 8, whenever they feel like it, between 4 and 8, they're going to shut down and do optimization.
Oh, their maintenance or whatever.
Yeah, now they're going to stop doing that eventually, but until then, that's what they do, and they have the ability to kick you out or leave you in. That's just what it is. So.
Oh, I'm trying to adjust my chart here to show this this time cycle thing, because it shows the levels, but it's not cooperating with me right now. Because I can actually get it to show me, you know, the arc. Anyway, I'm just having trouble with it. But I can get it set up just so that it'll it'll follow the movement. It's pretty cool. I just can't do it. It's just too much going on. I better just quit. Okay, so that's time cycles. And then the other thing that's fun to use is What else? Okay, we're coming up to this 200 EMA on the 30-minute. And remember, we were talking about how we needed to get that 200 EMA and then the 200 MA. And we are over that 30-minute 800. So yay, that's awesome.
Yeah, like most of the time when that VWAP resets or goes straight up or straight down, most of the time we'll get a little pop, but then we'll drop back down. Like we'll get a quick pop up. Not every time, but like most of the time it's been a good pop up. And then we'll shoot back down, and then half the time we'll go way back down. Like about half the time when the VWAP on the 5-minute goes crazy, and on the 1 minute, and on the 15. It's a good pop up, and then half the time, shortly after, about 45 minutes, we crap the bed again.
Well, you have to think that there's so many times that on a 1 minute and a 5-minute that you have the cycles of the EMAs that's gonna be the norm. I'm really lagging. They have to intertwine so much and go in and out and in and out and in and out. That's why you're going to have that, especially on volatile days. That's why some traders will use a slower moving average, and like just the 50 and the 200, for instance, like this orange and pink that I've got, and they don't use the fast moving like EMAs. Instead they just use the MAs. But if you're trading leverage, oftentimes you definitely want to have a 5 EMA and a 13 EMA or a 10 and a 20. That Trader's Reality and uses the 5 and the 13, and then Dbloc uses that 5 and the 13 strategy. But a lot of traders use a 9 and a 21, especially on the stock side. And a lot of people use a 15. I really stick to the 5 and the 13, and I like the 800 and the 200 EMA and the 50, of course. And then I like the 50 and the 200 MA. I like to have the MAs as well as the 13. But you know what I like is, and I don't think I have it on here. Oh yeah, I do. Is the Williams alligator. That's this red and blue and white line. Because to me, they are predictive, and I like having them on my chart because they kind of give me a directional vision. They're out in front, and so I just think that is an addition that I like, in addition to the Trader's Reality ribbon, because see, in this case you can see how you have this cup move, and I can visualize the movement of the price. I can also kind of, oh boy, we're having a nice move right here. So you might try adding that on and see what you like about that.
Yeah.
So you just put on Williams alligator, and then you can change your colors and your thickness. But I you know, it depends on the colors of my chart, but I just use the red, white, and blue. The white one is the fastest moving one, and then the red, and then the blue is the slowest. And here's the thing. I find that the when we get a candles, I find that that I can use these as like an idea of support lines. So the candles will tend to come back to the white line first, and then they will fall down to the red line second, and then the blue line last. And then when I see the blue line, or when they top out and the blue line crosses over the top, I guess we're getting some price action. Maybe I should stop talking here.
Yeah.
But
Well, I figure we would, because every time that VWAP does something, it yeah.
Yeah, the VWAP is great.
You know, if I become successful and become a millionaire or whatever, but I gotta think. I mean, being over here has definitely made a huge difference.
Mm-hmm.
But also finding the VWAP.
Yeah, the
Finding that
VWAP.
I found
Yep.
that little China lady on YouTube that talked about VWAP trading on the 3-minute, and
Yep.
it
No, the
just
VWAP is awesome.
it's that center line, like you don't know where you're at. You could be lost in the sauce. Okay, where we at on the VWAP? Okay, there we go. Okay, here we go. Taking out the late longs.
Okay, so here's how you can look at a pullback too. So when you have a nice burst up and you have the stacked candles, you've got this nice green candle, and then you have a stacked green, and then you have this pullback. Now, typically you're going to come over this moving average, but then you have the 5 EMA sticking up right here. Typically, you're going to see a kink. That kink, if you draw a line straight across from that kink and put your price marker right there, I guarantee you're going to find that you typically will at some point come back to that price right there. So that's 102,443. The next thing I do is I see, okay, here's the tip of that Williams alligator, right? So I'm gonna make note of that because a candle is gonna stick right down there. And then I'm also gonna see this spot. See how we have a curve right here? So
yeah,
that spot is also a prime pullback. That's where we have a V. So this is a prime spot for a pullback right there. So just however you're going to do it, make a note, just draw your line, put your price marker over here, because when you arc back, you're going to come back to that spot in the future. And that's kind of what this alligator does. You see, it acts as a ledge. So here you go. Here's 101,941. These candles will sit themselves on that shelf at some point on a pullback. And as price moves up, you can see how these angles will come out up here. So, a ledge. So not on the you maybe take a a note of where those are. So you can see this. So on the 4 hour, look how that you got a cup forming here. And if I take this V shape right there and then I pull that angle out.
Okay, it matches the red and blue.
Yep. So what that means is that, look at here. Now, if I go on the bottom of this, this is very instructive here. You got the 200, and you go straight up from that 200, but look at how this is making a new support here, like this. So this will be your, ultimate lower support, but then we're trying to make new support. So you got an angle coming out from here. And then that's along this pivot point. So this is an angular now that's forming on the 4 hour, but you want to keep this horizontal support here at 98. Now eventually, this 200 is going to become more of a support right here on this lip, but this angle.
Well, hopefully the 200 to step his game up and climb on up.
Mm-hmm. But this is another reason why I kind of like this Williams alligator, because it can help you form your ascending angles. And then you also can already start visualizing a top line here, if we're right, that you have to get across this top line. See how we have a top forming.
Right, like if I caught the trade early, when we get to that line for sure, I'm already taking 50% off. But by the time we get there, I'm at 50% off with a tight stop loss. So it's whatever happens, happens.
Yep.
I need to make my decision up right there on.
Yep.
Right when we get to there, I need to have that stop loss real tight right there.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay.
And you can also see not only is there a top line, but you can also see a descending angle. So unless price comes up over that descending angle and that top, right? It's got to hit that forward angle and the top.
I mean, I could let it come back down, but I would want to had the stop loss tight, and if it takes me out, I'm still in profit, and if it comes back down, look for a good support to re-enter. That's how I want to trade instead of just going along for the entire ride. Although, if we do touch the 800, like on the 15, that 800 to 15, that helped me get maybe a swing trade or a longer trade. But I need to I know more methods to find I need to identify the pattern as soon as possible and catch the bottom and get the most out of it. And then the tighter the pattern, there's no need to mess with it. There's just no need.
So that is the main thing, to not overtrade. If you can find the largest time frame that has bottomed and be able to set it and adjust, just be able to know when to how long that trade can go for, and then let it go, because I know how low that trade could fall before it hits its peak too. How low, what's the lowest it can go before I would need to take profit. In other words, what is the dip that can occur in the middle of the trade.
Right. Well, I've noticed a few bull flags where, okay, you got the flagpole and then the flag, the bottom part of the flag where it hit, eventually we'll come back to that after we break out, run up, and then come back down. I've seen it a couple times where that's where the retest is at after we've done made the bull flag come out, done our thing. When we've come back down, we've kind of bounced off where the bottom of the flag where we bounced off the first time.
Mm-hmm.
That happened, I think, 3 or 4 times the last couple of weeks. So I've kept that now in my book where any bull flag, once I know if I didn't catch it, the bottom of the flag, I'll catch it the next go around after we do our thing. Maybe it takes a week, or maybe we don't get back to it. But if we do lose support, there's a good chance there'll be support there, maybe. I've seen it play out a little bit, but I've seen a lot of different things play out, but it's all about execution, really.
Yeah, so on the other side, so like right here, say I'm trying to think here. So you let's say you get in here and you didn't take profit where? You didn't take profit here or something. Is that what you mean? And then so you didn't take profit here because you know that eventually the price is going to be here, right?
Yeah.
So, but you got in here and then we dip down to here, but you still know that profit is here. Okay. So you didn't take the profit in this spot, but your price still dipped lower than where your entry is. But you know that your reward is still in the waiting. So that's the point, right, that you're making.
Well, no, like, okay, where that flag is right there at the bottom of the green right there. Yeah. Well, no, not right there, but yeah, maybe. But like, if I missed the bottom of the range a couple hours ago,
yeah,
I'll have to wait till about where your mouse is at.
Yes.
I don't need to mess with none of that over there because it's too tight.
Yeah.
Although I'll do it though, I get caught up in that. You just think, oh yeah, I see something nobody else does. Oh yeah, it's gonna work. Wrong.
So you're talking about here's where before this action happened, you think here is the trade, but then you get this red candle. Is that what you mean?
Well, no, like like a bull flag, you
Yeah.
get the pole and then the flag. Well, the first part of the flag is the biggest part of the range.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at the bottom of that range, eventually we'll come back to that when we break out and go up to the upside. Eventually, and then when we crap the bed, even if it's taken 4 or 5 days, I've noticed whatever that price was at the bottom of the flag, that's where we've bounced off of. Whether we've broken support later, that's always been a decent bounce.
Yeah.
Even if the 15 or the 50 or the 200 is nowhere to be found, that price, there's a bounce.
I think it's because we've gone around the pole, because I mean you even see it like in this past few days from here to here.
Yep.
Because we're this is one side and then we've gone through this section, right? This is the middle, and then we're going to come out the top. This is the worrisome section, because you don't know, are you going to go from here lower or from here higher up? This is the worrisome section, because from here it could have gone up like we were talking about. So the plane in the middle is always yucky.
I want to play, but
And that can happen on even the 1 minute, even the 5 minute.
like I want to trade kind of sorta, but I know my best success is 7:30, 8:30, 9:30 my time in the morning.
Yeah. But this is nice right here. Oof.
Yeah.
But that's already about played out. Possibly.
That looks kind of familiar there, that pattern. That's kind of been going on the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like that computer chop I think Boss Man was talking about 3 weeks ago. How it looked like it was a computer buying it all up. Just a slow roll to the upside,
Mm-hmm.
then to the downside, and then a dump, and almost looked like a kind of looks like an eagle flying or something. I don't know. It's a distinctive pattern that been showing up the last 3 or 4 weeks. Yeah, like I see it there on where it's just done, and I see it kind of almost in the middle to the left. Very similar. Yep.
Do you add the HMA? This what this is, this pink one?
I just got the MACD VWAP, my
Uh-huh.
5 MAs, and then and I got that 13 and the 50 crossover by written that scalper thing
Yeah.
at the bottom of the Discord, and I got my ADR. I've just started running the ADR, and I got my liquidity swings.
Oh, I had that liquidity swing. I don't know if I have it on here. Let's see.
Yeah, I try to I don't need to use the liquidity swings really. I mean, I need to for reference, but I just need to stick to the VWAP. But I've been using the liquidity swings as a bounce area, just like the VWAP. When I just want to just trade hard, when I want to just get after it, I'll just where the liquidity swings are, I'll trade off of that, and then the vector candles, and then the VWAP, and then also the 200. Like if I get a triple bottom off the 200, I'm gonna try to go for it every time, because every time I've seen a triple bottom and the third bottom's right there at the 200, it's been good for me every time I've seen it. Not saying it works every time, but But that ADR levels, I think, what's his name? Epic was saying something about that a couple weeks ago. I could be wrong, but I got them, and it's a good base. I like the ADR levels. It kind of gives me an idea where if we're too toppy or we're close to the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Another reference point, just like the VWAP. But I'd do better if I just stick to that damn VWAP.
Yeah. Yeah, I've used the VWAP many times. I don't have it on here right now, but I know I don't use this to chart, but I use it like if several of them, if I'm doing active trading, I'll have a couple of them on. But I just leave them on here because it's too. I forget which ones I like when I have the indicators. Just in here, I just leave them up here. But I always have the TR main on and the MA cross.
Yeah, I have that on too sometimes. The MA crossing.
And the alligator, I like that. But on that Trump chart, I put the Wu Manchu, and I like that one too because that gives more MAs on there, or EMAs in there. I kind of like that. What's the first part of that? Oh shoot. There's A and B, so I'm forgetting the first part of that. It's a very expensive one, but then there's the free version. Oh shoot.
Yeah, I think Boss Man said something about there's something similar to Market Cypher B.
Yeah, that's what it is. Market Cypher A and B. It's a Wu Manchu version. That's what I have on that chart. I kind of like it.
Yeah, I want to get. I kind of would. I kind of like that Market Cypher B on how I know the volume candles kind of tell you, but I kind of like to see the wave of the money going in and out. I've noticed that on people I've watched on doing Market Cypher B, where you see the wave of money coming in and then the wave of money coming out, and it's easier to see your bearish divergence or a bullish divergence.
It is. The
And
thing for me is I don't have enough space on my computer screen for all of it. That's the trouble for me.
Yeah, I'm starting to I didn't get it yet because I'm like I've got to watch it enough and read up on it where I can at least know what know what I'm looking at. And I'm starting to be like, okay, I know what to be looking at now. Trying to find that right combination. Everybody's got to find that right combination. It's nice though, but it's out there. It is out there.
Yes, if you just kind of use one or two of them every now, for a while, and then decide, that helps you, then, keep using it. If it doesn't help you, then, don't use it. But, try a few of them out every now and then. But I think the main thing, honestly, is to chart and understand what it is. For me, that is the main thing to do. If you know why why price does what it does and what it all means, that is the key, because an indicator doesn't really do anything if you don't even know what that is at all, and you won't learn it if you don't do it yourself. In other words, I know about these fibs and all this stuff because I was doing it instinctually, not because I just played around with it on the computer. I know about this stuff in my head. So I know where to put them, and I know what they mean. This is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, see, I'm going to get there because it's like just the only way is to get there. There's no.
Yeah, you have to spend the time.
Right. But I will say, praise the VWAP. I mean, like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I mean, me personally, like, if I could just stick to the VWAP, I'll be winning.
Well, then put a note on your wall. Say stick to the VWAP. Because if that's your ticket to success, then do it. Because if it makes you win, then don't deviate from it.
Right. Well, you get caught up in the pattern. You're like, okay, we're in this pattern. This is the second bounce off the pattern, or the third bounce. We're above the VWAP, so we should still think bullish. This could be the third bounce off the pattern. Don't do that. And see, me getting into that third bounce, even the second bounce, is what's hurt me when I've been too extended past the VWAP, high or low. Just recognizing the continuation instead of the reversal. You're thinking there's going to be a continuation, but it's like, no, it's reversal time, buddy. And it's like, yeah, that's why I've hurt, but I don't have near that problem if I wait for the confirmation bounce one way or the other off the VWAP. Now, if it don't bounce that certain way, you just got to wait your turn because there's a certain way it bounces.
Yes, there is. Yes.
In that certain way, it's go. But they don't do that. Well, it's like, well, damn it, I got to wait another several hours maybe.
There are some times that, but a lot of times I'm just very early, and I've had to realize that because my charting tends to be early, and so I have to wait because I tend to get in early, and then that's not very good for leverage. So I have to force myself to wait, and that's the hardest thing to do. But it's better for me to just sit on my hands and wait rather than jump the gun.
Yeah. Well,
because I don't want to be sitting in a trade and babysitting that stupid thing until it's not that the trade isn't right or correct. It's that there is a right time to get in it, and you have to be patient enough to wait, because sometimes our vision, we know where it's going to go, but it's hard to understand that it takes longer sometimes than what we see on a screen.
Yep.
And conversely, sometimes the dip, if you feel like you blink your eyes and it all of a sudden was down $300, you're like, what the heck? What happened? Can I go to the bathroom? Gee, I remember one time, that was a couple years ago, somebody said, I'm going to have to get one of those potty chairs put next to me. It was so crazy. I thought, what is she talking about? But it was somebody, I don't even know who it was. But I said, my goodness, what is she nuts? And I thought to myself a few times, that wasn't a bad idea, because there are times when you can't blink your eyes. It goes so fast. And then there's other times when you can sit there for, 8 hours and nothing happens. And you're thinking, what on earth am I doing sitting here for this length of time, wasting my day?
Yeah. Yeah, when I first, it was let's see, March, April, May. Like I got in crypto. My first stuff I bought was the day before Elon Musk did his Saturday night. I'm one of them people. Okay.
Okay.
So I bought Doge and SHIB. Yes. Those are the first two cryptos I bought. Please forgive me.
No, that's okay. What's wrong with that?
But then I got, Bitcoin and everything else and ETH and realized, hey, I need to have, we're in the bear market, at least 50% portfolio in Bitcoin for sure. But yeah, just started there, but ruined my sleep habits. I know that. I mean, it was
Yep.
like sleep, like what, 2 or 3 hours a day, maybe for like
Yeah.
months.
Yeah. A cat nap here and a little wink and a nod there. Yeah. Okay, I got my time cycles to work here. And we are almost at 103.3. And there is the 200. And we came up around this pole. And here's the cross line. And the reason why this cross line is important is because it also shows you the quadrants and your 45-degree angle.
Yeah, that VWAP was definitely a signal of price action, like here comes some rockfish coming in the water. Good retest to 200 at 103.
Yep.
If we have a bearish retest off the VWAP
Yep.
on the 5-minute. I mean, could find support at the 50 because it's not far, That could be a possibly. See right there, like if I wanted to, like, okay, if I'm thinking we're going to hit at the 50, I would need to see some strong money flow possibly coming in right now for it to give effect. If we bounce off the 50, I would need to know the money flow now and wait for the 50, or just
The 50 on the 5.
Yes. Or what's happening right now. If the 1 minute looks bad, maybe look for, well, it's turning green now. Boy, I'm getting FOMO now. I'm looking at it the 1 minute. I'm not gonna do nothing though.
Well, see here on the 5-minute, you've got the 800 right here, but you've got the 200 down here. So
Yeah, the 800 is
to
above it.
me,
What 800 is? What,
yeah,
183, 185?
102.6 on the 5 minute, and then the 200's down here at the pivot point. 101, yeah, 101, 280, 80. So the 5 minute isn't as, but 30 minutes.
But that ain't the 800. I'm looking at it the wrong one, but yeah. I don't know
30
what
minute will come here and test that it's 200 EMA, but then you've got a down move after that because we're on the right side of the pole. You see, you got this. So the move happened here, and then you'll have a retest here. Unless we get enough gas to come up to 104.6.
Like it hasn't touched the VWAP yet on the 1 minute. It came close. But it held, lost it a little back. Yep. I think she's going down.
Mm-hmm.
If she goes to like, if she goes slowly down, but if she goes down super duper hard, sometimes it's like where that VWAP goes stupid, which was at 100,342, and that's right where the 200 is on the 5 minute. So if we hit hard, we could get strong support on that 200 because that's pretty close at the bottom of the ADR range. So like, if I wanted to play safe, I'm waiting for that 200 and possibly go further down to get the early longers out and then go. Like that's what I need to wait on, which that's a while. But if that's going to happen, it's like, hey, why don't you just go ahead and short it on the way down there? That's where I mess up. Like, if I want that plan, well, hell, why don't you short it on the way down there? But right now, it's
Well, right, yeah, but right now the short isn't down far enough. Though I think we're building support now. We're not making a move way down at this point because we came up over the 1 minute, the 5 minute, the 15 minute. Right now we're at the 800 on the 30 minute. So we shouldn't be going below that. And that's right here. You see? So we should be finding support here, not going much below. We should be coming up from here. Yeah, maybe I'm not saying that right, but in other words, we should be building up from every lower time or each time frame's 800 from here on out.
Copy.
So this 800 needs to be built up from. We shouldn't be going below it now. So I would need to draw an ascending line from this point up And we need to be trading up from here. So this 103, where are we here? This 101, where is this 800? Right here. What's the number? Give me the number. 101, 101.2, 101.1. This needs to be a new bottom. So I'm going to draw a line from here this way, because we need to be making a turn.
Yeah, it's acting like it's wanting to lose. We might get support, what, at 101.750, where the 50 will be on the 5 minute. So that's where we might bounce on the 50 on the 5 minute.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's that, right
Yeah.
from right here to here. This is a turn. So we no longer need to be going underneath here. We might come back and touch right at 100.378. No, we can't even do that. We got to go short.
I'm gonna make
101.377.
I'm gonna make myself not do this trade, but I know I would, like, if I'm waiting for that 50, and I might be taking a stab, depending on what the volume candles is showing. That's what I need to be reading. Looking at the 5 minute, I need to be looking at, waiting on the 50, looking at the volume candles. Now I'm gonna look at the 1 minute. The 1 minute looks like we could bounce off the 200, because the 200 is close. Like the 200 on the 1 minute and 50 on the 5 minute look very close. I think they're within $200. Could get a bounce here on the pink candle. But see, on the 1 minute, I'm below the VWAP, so technically I should still think bearish. So I should still technically possibly think, even though I'm kind of extended from the VWAP, we should break down. And it's breaking down, it might bounce off to 200 now. It's on it now on the 1 minute, or breakthrough.
We should not come below where we are right now much. By 101.730 is really it.
Come on, bounce, Bitcoin.
Maybe 712-ish, but we should not come on down too much lower.
Here we go.
And if we do, we need to bounce right back up.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people would take it. You know, this was a good opportunity to take a stab.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's the cool thing. Like, instead of getting in limbo land, like take a shot at the right time. You know, like even if you win or lose, you taking a stab at the right time.
Yeah, this is the right time.
I mean, whether you bear or bull, like this is it.
It is it. Yeah. This is the time right here.
What about your divergences forming here? And bear flags folding?
Even though it was red at first from the 1 minute, it wasn't a big volume red. And now it's turned green. That's red. But not a lot of big volume spikes, so
We should be pulling up from here though.
yeah, it could be like
I might be opposite on you.
It could, you know, tight stop losses could be in trouble.
I just see a divergence that needs to cool off first, which is not far, but a little bit lower.
Roger that.
Is that Moosey?
How's it going?
All right, good. How are you? Haven't heard from you for a little bit.
Yeah, I've been busy.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, I hope it's a good busy.
Yeah, super good. Now I'm back and feel better than ever.
I'm glad.
How have you been?
I've been terrific. Thank you.
Anything fun going on?
Well, I had a big move, but which has not been fun, but it's fun now that it's over. But I'm in the snow now. Well, it's
Welcome.
not. The snow is, huh?
I said welcome on over.
Yeah.
Freezing, isn't
Oh
it?
gosh. Yes, but I'll survive.
A little bounce. You know, that was
1 minute, 200.
yeah, a little scout, you know, whether it goes or not, you know, if you got in at the tippy bottom, that's a little bit of money.
I'm not necessarily saying I disagree with the moves. I've been scalping this whole thing this entire time. I just thought it was looking a little weak right now.
Yeah, I thought it was going to bounce. I was waiting on the 50. Like if I'm not doing nothing, I'm just going to make myself trade 7:30, 8:30 my time. But I might have would have done something if it would have touched the 50 on the 5 minute. I was thinking about that, but
I don't see necessarily a full on healthy divergence bullish on that singular bounce on the retest, but on the very bottom where we wicked down yesterday. But I do see a small little teeny time frame, 5 and 15 minute bearish divergence.
yeah, Max Payne will want us to go back
I just
to 8.
Yeah, I just don't trust that single tap down. That's the only thing I don't trust.
Like even like right there, it's not gonna work out, but to have the brain power and breathe, move your stop loss up where you're guaranteed with no loss. Breathe, move up your stop loss so it's no loss at all. Quit looking at it. Move up your stop loss. Protect your stuff.
Yeah.
I got to like pretend my
Mhm.
father is watching me, talking to me, telling me that. If I don't, I don't do it.
We'll do it. Shouldn't come below 712.
And it comes back and gets you. It's like re-enter. Let's do it again. Yeah.
You got 103,269, Lucy, for a take profit.
103,269. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm scalping that right now, so I'm kind of hedging myself, but I took profits from my scalp when I entered at 98,502, and I just took profits at 102,250.
Okay.
Nice.
Good job.
Something I've noticed, super stupid, but when you backtest things, you notice things. You guys ever use the Cypher B?
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
Whenever you get a golden circle, right, on a lower time frame, only reason I'm not comfortable with it is because I see it print and it's accurate, but when I see it print, I always see it go way below there just to scoop up some more before taking off.
Yeah.
If you want to backtest that, go ahead. And that's not necessarily a bad thing because it could play out the measure move of a diamond top if that's what it wants to do. Also, on that breakout down of the diamond top, it just hit a fib of the golden pocket on this reversal right here where you took profits. Not really a reversal, but a continuation to scoop up some more shorts or scoop up some more longs before going up.
What's up, everyone? Beast checking in.
What's up, brother?
Hello.
Been a minute. Took a
You
little
been?
break.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Yeah, I went to Europe, did some traveling in Asia and Europe, and just getting back to reality now.
Well, nice job. Well, that sounds fun.
Yeah, you got to enjoy the profits and go out a little bit and enjoy
Of course
culture of
you
the
do.
world. Yeah, I want to
Well,
Thailand. Highly recommend it to anyone that hasn't been there. Very affordable and pricey as far as like everything's cheap compared to the dollar.
so shoot, my cousin was in Thailand and took his kids and everything, and they all said the same thing. It was just wonderful.
Amazing culture, amazing food. I mean, it's super safe too.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad that. I didn't miss much either because nothing's really happened since December. We went up a little bit, but we're back to where we were. I did miss the Trump coin though, official Trump coin, and a few other stuff.
You didn't miss it.
Oh, you can still be part of that.
Yeah, I'm watching it. I'm watching it. It's just I think it'll come back up in a little bit, but not the next couple days at least. What's everyone's sentiment on all these unlocks that's supposed to happen for Solana? Anyone been watching that?
I'm trying to think of who was talking about that. I can't think right now. I've been up quite a long time, but somebody was really talking about that. Oh, I don't remember.
Yeah, I've been watching Solana. I mean, it spiked up when that Trump stuff was going on, and obviously had a huge breakout, and then it kind of came back down right now. But I think the unlocks might
Oh,
push
I
it down a
played the
little bit.
breakout of Solana, and I thought you were talking about the other coins along with the Solana.
No, I think Solana
I
itself
think it
is
was this one.
unlocking a bunch, like 2% or 3% in like the next
Yeah,
2 months or something.
yeah. But it took a big hit, pretty deep hit after that run up, because it got to my 292 and a little bit over, and then it pulled back quite a bit.
Super bullish still on Solana. I just think it's a small pullback.
Yeah, in the scheme of things, it is.
I did sell a little bit of my Solana to get in some more alts. I mean, don't hold me to the fire. I still got some.
There's nothing wrong with taking some profits along the way.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I never forget the day. $8. I remember that day. I didn't get none. I wish I did, but I remember that day. And I remember it was like,
Oh, I do too.
like I need to like put 15 in this or I'm stupid. And like, yeah, my future self is like, you're stupid.
I was watching at 8 and I missed the 8 and I got back in at like 20 something. So I didn't miss much, but I'm so happy I got in at 20.
I was I think I'm like 50 or 51 or just under 50. But I was mad at that. I saw it go to like 70, 80. It had to roll back. The pullback was at like 50. But I was hurt doing that because I'm like, I remember it was 8 and then 20, 30, 15 for a minute,
Yeah, I'm at like 112 altogether at a cost average. So I'm pretty much in the green right now. I'm not complaining.
Just, these opportunities, like, hopefully us as a group just, prepared for when that things happen don't miss it.
Yes, sir. I agree. I think it's a good DCA opportunity anytime it goes under 200. I mean, we're not going to get much more opportunities, I think, under 200.
Okay, we're at that tip now. Can't go much lower here.
Right on the 50, on the 5, just above it. We wicked down, so yeah. Like that would have been an opportunity. That was a good, yeah. I wasn't going to do it, but like that's the wick down below the
Yeah,
50, 101.6.
yeah,
Could have got in there. It's like,
yeah.
oh yeah. That's a good setup there. Even if it's over with quick, that's a good setup.
Yeah, it came a little bit low.
Still going.
So what's the whole shakeup today? Is it just because of that AI company from China?
Yeah, a bunch of FUD. Yeah. Nice bounce. See, it's like that right now. We're looking at the 5 minute. It just turned whatever 10 minutes after whatever hour we're at, right? Like the wick down. If you didn't catch it there, that retest off the 50, boom yow.
It was pretty.
Yep. You know, it could rip. It could rip hard. But I just got to make myself just trade 738, 39, 30, 10 because that's just where I'm at. That's just where a lot of it rips further. Yeah, but the XRP and the Bitcoin folks, you know, that they're definitely throwing shade on X. I've enjoyed watching it. You know, I own both, but I mean, I know they don't like XRP because it's centralized, and they say Bitcoin's uncentralized, which it is, right? Yep, here we go. Come on. Come on, rip upside. Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, a lot of scalpers calls that right there. Right when it hit the 13 on the 5 minute. Like a scalper, that'd probably be where they would take profit. You know, if they took that bounce or that wick below the 50 on the 5 minute, right when it touched the 13, they probably, pulled. I would have pulled probably. I'm paper hands. Especially when there's a little bit of distance, If they're really tight, that's one thing, but
Mm-hmm.
if there's some distance, it's like, you know what? But instead of taking it all, it's just, hey, put your stop loss to the bottom or to the top of the last body of the 5 minute candle. Maybe put your stop loss there to the top of the body. That way, if it, because you got in at the bottom, so you're good. Just do that. But it's
Yeah,
like,
you've already won your trade, so
right, but it's like if you'd have pulled at the 13, you'd had more.
oh, there you go. Let's see.
And then also, even if you have your stop loss, who's to say the exchange is just going to wick through your stop loss and you in a negative and
Mm-hmm.
pull out now instead of you up 200-300, you only made $20 or you lost $50. That what hurts. And that's what makes
Yep.
you where like, you know what? As soon as I get to here to there, I'm getting the hell out. Now let's juice it again. Nope. Like if I was in this and if I had some friends that were some whales, I'd be like calling them, hey man, you don't need to buy. That's why you, well, that's why you scalp.
Wow, let's see what this 5 and 13 want to do. We'll bounce off each
Yeah.
other. Be nice.
Well, I just think it's very, very important for Bitcoin to be over that 800 on that 30-minute.
Yeah, it's got to make some move up there. It's got to get a little bounce off this 50 here and see if we can go make love with this 800. But
Yeah.
oh no, BJ.
Yep.
Well, we're still
That's
sticking to that
my,
W pattern. We're still sticking to Dbloc's W
yeah,
pattern.
that's my bearish bullish line, that one right there. But I keep my bearish suit on if I can't get over that 800
What were you saying? A half hour? What time frame?
on the 30-minute. Yeah. To me, that's the 10, that 800 is the key in my soup. That's the ingredient in my soup, or the
BJ,
zipper that will.
it's the safety net of the market. If we fall through the safety net at 800, it is a watch out area for sure.
Exactly. That's my point.
Now,
That's
what kind of larger time frame? How far have we dipped down on like a 4 hour type?
well, the thing for me is that is this. Well, I don't. I'll let me show you.
Or compare your 30-minute to a 4 hour and see how close they collaborate.
Okay, I'm gonna take this. Okay, on this chart, this is the green line. Let me take this off. Here's the 800 on this. This is the oh, this is the 30-minute. I should. Okay, here. This is this 864-minute. This is a kind of an obscure time frame, but this closes twice a day. This closes at 9:24 in the morning and then at 7 p.m. So you see this trend, look at this. Tippy top and then okay, it's like a circle. You can almost picture this as a spiral in a way, and check out the movement. You got this and that, and look at that slope, and look at this, the way this 5 is curling under. Oops, sorry, I have to take this call. I'm sorry, but check out the look at where this candle is headed, right for the 50 EMA, and then underneath is the 5 is the 50 MA, and then down here, and check where that is. I'll be right back.
What's going on, family? Just getting back in.
Yo, yo, yo.
What's going on?
Let's see if this W holds up.
The longer we stay up here, the more confident I am. I feel like if we were going to reject and make a lower low, we would have done it already. But we'll see. We're back above that SR flip, which is really back in that range is the important thing.
At what point would you say the W is invalidated when we go underneath the green line?
Well, that would be the first sign that the momentum is shifting, but technically you wouldn't invalidate until 988, which isn't necessarily a ride you would want to take. 50 is the first sign. If we lose that SR and we lose that 50 and come down into this vector, then you're probably going to hit the uptrend at the very least. But then you're just putting in, you just turn the W into a flat top ascending wedge, which basically has the same measured move. So this really isn't important that it doesn't break out now. What's important is that it doesn't break the uptrend. Right, your inverse, your flat top ascending wedge, right, would be from the bottom of the wedge to the top. And that's the same measured move as the W.
And where would you enter that trade on the second
break.
leg of the W?
Well, it depends. If you, your swing traders would play the hit of the uptrend. Your breakout traders would play the breakout of the flat top, and then your confirmation traders would wait for the breakout and the retest. So it just depends on how you wanted to trade it, what your plan was,
But no matter how you do it, entering like before wouldn't have been smart.
I mean, the smartest place to enter before is if you can enter at the uptrend, right? If you're going to play the pattern, you want to enter at the bottom of the pattern. And very best place to have bought, second best place to have bought. This would be the third best place if you get it.
Yeah, but the first one would be a bit risky, wouldn't it?
Of course, the first one's always the riskiest. Remember that with each level of confirmation of higher low, it becomes more comfortable.
But less profitable.
Yeah, because you've already given up.
Sense.
Yeah. So the third hit, I would imagine the majority of people would at that point say, okay, we found the bottom, even your conservative guys. And typically that's what you see that gets enough people involved to really get you to break and go. But yeah, the market rewards the risk takers for sure. And there's safe ways to do it, right?
This would pretty much just be a standard false move start of the week thing, right?
Yep. So far, we have what? We're almost at the end of the day, so yeah, it's 8 o'clock already. So tonight by Asia, if we haven't put in lower lows, then I'd say that our bottom is in for the week, and we'd have a 3-day up, unless something just very different happens. But market maker's been in pretty tight control so far. I mean, we literally didn't even come down halfway as far as we thought we could have if we came down into that front run zone right after freeing the trap shorts like we were talking about during the weekend. So really nothing out of the ordinary except for the speed of it.
Oh yeah, that was of course because of the China FUD.
Yeah. This should have taken a couple days to get down here, and then Monday, we'd be getting down here right now, Monday night. But now it's Monday night, and we're already back 5% up on a 7% drop. So the speed of it and the recovery were accelerated because of the FUD.
And does that change the weekly structure?
So far everything is fine. It's still Monday. We already hit our false week, our false move week beginning. We're already starting our move up. As long as we close higher by Wednesday, the structure is intact. Even if we only go up to here on Wednesday, the fact that the first direction of the week was false. It's not that this move is going to be smaller than the real move. It's that the direction is false, right? So it sets you up to get that 3-day swing in the opposite direction. We've had false move week beginnings where the 3-day up doesn't even get you back to the weekend trap.
Oh yeah.
And people are like, well, then how can you call it false if the bigger move was the one that happened Monday? And it's like, not that. Just the direction that the week is going to take. Is it going to be an up week or a down week? Monday, you're going to get a false direction. And then you'll have that 3-day move in the opposite direction.
And then on the reversal, it should keep going up. But
Well, Thursday, we'll have our midweek reversal.
But that does mean that when we go down on Monday and then we go back up until Thursday, that it goes down again, but that
No.
it goes
It
opposite
just
to
means
the
for
first
that
move.
day. It just means for Thursday, we'll reverse the direction of the week again. So in a textbook week, the midweek reversal and the false move week beginning should be in the same direction.
Oh, okay. So that would mean it would go back down again.
Yeah. The only caveat for that is that a consolidation always also counts as a reversal. If you were parabolic or you pumped aggressively Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and then Thursday you run flat, that counts as a midweek reversal.
Ah, yeah. And then we also have FOMC, which makes things also a bit more complicated, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Midweek reversals are always stronger on days where you have data points. And midweek reversal can shift from Thursday to Wednesday if the data point's strong enough. So things like FOMCs can shift you on Wednesday instead of Thursday.
Hey, Dbloc, real quick. Don't want you to stop this, but I have a quick question for you on something else.
Yeah, what's going on?
What's your thoughts on Trump official token? Seems to had a pretty good pullback for someone else looking to get entry.
I
I have zero
mean,
exposure.
it's a lot cheaper than it was. That's for sure. I have some, but it's all profits. I've already taken out my initials and all of that. I think that it can move. I mean, it's a meme coin. We've got Trump on the news literally every day. There's still a lot of volume, even though it's not the volume we were used to. Like we were looking at $3 billion worth of trading volume daily. It was crazy. But I would be careful, right? Because I think that it can be reactionary now. Like I'm worried that we get into a point where Trump says something good, pump. Trump says something bad, dump.
That's right.
That's the problem, So you gotta be careful.
That's right. When Trump starts talking about Elon's rocket for the 1000th time, we need to short that joker.
And I'm worried that they drop it. I don't like what they did with the Melania token. I'm worried that they drop another coin on us and like further dilute it.
If you're not busy, now if you trade, don't worry about it. But that Canto, man, that thing's had some good volatility the last month and a half. Like 5 rips, 3 killer rips.
Yeah, I heard you talking about it earlier. You're still trading it?
Well, I got in back in. I got in finally at 2 cent. I don't have a lot, but it got in. I think it's like Thorchain, similar. It got in at late 2022, so this is probably its first true bull market.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Let's see if we actually hold this support here real quick, and then Sha, yeah, it's the beginning of the week, right? The way that we come out of the weekend trap. The next step after the trap longs, trap shorts, weekend trap is looking for the false move. It can be in either direction though. Let's dial down here and see if we can. We're looking to lose momentum shift on the 5-minute. Remember the 50 and the 13. So price went under the 50, but our 13 hasn't crossed, so we haven't lost bullish momentum on the 5-minute time. We just need this candle to push. Give us a nice curl here on the 13 and keep us active. And dominance looks like it had a little dead cat bounce off that line that we were worried about yesterday. Hopefully it's coming back down and it'll break it this time. Come back down to earth because that was insane. If we do lose momentum here, excuse me, remember this green line is what we want to hold to remain bullish. So our support resistance flip that broke us would be right there. And the vector gaps above could be a target. But that's only if we get that momentum shift here. On the 50, excuse me. It's actually pretty significant. Or was it? Nah, Hank, I think we haven't even excuse me, started to see a true alt season yet. Quality projects are still gonna mark up the dumb valuations that just don't seem to make sense. The problem is that, you know, people have gotten kind of lazy with their alt picking, and I'm worried that they're spread a little bit too thin. Right? Because I see like more people's portfolios, I think, than most people do. And I see a lot of hope in these portfolios, like where it's like coins that did really well and they haven't been doing shit, and you can just tell you probably bought some tops, got underwater, and now you're back to break even, and you're hoping you can make something out of it or something. But all of these aren't gonna go. Unfortunately, there's only so much money. Our degen crimes, we have to pay for them. All that fun we had with memes, those 9 million memes that we pumped out fund, you know, we've got to pay for that. That means we're going to have to be a little smarter with our picks.
Dbloc, I got a friend who has like a lot of buying power, but doesn't like to trade. He just has bad luck, but wants to get back into trading. What advice would you have for him?
I would not have any advice because I don't give financial advice.
You the best.
What I would do personally is learn. If I know that I'm prone to screwing things up,
Mm-hmm.
The first thing I would do is learn stuff for myself. Like, respectfully to you, I wouldn't be asking you for what I should do or any of my friends, or like, I'd be digging in, and really trying to figure it out. Because what he's looking for is he just wants you to tell him a coin he could buy and forget about it. And then he's going to blame you when it doesn't do what you told him it was going to do.
He also wants you to tell him when to sell at the exact moment at the top.
Yeah, you better be up at 4 in the morning and have him on speed dial, because if not, you're just going to be a shit friend.
Yeah.
Okay, bet.
But get him on
And
the YouTube, bro. Get him listening to some stuff. You know what's worth trading and what's not. Keep him away from the bullshit. If you want him to be successful, keep it boring, bro.
I was just gonna say, I'm like, have him trade Bitcoin and ETH because those kind of mirror each other. And then if he really wants to go crazy, like, pick one thing that's pumping a day, and that's it.
Just keep
Assuming
him in the top 10.
okay, about
Keep him in the top 10.
He can buy some of my stuff.
I got a bag for him.
Bitcoin, Ethereum,
I hate
XRP. That's my statement.
My alts are really impatient.
Hey, we're not gonna have no shilling of blue chips in here, okay?
That's right.
Still him a 20K market cap token you own 20% of.
Hey, let's slide him that 10-year-old meme that he made. Remember that 10-year-old that came in here the other night? You can finally get that PS5.
I missed that. Did it actually do anything?
Oh man, it was great. He came in here and he was just spamming the chat. First he comes in and he's like, "Help!" exclamation, exclamation, and we're like, "What, bro?" He said, "I need money." Like, all right. I'm 10 years old. I'm 10 years old. I just made a meme coin. Buy my meme coin. It's gonna go to the moon. So I ignored him a couple times, right? He just kept doing it and kept doing it. I was like, you know what? You're gonna get my attention, bro. And you get my attention, you're gonna regret it, because I'm gonna pull up this meme coin. And I'm gonna dig into the wallets, and I'm gonna dig into the holders, and so we pulled up his little meme coin. It had $129 worth of liquidity. The 75% of it was in his wallet. I think there was like maybe 4 buyers. There was 4 buyers that were over like $2 or $3 each, and then a bunch of bots that attacked him that sniped it for pennies when he dropped it the first time. And I was like, bro, really? You're just trying to get a PS5 out of that. You're like halfway to your PS5, bro. You almost got it. It was Trumpet. I'm interested. Hold on. Now I want to see how it is. Let's see if he made it. Nobody buy this shit. I'm pulling it up just to see it. Nobody even consider buying this bullshit. I told him, I was like, bro, I will crash your entire coin right now. What are you doing?
Whose coin's that?
That kid, that 10-year-old kid.
You should wait for the PlayStation 6.
I don't
Isn't that
know.
coming out?
I'm never gonna find it because there's too many trumpets. I'm never. Oh, you know what? Maybe we can search by market cap. It's got to be the lowest market cap trumpet.
You'd be surprised.
I know, right? It's probably $12 billion right now. We're clowning the little kid.
Oh, there's a lot of DeepSeek, huh?
Yeah, there's tons all over the place.
Dbloc. Look at it, deep.
What do you guys think? Maybe DeepSeek was a LARP, and in reality, they spent much more, and it was just an attack.
Listen, brother. Listen to this. I got something for you to listen to. We covered this earlier, but people weren't. I know everybody wasn't here.
Yeah, I think I saw that too.
The Chinese labs, they have more H100s than than people think. You know,
and these are the highest powered NVIDIA
It's on
chips that they
mute,
were not
I
supposed to
think.
have.
Yes.
Can't
My
hear it.
understanding
You
is
can't hear it?
DeepSeek
I can
has
hear it.
about
I can hear it.
50,000 H100s, which
Oh,
they
okay.
can't talk
I
about
watched it
obviously because
already
it is
anyway,
against
so
the
it's
export
alright.
controls that the United States has put in place. And I think it is true that, you know, I think they
Let it
have
play
more
out.
chips than other people expect, but also on a go forward basis, they are going to be limited by the chip controls and the export controls that we have in place. You know, the Chinese
Absolute bullshit.
labs, they have more H100s than
They said that they made the announcement that they made it for 3% of what it cost using inferior chipsets and all of this because they couldn't admit that they had their hands on those NVIDIA chips because they're banned. The
So
export of them is banned.
how did they get them? Do you think they have a
Oh, they
backdoor deal
paid.
with?
Oh, they paid somebody double. You kidding me? Not only did they not do it for 3%, they did it for way more because they had to pay premium on those.
Well, I remember they made a deal on those 3080 Ti's to get the drivers where they can mine ETH on them 3080 Ti's just as good as the 3090s.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they had drivers to do that, but only they had them over there in China.
But these are those massive T100 processors from NVIDIA. Like these are the ones that all the big AI companies are using. These are the ones that Open AI uses in ChatGPT, which is why NVIDIA got priced out to the price that it got priced to, right? Like if we go to NVIDIA, not a great day to look at NVIDIA, but we go to NVIDIA, the majority of this run here, the majority of that entire run was the financial sector pricing in the fact that NVIDIA was going to sell billions of these T100s to AI companies. AI can't function without it. They're the ones that, you know, it's the mainstay. So what we saw the other day when China came out and said that they did it without NVIDIA for cheaper, faster, was it being priced out of the market. Wait a minute, they don't need NVIDIA. So all this money that we put in thinking that they were gonna, now what's gonna happen if it does come out that they did use them is the opposite, right? You're gonna see a reaction back up that says, oh shit, not only do we need NVIDIA, but even the Chinese needed NVIDIA. It'll solidify them. But we got to get some news on that quick because this could get bad. The measured move takes NVIDIA down at 86.
Wouldn't you say there's a little bit of a bubble there, Dbloc, right below there?
Yeah.
I'm like, don't
Look at
bubbles
this thing, bro.
don't, at least in the crypto, well,
I mean, the
NVIDIA's not really
difference,
crypto,
it's
but
not, there's a difference between a bubble and there's a difference between a company that found a new vertical, right? AI is a new vertical for NVIDIA that wasn't there before. So that needs to be priced in. Like what you see here is the pricing in of video games and stuff like that. This is the pricing in of AI.
Didn't they split the share? Didn't they split the share into 10?
Yeah, and there'll probably be another stock split, I imagine, in the future.
Yeah, so it's kind of technically it'd be about like $800-900 right now.
Yeah, the problem is because of price unit bias, people just don't like to buy something that's too expensive.
Right. Yeah. I mean, 2015 when I bought 980 GTX 980, it was like $580, and it's like NVIDIA stock is like $1.35. You know, just want to just kick myself. Wish I had that crazy uncle that taught me about investing. You know, I mean, it's just
yeah.
I'm praying for a $30 NVIDIA.
I like AMD graphics cards better. To me, they're like NVIDIA is better. But if you wanted to use a graphics card as a weapon, let me tell you, NVIDIA, it just busts nothing. But if you could take an AMD card, you could just slap knock somebody out because them things is like a brick.
They should put that on their page. This should be one of the features, just in case somebody breaks in your house.
Dude, I've got a 69 XT. I love that card. I mean, I got a bunch of 3090s. Well, not a lot, but That 69 XT is just to me the best built card I've got.
What do you use it for?
Well, I was using it for mining. I'm not doing nothing with it right now. I'm probably going to stick it in something and do some more grass mining because I got a couple computers. I was mining a lot, but I haven't done that in a minute.
Not bad. Yeah, I was thinking about building another PC just for mining and those airdrops and stuff like that. Because they do use a lot of power.
Yeah, I think that's an actual coin, Duck.
Coin?
I think Duck was trying to post a crypto wallet tracker, and he posted a coin called Crypto Wallet Tracker.
No, I think I just saw something. Jim Cramer said you should own Bitcoin. It's over, man.
Oh
Sell
man, don't say
everything.
that.
Yeah, it was just posted by Watcher Guru. You should own Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a great thing to have in your portfolio.
At this point, I think he's posting stuff like that just to try to get it to go lower. Because he knows.
He's fighting for entry.
He knows what people think of him. Do the opposite. The reverse Kramer.
That's trading 101 right there, ain't it?
At 360 on Sui would have been a good.
Hey, Dbloc, are we still on invite only on the getting access to Discord?
Yeah, I'll drop an invite for you.
Oh, it's for someone else.
A second.
I still got a copy of that. What was that? Encyclopedia for chop patterns. I had that on my phone. I couldn't believe it.
Thank you, Gloomy. How do you get that link, bro? My link is so busted. Every time I go to drop a link.
I'm on mobile usually, and I just click the top of this Cypher Discord and hit invite, and then copy that link and paste it.
Gotcha.
Was that Twist?
Probably.
What's up, bro?
What's up, bro?
Waiting for Grand Theft Auto to come out so I can quit my day job.
When's that coming out?
I don't really know. I rather not know because I feel like it takes like years for that thing to come out. I think sometime within the next 6 months, though. I think.
It'll be what, 6?
Missions for Bitcoin. Here we come.
Release date. Late 2025.
Yeah, they always take forever.
Joe, I just sent you one. You should be able to copy and paste that and send it to your friend.
Yeah, I got it. Appreciate it.
No problem, brother.
We coming out this year, but for PC 2027, that's crazy.
Freeman.
Oh, you
Welcome to the
gotta just
fam,
get it on
Freeman.
PlayStation.
Yeah. PlayStation and Xbox Series X. I was thinking about my neighbor wants to get rid of his PlayStation. I almost bought it the other day.
I've been an
It's def-
Xbox kid my whole life, so I love my Series X.
That's the last one I had was Xbox.
At this point, there isn't much of a difference. The difference is the community, and now all the games are cross-play, so it doesn't even matter anymore. Like before, if you started playing on an Xbox, you stayed on Xbox because your friends were on Xbox, you know? And then if you started gaming a little bit later when PS5 actually became something worth playing, because PS5 was trash before when it came to multiplayer, then your friends are all on PS5.
I just got a PlayStation. I feel like it's a little bit better. The graphics are a little bit better, and it can handle like Call of Duty way better. My Xbox was lagging on Call of Duty, but I also don't have
What
wired
Xbox
internet.
did you have?
I had not the big box shape one, but like the one right below that.
The S.
I think so.
That's why I can handle it better. It's more powerful.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't the box one. I would remember it because that one looks cool.
The big box shape one, yeah.
Yeah, that one looks hella cool. Yeah, I
I'm not
didn't
gonna
have that
lie, I
one.
do like, yeah, it looks good in the setup. So I had a homeboy. Let me. This is a little. I probably shouldn't even tell this story. He's not listening though.
You can tell it.
This is a story about what it's like when. So my homeboy's a hustler, right? He's always trying to jump on the next thing, but he's like really impulsive, you know. So that Xbox came out, the big box one, the one that sticks straight up that has the holes on top and the fan comes out of the top, right? It's a little like concave shaped thing, air comes up. So when the Xbox first dropped, somebody made a video of the Series X with a ping pong ball floating, and the air coming out of the fan had the ping pong ball floating in the air. But it was it wasn't a real video, right? It was like a fake video. This man ordered 100,000 Xbox labeled ping pong balls from China, and he was gonna get rich on Xbox Series X floating ping pong balls. I make fun of this man to this day. He's got boxes of this shit in his garage still. It's like, so if anybody needs ping pong balls with an Xbox One logo on it or whatever, that's your guy. But literally, from the time that we watched the video, by that night he had already ordered them. The next day, everybody found out the video was fake. These things were already on the way.
I'm fucking dead.
It's so funny, bro. And he's had a number of these. This is the type of guy that gets into meme coins and just loses everything, right? Just goes after every new thing that comes out. But every time he calls me and tries to get me involved with one of his scams, I'm like, bro, how are those ping pong balls going? Like, you almost, what if I would have went in on you with the ping pong balls? We'd be looking sick right now.
You know how much money he spent?
It probably wasn't that much, but it's too much to just waste. You know what I mean? He definitely, I mean, didn't just buy 100, like test it out. Buy 100, put them on marketplace, see how they sell. Like, nah. He wanted to corner the he wanted to corner the market. No problem, George.
Yo, what do you think about footprint charts? Do you use them?
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to know when orders are being spoofed or not. Exo charts are also good. You know, TradingView has a footprint now. It didn't used to. Somebody's got an open mic with me in the background.
Hear it. You hear the echo.
So you've got built-in volume footprint now on TradingView, which is cool. It was a paid service for a while. But you're just looking for areas of interest, right? Large sell-off areas. You're watching your point of control or your white box, right, to see if you're gaining or losing. You just go up to your regular candles up here, click on that arrow, and there's a whole bunch of different candles that you can use. Footprint, volume session profile, TPO. So TPO works a little different. TPO lets you know how much time price spent at a certain price point. Right? It starts with A, and then as time goes by, you go to B, C, D, E, F, G. But it lets you know how long it's spent at a certain price point. So that's your point of control, basically. So that tells you it spent the most time here, but it didn't get here in the beginning, right? It didn't start there. And this is what a complete TPO looks like once it plays out. A bunch of different tools that tell you the same thing. This is what I mean by analysis paralysis, right? Like, yeah, I could use the TPO, but I can get that information much quicker and a lot easier to explain, put it that way, to people too, right? Because you really want to look like a magician. You just slap all this shit on the screen and then put up some targets. Don't tell anybody how you got there and be like, tune in next time. You know?
Only $500 a month.
Yeah, basically. But most of it's unnecessary. That's like when I say I get into some high level nerd shit. It's just me sort of like geeking out on symmetries and stuff like that. Mine's holding pretty strong for the day that it had. Yeah, moonshine. There's a million different kinds. It's like I don't know how many different ways you need to find your point of control when the point of control is just a point of control. But
Yeah.
do I use Elliott waves? No, I don't. I know people that use them effectively. I know way more people that use them incorrectly. Personally, no offense to Elliott traders, but I find them to be more explanatory than predictive. Right? Really good at going to a price action that already occurred and explaining why it happened, but not great when it comes to predicting future price. The thing is that it's too subjective, right? To properly do Elliott waves, there's math involved. Right? You've got to make sure that your angles are a certain percent. The amount of people that I see just A-B-C'ing it. Yeah. But if you want to get into Elliott waves, yeah, make sure that you go to somebody who's really, really into Elliott waves and don't break the rules. Right? Because you shouldn't be able to find Elliott waves everywhere. And even by Elliott's words himself, they're rare, and that's what makes them so powerful. Right? So when you start to see Elliott everywhere, you know that you're starting to bend some rules. Guys are gonna get me in trouble with the Elliott waves traders. You always get in trouble with Elliott wave guys. You're about to wake Zeusy up.
So just to get back to vector candles, they show tick volume delta, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah. Yeah. It shows you
And
the
that
amount
means
of
how
tick.
many times did price change in one candle, right?
Exactly. Yeah. How many pips changed within the candle, or the smallest integer possible, right? And the reason that we use them as fingerprints is because the only time that you can get such an, because remember, it's 200% the last 10 candles. So that's a clear sign that market makers in not only matching orders, but setting counter trades. We also get vector candles during extreme parabolic movements. You know, because people are like, well, you know, you leave those you leave those green vectors that get left on the way up that don't get recovered. They create imbalances. Whether the market maker decides to match those orders or not, the tick volume is so much that they go green, right? They'll print vectors. We come back during the bear market to get those, not because they're vectors that the market maker left, but because those vectors left imbalances that need to be recovered. But for the most part, those vectors are just left by increased volume. Right? So much money comes in that price is just moving parabolically compared to what it was. So the first one or two big vectors that you see on like the weekly are usually just due to price action. And it gets people in trouble because they're like, well, those vectors have to recover. Like, well, not if they weren't left by the market maker. Right? So if you got increased inflows and you got severe volume candles, then you know chances are those were just left by regular volume.
But just to have a better understanding, like what does the change of price have to do with the market maker entering a position? Like how can I
so
understand the
if you want to
correlation?
go if you want to buy somebody has to sell to you.
Yeah.
Right. If there's no liquidity and there's nobody to buy, I mean, there's nobody to sell to you, then price won't move. So just the decision to provide liquidity or not provide liquidity moves price. The decision to stop providing liquidity stops price.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? So it's like control by. It's almost like the Fed. You know, they've only got a certain number of tools that they can use. They can either raise rates, lower rates, or they can print money. Like with market maker, they can either decide to match a trade or not match a trade. Right? Or if a whale comes in to do something, they can decide to stop it because it doesn't fit the program, or they can just put their hands up and let it happen. That's the only real control that market maker has over the market. But that's significant, right? Because they have all our order flow. So the choices that they make, and us knowing that it's a for-profit business, right? They're not in it to lose money. Then we can make calculations based off of that, including all our other tools that let us know what the most probable outcome is going to be. Because when in doubt, we bet on greed at the end of the day.
And so when they say, when they decide to not provide liquidity, and then you see it still goes up, but that means it's coming from the order book.
They had to hit the order book. They were forced to hit the order book. So most times, unless there's a target that really needs to get, unless market makers fighting against sentiment and there's a target that they need to hit, they won't match those orders. They'll let the orders come off the order book. But if they want to start a party, or if they want to signal to the market that something has changed here, right? Like notice every move up that we've had has been green vector, green vector, green vector. Right? He's facilitating the move up by providing the liquidity. Problem is that sometimes there's nothing to go get on the books. You know, at that point, the market would be completely stagnant if the market maker didn't step in. Or you'd have to deal with tons of slippage, and it just wouldn't be functional, right? It wouldn't be as liquid as it is.
But so when they don't provide liquidity and it still goes up, price moves less in one candle?
Yeah, you wouldn't expect to see it to be a sustained move. Not even that it moves less, but you don't see very many green parabolic candles that the market maker isn't a part of. Right? You'll see it. You'll see small spurts. But I mean, you'd be really hard pressed to find a parabolic candle that the market maker isn't a part of. Here's an example. Right? Stopping volume candle. Big dump off, stopping volume candle, trapped shorts. Let the market do whatever it wanted to do at that point. We didn't see another candle until Asia, when Asian market makers came. But you don't see many of them. You know when you do see many, when you do see a lot of them? You're in the bear market. When the market maker's intention isn't to go up. Right? If you just look at what market makers doing here. Red vectors. Red vectors. Look at all the uptakes. No green vectors on any of the uptakes. Market maker does not want this price to go up here. It's good. He won't stop it. Right? Doesn't have the power to stop it. But he has the power to not provide liquidity and let it roll over. And then more red vectors. Until you finally start to see the attempts to stop. Now they can't just slam the brakes because at this point they've freaked the market out. Right? So it's not like they can just stop it on a dime, but you see the first attempts to stop price. Until it eventually catches.
I want to get in right there. Yeah, see that because we've seen that pattern last 3 weeks, kind of similar.
Yep. Yeah, if you guys been here for a while, we've watched these weekend traps play out for over a year now.
This stuff just blows my mind, man. It's so interesting how most people don't even know what these vector candles are. Like they haven't even heard about it.
Yeah. I mean, even if you took out the vectors, literally just being aware of the weekly pattern is an edge that a lot of people don't have. It really changes when you look at it as a business. Like when you get out of that idea that the market maker is some sort of spooky whale that just wants to, like, you know, wreck you and see you poor and take all your money. Realizing, no, it's a business. You know, like, this man just lend you money to make the play you wanted to play. How's he supposed to get that back? Or do you think this is a charity? And if you know that he has to be paid back and you know that his payment is where your entry was, then why aren't you taking profit after somebody just lend you money and you had a successful trade? And then you end up being the person to pay him back. And then you're like, well, that was a waste of time. Or worse, you get liquidated, you know, because you end up. So the trick is, remember that the market maker has to be paid, but know that you don't have to be the one to pay him. And try not to trade against him. Right? If the market maker is setting vectors all the way down on this drop, from the beginning of the drop felt the need to start building longs, then maybe don't look for 70K right now. You know what I mean?
No 70K, not yet. Although when the bear market comes, before we went to the upside, we wicked down to 49K and then we kind of 3 weeks later took off.
Yeah.
I'm going to remember that 49K because of that.
So this cycle is right on timing. Let me see if I can pull up a quick chart real quick. I always lose this chart, but that's not it. Hold on. Price prediction moving. No. There we go. Not it though. Price after halving. I'm not gonna upgrade, bro. Oh, you want me to log in? Hold on. All these fake ass Web 2 companies, I swear to God. Web 2 wanna be Web 3. I apologize for the flashbang. That was unexpected. Give me a second. I'll find it. I've got it on another chart. But no, I think we're right on time. We were left translated when we broke all-time highs, but we made up for that timing already. What's good, Mike? I mean, Pi Cycle is one of the things that I watch, but it's just one of the handful of indicators I use to try to find the top.
I got shilled this Bitcoin top indicator by Loge. Have you heard about it?
No.
It's also like an aggregate of different ones. CVDD, net unrealized profit loss, market value, realized value, QL multiple, halving seasonality index, and all kind of other stuff. Haven't really looked into it, but all it predicted the tops perfectly. Probably
Yeah.
similar to the CVBI, like an aggregate of
Yeah, yeah.
different indicators.
All right, so here's that. Here's our performance after halving. All right, so when you ask where we are according to the cycle that we're following the most closely is 2016.
Yeah, did a nice bounce off of 101.34, and then it bounced off a good off the VWAP off the 1 minute to the upside.
Yeah. You notice both of these cycles topped out at the same time. 2016 and 2020 topped out within a week of each other. Right. 2000 and I shouldn't say top that. I should say our mid-cycle retracement at the end. And then look, we came all the way down, 50% drop in 2020. That's the drop we all remember, right? But 2016 had a similar low. And then that final blow off top in 2016, again, we top out right around the same time. And then, yeah, bear market vibes. But yeah, we're not ahead or behind right now. We're right on track.
We're the orange?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Okay, then.
Yep. And if you notice, each market has had diminishing returns from the one before, obviously, right? Look at this was our first one. That was just craziness up and to the right. And then a big gap between that and our second, which was the pink one. Right? At no time did the pink go over the blue. So at no time did that market outperform the first one. And then you look at green. It wasn't that big of a drop from pink, right? Like if we just get rid of this current market, green isn't that big of a diminished return from pink. And we came close to touching, but we didn't outperform. And then you look at our market now. So at this point, we're really close to the performance that we had 2016.
And 2021.
Yeah, very, very close. Like if you just take everything off, like literally. Yeah. And that comes next.
So by that, possibly, you hear people start talking about doom and gloom.
August, September, October, I'm out, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that for me is here. August, September, October. I'm gone. After September, I think everything goes to shit. I wouldn't want to be holding any alts. I mean, there are, don't get me wrong, some alts will push after Bitcoin tops out. They're more speculative ones, right? The ones that people are degenerating on. But out of the out of the what? Let me see, because every day the number changes. You see exactly what we're at today. It actually did go up by 1 million coins. Out of the 10.5 million coins that we have in crypto, 6 of which came from pumped out fund. Yeah, good luck picking the handful that run after Bitcoin tops. Right? It's going to be like a handful, and maybe 15 of them. Unless you're super nice like that, I wouldn't risk the money that I just made in the bull market going for it. If you're in projects that still happen to be running, that's different, right? But to get into something brand new, I mean, at that point, who cares? You got a bunch of money in your pocket. Just know that you're risking double dipping into the market after you take profits at the very top is really dangerous because those red candles come hot and heavy, and you're not used to seeing that after being in a bull market for the last 3 years. Kevin, at times like that, you just gotta sit and watch the charts for a bit, brother. That happens to me if I go on vacation. That feeling of every time you buy something, it goes down. Every time you sell something, it goes up. It just means you're out of sync with the market. It's like you're dancing with, you're dancing with a partner and you're stepping on her toes. You're good, bro. Everybody feels like that. The amount of people that I've had convinced that somebody is watching their trades and like specifically pointing them out, they're like, no, you don't understand, bro. It's every single time I make a trade and the second I buy it goes down. I know they're targeting me, and it's like it doesn't work like that. You're just trading off the same emotions that the retail traders are trading off of. So everybody's, yeah. That starts to change once you start to do the opposite of what you feel. The scary stat, yo. 85% of traders get to the top of the bull market at break even or underwater.
That's horrible.
You know how scary that is to think? It's a bit of a weighted stat because the majority of traders that get wrecked come in at the very end. But there are some traders that pick the wrong coins and they were here for the entire run, and maybe they'll break even, maybe they'll 1x. Maybe they'll get a 2x out of it, but
Or maybe they were just degens.
yeah, exactly. You made a good amount of money and you just lost it all by the time you got to the end of the bull market. That's a thing too. But knowing that means that we can't do what 90% are doing, right? Like we have to figure out what the 90% are doing, and we have to avoid those people like the plague.
Yes, sir.
That's why sentiment is so important. One of the main things that I see left out of some of the YouTubes that I watch, that I check out from time to time, is psychology. Trading psychology doesn't get talked about a lot at all. And not just, you hear people talk about trading psychology like, don't put more money than you can afford to lose, so you're not stressed out. I don't mean that. I mean the psychology of the people trading against you. Right? This is PvP.
Yep.
So I don't see a lot of people really put thought into counter trading the psychology of the people that are trading against you, which is a really important part, right? What motivates people to hit that buy button and hit that sell button?
So, like the beginning of the pattern, it's the beginning of Big Brother, and at the end of the pattern, there's only one left.
It's like Squid Games, baby. It was so funny that Squid Game meme came out, and I was like, "This is gonna end badly." I don't even have to know the future to know this is gonna end badly.
I just need to watch the show.
Yeah. Yeah, we can go over the 5-minute scalping strategy. I mean, we're ranging right now, so it's the absolute worst time to use that strategy. Any strategy in the world does not work during a ranging market. Unless you've got a range that's big enough to play, it's impossible to trade momentum in like a ranging market. But it does let you catch the momentum, right? Even if it means that you have to do a couple of trades before it actually sticks. So in this case specifically, we'll start from the top. So you're in this trade, you're trying to figure out when it's time to get out. Let me go to the 5-minute. Excuse me. You're in this trade, you're trying to figure out when it's time to get out. First, we'll bring it back to when you got in, or we'll come even back to when. So 13 EMA crosses the 50 here. Right? You wait for one candle of confirmation. As soon as that confirms, you're either taking profits or you're going short. Right. So the main focus of this strategy is to avoid fake outs and to keep you in trades long enough. The orange one is the 13 EMA. Right. So you would exit your position or you would enter your short there. And you don't get out until the 13 crosses back over. Now, this is for people who literally have no tools. Right? We have the tools to know if you get bottom wicks like this that it's a good idea to exit a short, right? The more advanced people. We're talking about brand new, never been to crypto, just need something to be able to make some money sort of strategy. So your entrance to that short would have been there, or your take profit would have been there, and you would have re-entered your trade here, or you would have took profit on your short there, right? Winning trade, and you also get the compound if you're just on spot. So this is your entry now for long. 13 crossed over, one candle of confirmation, you get in the game. You're riding it until your 13 crosses. You see how somebody asked me the other day, why can't you just trade the 50 EMA? Like, wouldn't it be simpler to just trade the 50? You see how price breaks the 50 here and fakes out? You see how far away the 13 was from the 50? You weren't even considering taking profits here yet. Price comes back up, another fake out. You're still in the trade, still in the trade, still in the trade. This is where you got your signal to get out. Right? So your exit's there. Winning trade. Now you're short. Mind you, if you are using this because you're brand new, just ignore the short part. This is when you're taking profits. You guys are trading leverage, you're a little more experienced. This is where you short. And you stay in that short until the 13 crosses the 50 again. Right? So look, you had a fake out here. A lot of people would have probably exited their shorts here. But you're not worried because your 13 didn't cross the 50, right? Still in, another fake out here. Ignore that, still in. Everybody else is getting shaken out of their shorts.
That would have been a very juicy trade.
Yeah, and you're riding that trade all the way down, still not worried, still not worried. Right here, you get a little worried. Boop, nope, nothing to worry about. Still printing, still printing, still printing. Now, do we have tools that could tell us that this was the right time to take profit on the short? Yeah. Yeah. If you had none of the tools and you were forced to take profit here when you got the signal, would you be mad? Hell no. You just had a hell of a trade. Not only that, but now you flip long. Right? 13 crossed, one candle of confirmation. Now you flip long. Riding, this thing comes down, shakes everybody out. People sell off. You're not worried. That's the last hit. You're out at this level. or actually a little bit lower because you have to wait for that one candle of confirmation, but you're still above your entry, right? It's about not losing your capital, and it's about staying in a trade as long as you can, not getting shaken out of the trade because of a fake out. Another quick short here, back into a long when the 13 crosses, riding it all the way up, riding it all the way up, all the way up, all the way up. 13 crossed here. Your one candle of confirmation went back over, so you wouldn't have got out of that trade. Even if you got out of the trade by mistake, crossing back over would have got you back in. EMAs. Your 50 and your 13 EMA are the most important for that strategy.
You just broke down the sauce right there, man. I'm telling you. You just
And
broke it on down.
that's just basic momentum trading, right? That's just basic momentum trading. Now, your stop loss, what you would do, it's a good question. So once you're in the trade, right, and you're pulling up, your stop loss is built in, right? Because your stop loss is when that 13 crosses a 50. Now, what you can do to lock things in, because it's like what basically happens is you're turning your 50 EMA into a trailing stop loss. The higher you go, the higher the 50 goes. Right? But what I like to do is when we pop up and we come down and we test that 50, when we have our fake outs and we move up again, then I grab my stop loss that was down here, right? If you're going to get in on the 50, on the break of the 50, your stop loss would be underneath the bottom wicks. Right? So let's say your original stop loss was right there. Once we get up here and we come down and avoid that 50 and start pushing again, then I'm moving my stop loss up to here. I'm locking in these gains. No matter what happens now, these gains have been locked in. And then once we come up and we make another bottom and pull up, then I'll move my stop loss up even a little bit further. Right? That way, instead of taking the profits and having the money out of the position, you're locking in the gains by moving up your stop loss, but your trade is still moving with the full weight of your position behind it. But you've got to be strict, and you can never move this stop loss down. You can never convince yourself once you move it that it's a good idea to go back to here. Because you're just one step away from saying it's a good idea to move back to here, and then before you know it, you're back at break even. Right? The point of the stop loss is to lock in those gains.
Yes, sir.
And before you know it, you increase leverage.
Yeah, no, you don't. You don't want to get crazy. You guys don't even want to hear my leverage trading strategy because if I was to explain to you, you'd be like, yeah, it's a good thing you stopped. The good thing you stopped. You were doing too much. I had a super aggressive leverage strategy.
What was your what kind of leverage did you pick?
Well, I always started off slow, right? I was always smart enough to start slow. And it's not, you know what, it's aggressive, but it's not dangerous. But it is aggressive. So what I would do was, let's say I wanted to swing at this stopping volume candle here, right? I would come in and I would go like a 3x. Right? The second we came here and held support and broke that 50, I moved my stop loss up and I'm increasing it to 6x. Once we get over the 50 EMA and hold support, moving my stop loss up, I'm at 12x now. Come up, hold support, pull over, move my stop loss up, I'm probably somewhere around 25x. And keep doing that until stop loss gets hit.
That's what I'm talking about.
So you're basically increasing the leverage as your thesis plays out and squeezing as much as you can by increasing the leverage out of the smaller pushes that are at the top while still locking in your gains.
So it's a bit similar to the strategy you were telling me for shorting the top, right? Like increasing leverage
Yeah.
the more you get in profit. But I was thinking if you just leave it low and you don't move your stop loss as much, isn't that safer? Because then your stop loss just doesn't get hit.
It's
Like on the
safer,
long
but
time.
we have the tools to know once price has gotten out of the realm of probability.
Yeah.
Right? So like you can do this on a weekly time frame. You know, where after Bitcoin has its first dead cat bounce and then rolls over, and now you can move, now you've got some room. Now you can increase your leverage because you've got a bubble. That'll bring your
And you
stop loss down a little bit, but it's still not in the range of something that's in danger of getting hit. Right? You don't want to
like
get
you
too
would
aggressive with it, but you can keep scooting down and increasing leverage.
you would just move it like slightly above where it bounced.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
when you know you're in a downtrend, it's super unlikely that it
Bro,
goes above that.
you could even, you could do it 4 or 5 weekly ATRs away from the top of that and stay super safe.
Yeah.
You know, the point is that as the trade is accelerating, you're increasing your leverage into certainty, right? Where at the beginning where you were uncertain, your risk management had you at a smaller leverage. Now, as far as the cycle goes, the more certainty you have that this is truly the rolling over and that we've got months and months of this ahead of us, then now you can start increasing your leverage. I just hate when people go 50x off a bottom and it's like, you must really know what's going to happen right now. Like,
Or you're just shooting and you know that you're gonna miss a couple times.
yeah, but it costs you. Like, that's disrespectful to money. I hate that term, use money that you can afford to lose. I hate that term. There should be no money that you can afford to lose. None of it.
I agree.
None of it. I look at it like use money that's meant to make you money. That's how you should look at it. Only use money that money's only job is to make you more money. If that money's job is to pay the rent, buy food, buy the kids clothes, don't use that money. But that money that you have has a job. And once you know that money has a job, then you'll respect those losses. I don't know about you, but I can't afford to lose any money that's meant to make me money.
No,
But
no
when you look
way.
at it the other way and you're like, oh, it's money that I can afford to lose, it's throwaway money, it's gamble money, like you've already written that off. That's just disrespectful to your money.
Yeah, that's just gambling then.
I'm guilty, but I'm gonna do better.
We all
Yeah,
are,
I've done
man.
that before.
We all are.
Especially with like the house money effect when you win a good trade and you're in profits.
The ego kicks
I've
in
heard
and
of
you're like, fuck it, my stop loss is entry. Like, nah,
yeah,
bro,
I've
come on.
heard
We
I've heard a
can do
lot of
better than
people
that.
say like when you make a good profit, then just step away because otherwise you'll just be reckless with your money.
I do. And I guess maybe my ego can't take me saying you're gonna fuck it up if you stay here. So what I tell myself is the market wants it back. You just hit a big lick
It's the market
and
makers,
the market wants that money back. And if you throw it in, you're gonna give it back.
and you're the sucker who's paying the market maker.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So
Yep.
what exactly happened today? We just wanted to do that final dump before we all
It was
moved,
All
and
smooth week
everybody.
beginning, guys. I was saying it all day yesterday.
it was China, bro. Didn't you see the news?
I did. I caught like a glimpse of it, but I was like, I wasn't gonna make any moves, and then I guess we were like basically recovered except for some altcoins. So
Yeah, yeah. Dominance is taking a little ride down. We haven't gotten out of the danger zone yet on Dom. But as far as Bitcoin, we dropped 6% or 7%. We made back 5% of it. So just another false move week beginning, followed by some FUD and a macro support. My favorite. I haven't even opened Twitter today because I don't even want to deal with the coping that's going on Twitter right now. The sky was literally falling yesterday. And then today everybody's like, well, didn't you guys have an umbrella? Like, why didn't you guys have an umbrella? Now we could just get out of this W pattern and dig into some of these liquidations. That'd be nice. I know market maker has to be itching to get this CME gap taken care of.
Did the bull run still confirm then? Or did we cancel that now?
I hope not, because I'm running out of money. I can't just keep buying every time somebody says the bull market's canceled. Every time somebody says the bull market is canceled, I pick up my phone and call somebody that owes me money.
I have the lowest amount of dry powder that I've had in a while. I can tell you that.
That's good though. That's
Yeah.
where you should be after a day like yesterday. Shooters gotta shoot.
Yeah, that's another bounce off of VWAP on the 1 minute. We're gonna get it again.
Yeah, it's gonna be up to UK again here. We're in Asian session. We're putting it on Asian box. At least it's a more typical Asian box. Remember I said the Asian box is usually 1 to 2%. So I'm pretty sure if we cut our sessions, yeah, so we'll hold this range and then UK might be what comes and breaks us out. We'll draw another Asian box once it's done. But the fact that we're holding after that day we had, with the news we had, with the day that Legacy had today, is we might as well be pumping, right? Like, it's just as bullish as if we were pumping under regular circumstances. I don't know. Everybody was worried about FOMC. Remember the big talk last week was, why would the Fed have to cut? Everything is going so good. The Fed has absolutely no pressure to cut right now. Don't. Enter Chinese. Enter Chinese AI. Nasdaq takes a shit. Nvidia takes a shit. There's some pressure right now. There's some pressure to sustain the market right now that we didn't have a week ago.
Pretty crazy to think that like XRP went down like 260 and then bounces back. You know, the whole for 5 years, it's sat at 40 some cents, you know.
Yeah, used to it not moving. Yeah.
40 cents in a day, man. Yeah, it's like crazy.
Matt. It's all good, bro. I've been called worse. I'm trying, Matt. I'm trying. Matt's gonna make me go back to the gym, y'all.
Can you check out that indicator I posted in the chat of the stream?
Yeah, let me see.
Yeah, I like that 5-minute indicator. I use it, and it's a winner.
I mean, just go back to your last trade. Go back to your last 5 trades and put on your EMAs and just keep in consideration what I was saying. And just ask yourself if you would have stayed in the trade longer, or if maybe you wouldn't have got faked out if you would have got in earlier, and just sort of back test it with your, with your current trades.
Oh, I have, and in the chart, and that, and like also the 21 over to 200, that too, because of like for like if I got both of those going on at the same time and I entered low at like a liquidity swing, like I entered real low,
Yeah.
and all that's going on to the upside, yeah, that's like okay, I can for sure need to stay in this longer.
So the low time frame 50 EMA strategy has a bunch of different sort of variations, right? People will use different numbers. People will use the 21, people will use the 3, people will use. In my back testing that I've done to try to figure out, my goal was to find out the time frame and the EMA stack that gave you the least amount of fake outs. Like you can't do anything during when you're ranging like this. This is when I say that no strategy works during a range except for literally just playing the actual range, buying the bottom, selling the top. The amount of fake out signals that you get, right? Because the EMAs are curling up. It's a bad time to use that strategy here. It would still make you money, right? You're still not gonna lose, or if you do lose, it'll be at a break even, right? For the most part, maybe slightly underneath. But these aren't the. There's no chance of this really taking off and really making a move here. Right? It's not to where until the volatility gets so tight, right? Like if you see how the cloud around the EMA got really, really tight here. It's basically like your Bollinger Bands. Once that volatility starts to expand, that's when you catch those moves. The good thing about the trade is if you're sitting in front of your computer all day, you can swing at this. Right? You're just sitting in front of the computer. You get the signal, you buy. You get the signal, you sell. Who cares if you got to buy again in, an hour and a half or 10 minutes? Well, you're trading, right? You're working daily. It's your daily job. You're sitting here working and grinding. And then one of them is going to go. And in that one that goes, it makes up for the, for the day that you spent swinging at it. But what we want is high volatility, big swings, right? That's when you can really make good money. Right, like just looking at it here, it'd be the problem that leverage traders have using this strategy is that they're using too high leverage, right? So they can't absorb some of these drops.
Oh, we can absorb them. We get absorbed.
All right, we're testing that 200 EMA here. Give me a second, guys. I gotta go take care of grandma real quick.
Like I remember when Nvidia bought out ARM, ARM. It was a company in Europe. I think it was in Europe, but I think China tried to put a stop to that or get something done where it tried to block Nvidia from purchasing ARM. I'd like to say that was 4.5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Discord, I'll be back. I gotta go take care of Grandma G Block. I'll be back to map out agent session though.
10-4 on that. Be careful.
Jane Daniels is the GOAT. New iMan trading video just dropped.
Venice token is really hot now. That thing hit over $1 billion in its first day. On a bunch of exchanges now.
Hey BJ, are you still on?
Yeah, Dbloc. I think this token already got listed on Coinbase as well. It's on Base. It runs on Base.
Bull run is back on. Yeet. Everybody sleeping?
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sleep, but
I thought about sleeping.
5:30.
I gotta get up early tomorrow too, but I'm like, I took a nap earlier, like a little, just tiny one, but it wasn't long enough.
Well, I ended up getting drunk with a couple of the touring guys for Rolling Stones and Pink Floyd and uh, Jelly Roll. So it's been I need my sleep. But yay, bull market, let's go.
Until tomorrow morning when the market opens, and then it'll ruin it all again.
It comes and goes, you know. Happy though. Happy to see it making good numbers.
'Tis the season. I'm hoping by like April we are just cruising, but who knows? If we can just have a big season overall instead of it just being alt season, just maybe just money pours in everywhere and everybody just goes crazy.
I do think that we won't see an alt season like last time where just everything pumps because there's just way too many coins. I mean, I would love it, but
No, I mean, yeah, there are definitely way too many, but I'm hoping that the way the preview, I would call it, with some of the core stuff pumping, or blue chips or whatever you want to call it. But I don't know how great. I mean, I know the whole hype is the meme, pump and dump memes and everything else. I just don't see that lasting a long time.
yeah, there's just too many memes. But I mean, we had a preview last year in like February, March. That was good.
Yeah, if your coins pump during that time, then you should be good. I think.
I still see memes pumping a lot, but just not all of them. There's just too many scams and rugs.
Here goes Soul.
You have a position in Soul right now?
I'm trying to catch a retracement, but not currently, other than spot. Yeah, I had an order for Bitcoin at like 9,700, like right at the point of control, going pocket, and they front ran it by like 0.5%. And if we're going off of the weekly cycle, then it doesn't look like it's going to come back down this week, or if
Yeah.
at all.
Maybe and wait. So you didn't open it before the big dip?
I did, but it just didn't come down far enough.
Didn't it go to? Oh yeah, it went to 97.6. Oh yeah, unlucky.
Yeah, well, if I get front ran, then I know my spot positions are gonna do well. Like if I get front ran, then that means there's something coming.
I should have bought a little bit more XRP, man. That 20% run, or over 20%, I think today.
Yeah, that thing bounces hard.
XRP just proved everyone wrong, man. That's so funny.
Oh, I know, dude. It's like everybody talking about it now and everything else, and it's like from 260 something to 314 now or something.
Did you see that post? Elon is getting involved. I don't know if it's true, but
I don't know if it's true or not,
Elon?
but
Where was it posted?
it was people said it was posted it and then deleted it, and then they confirmed it was posted and deleted with Grok. But there's like no for it to be up for 20 seconds and not one single screenshot or nothing. I don't know. I mean, I could see it being something. He likes the letter X, but who knows?
Yeah, he does.
yeah,
XRP. I heard he used to
this
be.
screenshot
I
in
heard
the chat.
Elon was one of the original ones in XRP, part of the PayPal mafia, right? They go way back.
Point of I think the good thing is though is like for it to be holding up over $3, and it bounced back. It's a good sign because everybody looked for XRP, just run and dump, and it's been holding its own.
Everyone's selling that XRP to buy that Trump. Let's go, baby.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Shouldn't you be at the Eagles game?
Or the dead birds?
Yeah, the dead birds. Go Commanders. Were you at the game, Drew?
Nah, man, I got more important stuff to do than watch us suckers throw around a pigskin.
Yeah, I was. I'm in Philly. I didn't go to the game, but I heard a lot of gunshots. Let's just say that.
Are you still in the Solana meme trenches, Drew?
Right now I'm in Trump. Balls deep, baby. Let's go.
Yeah.
Donald Pump.
I believe in Le Trumpus.
The rotations on Sol are just getting so quick. It's not easy to trade those memes right now.
I've been
I feel
buying
like
any.
we need to get ace season.
I've just been scooping anything under 30 on Trump. That's all I've been doing. Above 30, selling every now and then, just a little bit, but buying under 30, selling over 30. But I'm still accumulating mostly because right now I doubled my bag in the last week, so that's pretty good. Not even the last 3 days, actually. I've doubled my bag.
Nice.
But yeah, it's one of those either make it or break it plays. It's not too much. It's a coin toss, flip of a coin. It's either gonna, I don't think it's gonna just go sideways. It's either gonna pump tremendously or dump tremendously.
We always buy it back, man, and then freaking 9:30 tomorrow morning, it'll be a freaking catastrophe.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that someone's going to start burning a little bit. I've seen this one burn wallet address, so people are burning a little bit just for the hell of it, I guess. But maybe I'll throw some in the burn wallet too. But yeah, I mean, there's money circulating. It's good, It's like you were saying, XRP, man. It's been moving nice. So many things have had so many, I'd say so much velocity, not just volatility, but a lot of velocity.
No, I'm with you on that for sure. I mean, they say, I think historically February has been a good month for crypto in general. So I'm kind of like waiting to see if ETH does something. Probably just like everybody else, but I mean, I'm not looking forward, or not forward, but I'm not looking for like the it's got to be alt season or whatever else, because I have a little diverse portfolio, so I just like seeing dollars coming in and then make moves on some of this. Any day you can 10 or 20%, pretty sweet.
Is that first W invalidated and we're going off the second W's measured move?
Are you talking about Dbloc's chart on Bitcoin?
Yeah, that's the one I was looking at. It made a
It made
W,
a
broke
higher,
out.
made a higher low, so it is kind of like a W, but it's also a higher low.
Okay.
So it's not a perfect W, but it's W-ish. I would say it's more of a higher low than a W.
Okay.
But I don't know what time frame is he on right now.
I can't tell.
Yeah.
He's usually on the 15-minute.
Yeah, it's 5 minute.
Yeah, that's 5 minute. Yep. You see it. It's the 5.
You also have what else could that be? It's not a cup and handle because it's coming off a down. It's a rising wedge a little bit.
You heard anything about this Venice AI? True.
No.
It came out today.
I've been so out of the loop on stuff. That's why I'm like just bought the most generic thing that I'm like, all right, maybe this will pump because Trump, I'm like, I haven't done any research on anything lately.
It dropped today and
I saw
went
Venice
quick.
AI. It's crazy. It's gonna get
Oh yeah, I
listed
saw
like
Venice on Coinbase that it got listed,
It already got listed on a bunch of places.
but I don't know anything about it.
You all after it dropped, it reached what, over $1 billion market cap, fully diluted. Big long.
I think it's yeah, it's like 70% or something is locked. So, but I think the guy who runs it is a billionaire apparently.
Yeah, what's his name? Something Voorhees, like what the hell's his name? I guess they're saying like all these AI agents, they're gonna have to use it. So, I don't know.
Trump's going to be president for 4 years, hopefully, if he watches his back and everything. This thing, I think, is going to have, I'm looking at least $100. It's at $30. It, all-time high on Deck Screener was $75. Didn't stay up there too long.
If they didn't launch Melania, I
Hey,
could see flipped Solana.
No, man, I think
be
it's
honest.
good because it got some of the weak hands out. That's like, I think they did that strategically. They didn't want, there were some people that sniped very early, and they don't want like too big of whales, so that helped kind of dilute some of the whales when they did that.
Hey, Trump hit
Yeah,
94 on KuCoin.
What?
It also gave
Trump
back
hit 94 on KuCoin.
94?
Yeah. It was like for a flash second, but it was crazy.
Because when that happened, that helped the distribution a lot, the redistribution, you know, and a lot of whales that had too big portions, so they're like, man, fuck this, you know. So, and I think that's something like a lot of times devs actually want that to happen after the first pump. Like, you don't want to just hang out with your RSI super like maxed out for a while. It's like, all right, everyone made their money, you know, pump. Let's get it down there as quick as we can. So I don't, you know, I think it's strategic. So it's like, hopefully, you know, they're gonna try to play this turns backwards of what happened into like maybe like a bullish megaphone pattern, starting off this almost double bottom, but.
Spoke today, didn't he, somewhere? If only dominance would come down. I guess Trump bought more Ethereum. That's what I think turned the market around. Going on. Oh, dominance still coming down slowly. And at 18,000. This mission is to provide permissionless access to private and uncensored machine intelligence.
Somebody convince me why I shouldn't go get a candy bar and like 6 cookies from 7-Eleven right now, please. All right, I guess I'm getting my candy bar and my 6 cookies.
Some fun with this token. It was in big chunks. VBS. I mean VBB, not VBS. My bad. It- Who is that? I see you. Hey, mod. Oh, excuse me. God, hurt.
thing you can do to someone is you make them think I was in despair. I had worked for a decade. I had spent 20,000 man years attempting to do everything under the sun. I could not get ahead.
Right.
And I was the same me. I wasn't stupid, right? You look at me and say, well, this is Michael Saylor worked as hard as he could for a decade and could not get ahead, right? And the most pernicious thing you can do to someone is you make them think that they're just not smart enough, and the reason they're failing is because they're not smart and they don't work hard enough. And then you realize, no, the system is rigged against you. When I found Bitcoin, I was in despair.
That's the truth. What's going on, yo? Nah, just Michael Saylor being Michael Saylor. Yeah, I like how it shows you its reasoning, CD. The amount of FUD surrounding it is crazy. NVIDIA is going to be a good buy, mark my words. Need some time for the panic to clear out, and then when people realize how dumb they're being.
Hey, Dbloc, you there?
Yep.
When you were just zoomed out a little bit further on Ethereum, you had some green lines drawn just like you do now on the last time. But where it broke out, if you draw a line straight, well, down there. So see where it broke out of that last green line? If you were to draw something kind of straight over from there, I'm just wondering, I'm like, does it have any big gap that it still would want to fill from right as it busted out of that last green line
Not that I can see.
in like November? You know what I'm saying? Because we never come back down to that because it bounced off your middle line.
Yeah, but we had the same parabolic area on the way down, right? Like, you look at the same sort of range where nothing caught us.
Yeah, that was filling all that.
You know what I mean?
See.
It's the same.
Just didn't know if there's still big enough gaps if you think, or that's something that's gonna be coming down to test the next bear market.
I don't know. Depends on what happens in the next couple days here with Bitcoin. But
I'm feeling.
if we
Right there would be a retest off that bottom line. So if you were to draw a line where I'm kind of saying is that last breakout is, if we saw one draw a straight line over, it would be where it would retest that lower line because it's only bounced off twice off of your.
Yeah, the thing is, we've
the lower.
already retested it, so it looks like I got what you're saying because you see this big expanse, you see this big expanse, you see that we only stopped here and here. But watch what happens if you draw your. That's why sometimes I have to draw it out.
Those last RSIs cost like that, you know. I mean, those like. It just. I'm just curious if it wants to fall down and almost do like a fake retest and but actually come down and test that lower line. So I was thinking if it went, yeah, like right there.
Yeah, the thing is, we got that test.
I know things only had to fill 50% on the way. We just saw a pretty big one still sitting down there.
So in reality, what you did is you were in a range. This is the top of your range, this is the bottom of your range. You deviated underneath the range, but you came back in. So you see a break there. I wouldn't even worry about coming back down. What you want to see is, what you have to worry about is the break of this uptrend first.
Okay, I see.
As long as you keep putting in higher lows there, you're gonna pop out of this eventually.
The good thing for ETH is Trump keeps buying it. He keeps buying the
I'm
dips.
building ETH. It's not a sexy buy. Nobody wants to hear I just bought some more ETH today, but I bought more ETH today.
No, and that's I've been patient. I've been trying to wait for like that 28 and like 2750 area, thinking if it was gonna fall, it would kind of come back down to that unseen region again. But if not, that's what I'll be following. Thanks, Dbloc.
Hey, have you looked at that BPV yet, Dbloc? It's listed on Coinbase. It's listed on a bunch of exchanges now. VVS. It's called Venice AI. It seems pretty cool. It's well, it's
on
480.
DEX or it's on.
It's on Coinbase now. It got listed on Coinbase. What 6 hours ago? It's on a Mexi. It's on.
What's the ticker again?
Weeks. VVV. Venice Finance.
Valvoline?
No, Venice.
I know.
Venice. Venice. Yeah, it's like.
Are you?
As soon as it dropped on Dexes, it went. It was quick.
VVV, you said, right?
Yep. Yep.
I don't see it.
Went to over $1 billion market cap quick. Fully diluted.
I have to go on Dex.
VVV. Yeah. That's right there, Venice token. I see it.
Yeah.
It's on base. Launched on base. I believe that's why Coinbase listed it right away. That's kind of a lot of hype.
380 mil market cap.
Yep.
1 point. 80 mil in volume. That's good. That's more than half of Trump's volume at a way lower market cap. Let's look at why don't we have bubble maps? Where's my bubble map? Oh, there might only be. Oh, where's my bubble?
I could have got in this thing way earlier when it was only worth a few bucks. But I seen it listed on the exchange, so I just bought it on the exchange. Bought it at what? 13.
The top dude has 1.2 mil unrealized. The second has 6.
Yeah, the guy who launched this is some rich guy. His name's Voorhees. You probably heard of him before.
Jason Voorhees, the
What's
killer?
Nah, not him though. No. That's what I keep thinking about too.
What are y'all looking at?
Yeah, like instead it's an airdrop for Vase. VVV.
Ask Venice. That's the thing. Ask Venice. It's the person who dropped it is well known. He's a billionaire or something like that.
Check them out.
VVV.
Website talking about.
Eric Voorhees.
Yeah,
Eric
no, I
Voorhees.
know who you were talking about.
Yeah.
All right, so this is their AI prompt.
Ask Venice. They're saying like all these AI agents are gonna use this. So. And I guess it does have something to do with Aerodrome. Venice AI utilizes decentralized infrastructure for permissionless inference and recently added the leading DeepSeek AI reasoning model.
My first question is always, how would you create world peace, and do you think it's important? Like every time I get to a new AI agent, yo, I've had AI agents give me a full plan on how to perfectly create world peace, and then when it gets to is it important, like not necessarily. Peace doesn't always lead to prosperity. Like, whoa.
Did you ask it that?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's kind of how I judge its progress. I'll show y'all this this DeepSeek. The way it works is kind of dope. We'll compare the answers to each other.
Creating world peace is a complex
That's
and
good.
ambitious goal.
Ask it about U.S. war crimes and then Chinese war crimes. You'll be surprised. Or you won't be surprised.
Ask it what kind of chipset they use to develop DeepSeek. It's pretty vanilla. There's nothing that stands out here. But it's funny how AI, it's not really a difficult thing. Education, conflict resolution, economic development, human rights and justice, disarmament, global governance. Yeah, that's what we need. All right. That's cool. I mean, how does a token fit into this? Token supply 4 million. Total supply 100 million. Oh, staked. Okay, staked versus total. Gotcha. Venice token is access key for AI agents and developers to consume private. Okay. Private uncensored interface. Gotcha. Yeah, that's basic. That's how most of them are. You can use it for free, but you've got to pay if you want privacy and you want all the guardrails sort of down. Let's look at let me show you DeepSeek so you can see how cool this shit is, the difference between how it works. So it's this reasoning engine that they put on top of it, right? I should be able to get the alright, boom. Alright, we're all infected with Chinese viruses now.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Greta.
We'll be alright, we'll be alright. Start now. So there's a reasoning engine. Okay, here, take my Google information, China. Jesus. Fine, you got it. There. Sorry, there's an issue with Google login service. Listen. Hang with me. They're like, not you, bro. Not you, anybody but you. There we go. Alright, so the reasoning engine, it's pretty dope. So what they did is the underlying layer that they have is similar to your chat GPT. But this DeepThink RI here is pretty dope. And you can actually download this DeepThink RI and drop it on top of chat GPT or drop it on top of some of the other language models. And what this does is actually, you know what? We'll do it with it and we'll do it without it, right? I'll show you. This is without it. World peace is a complex blah 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 blah. Steps to create world peace. Overthrow the American government. Wait, what? I'm just playing. It doesn't say that. Why it's important. Human survival, global prosperity. Does what it says, right? Pretty quickly. Nice format, whatever. Now watch what happens if you put DeepThink AI on and ask it the same thing again. You see how it says thinking? Now look at what it says. Okay, the user is asking how I would create world peace. It's going through its reasoning. Like you're watching the AI think its way through the problem here. So not only do you get the answer, but you get all the reasoning that goes into why they thought the things were important. You see it correct. You see it correct itself. The user's asking the same question again. Maybe they want a more concise answer or a different angle. Let me check the current query. So that's all the internal process that the AI is doing with itself to end up giving you the answer. That's sick. Because that's what you can't get from AI that you can only get from a human. Right? A human tells you, okay, this is the solution. All right, how'd you get there? Like, let me hear your reasoning. That's crazy. I've seen examples where they ask it some like culturally sensitive shit. And it'll start to think about the question and it'll be like, well, this answer is obviously this. And it'll be like, yeah, but in some cultures it's very rude to speak about these type of things. And then it'll say, well, damn, well, what's more important? The cultural significance or the proper answer to this question? And you'll hear it, like you can see it debating itself. Pretty dope.
Did it give you the same answer at the end there? Or did it kind of change it a little bit based off of knowing that you had
It's structured it differently. It
Was it like
structured it a
longer?
little
Did it
differently.
include more stuff, and why is it important? You know
Well,
what I mean?
it
Include
made it more
input.
concise because it asked itself, okay, why is it asking me the same question again? Maybe I need to be more concise with my answer.
That's really cool. Thanks for kind of pointing that out. It's a big difference too that I've never seen before. That's something I'd love to read through. I'll ask that thing a bunch of crazy questions too.
Yeah.
See the differences between them all. Dbloc, you still there?
Yeah, I'm just getting ready to reset the stream.
I was gonna ask you about DSO. It was a coin that I had asked you about. It was like falling through the bottom. It started ripping. Coinbase took it off their platform, right? But with other ones that they had taken off, they had put it into my wallet, or I had to put it in my wallet first, or they turned it into cash. This one is still available to see and view, gives me the price and everything, but I'm not able to even transfer it like from my Coinbase to my Coinbase wallet. I'm just kind of wondering what do I do if it's still stuck on my Coinbase platform, but it's not able to be transferred through my Coinbase wallet.
And if you can't sell it, you're gonna have to talk to support.
You know what I mean? A lot of the other ones were all canceled and you couldn't even see it anymore, or it was Gala and stuff like those ones, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna have to talk to support.
Have you seen that thing?
No.
Since I last mumbled at you when it was at its super bottom and was getting yanked off the market.
Mm-mm.
Probably one of my like best performing little pieces that were left on the table. Like it's called DESO, DESO. Check it out.
Give me one second.
I know what it is. It's a decentralized social program coin, and the guy called Crypto Bacon, the Asian guy, he said it's dead, and that was like many months ago, bro.
Check out the price of it. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but there's a reason it's full run.
I just wish I could figure out how the avenue to get it off of their platform at least onto my wallet or any wallet.
Bro, go click the support button and ask them.
All right.
They'll walk you through it if it's possible. And they'll tell you that it's not possible if it's not.
Yeah, they'll be straight up. Yeah, you got
Yeah.
to do this, this, and that, or straight up. Too late, missed it. Sounds like one of those V1, V2 era things.
Hey, Dbloc, the other day you said you always said you were buying. You said you were buying. Was it Moondang or was it Mog or something?
I bought some Mog the other day.
That's what it was.
I'd taken a nice
Didn't
tumble.
remember.
You know what I'm gonna do,
I
Dbloc?
looked at it.
I'm gonna go ask the AI what I should do.
Bro, why wouldn't you just go to the people that have the answer?
I'm kidding. I just to see what kind of answer it come up with.
It's gonna
Give me
tell
the
you to
best
go to
route
Coinbase support. This is what it's gonna tell you.
and sit your ass there and wait. You're right.
So where are you at chart wise? Do your technicals there with that W at the bottom? Is that indicated to you that this is over?
I mean, yeah, we're like 7% off the bottom. We're 6% off the bottom here.
Yeah, we know how dirty they are.
Yeah, it's just PTSD though. CME gap is above us. That's gonna get taken before the end of this. I'm watching this downtrend. That's like basically my danger zone. If we reject off of that downtrend, then we know that the overall downtrend is still healthy. I told you on the way down, this move has 24-hour lifespan, a 24-hour expiration date.
That was a nice move down.
So if you
Oh
think
yeah.
it breaks above that and busts through the CME gap, you think it would go up and reach the top of your white line there, and then maybe come down to a retest around that 104.7, and then kind of gonna do it, bounce and rip from there. It always likes to do a retest after it rips out, so you go up like 106.8, build that support resistance, tap on that, and then come down back to your green line for a retest.
Hey, you still believe that the bull market will end? What was it, October?
I'll be out by October.
Okay. Everything's still
I'm
lining up.
de-risking August, September, October. Yeah, everything's still lining up.
Yeah. Play along. It's it just doesn't it feel different than the last time, the last cycle, like just the way the alts are reacting.
The only thing that's different is that we haven't had a mass push on the alts all together. But no, if you've been in the right narrative, but it's just impossible. We just gained 1 million alts overnight, bro. Yesterday we looked at market cap and we were at 9. Today we're at 10.
Yeah,
Ridiculous.
Recently, gotta start cutting the grass though. We gotta like kind of mow the grass. It's like the shit's getting too long almost. You know, you gotta like every once in a while come out and cut that thing, like, mow it down. You know.
The main problem is that ETH hasn't moved. Right? ETH usually drags the majority of the alts with it because there's so many ERC20.
Dude, if Ethereum picked up the speed of their boats and the cost of the price, they would change markets so quickly if they came up with a bigger, faster, cheaper boat for all their trading when things get running.
Could it be possible that it just doesn't make a move and the bull market ends?
That Ethereum doesn't make a move?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess somebody would have to really suppress the hell out of this thing, though. But that's not going to stop everything else from moving. It might just affect the ERC20s from moving.
But I mean, Dbloc, what I'm saying is, how come Ethereum hasn't actually like picked it up or has increased their speeds or like pace of how quickly they're able to do all their transactions? Like Solana and everybody else is quicker, AVAX, Doge, like, you know what I'm saying? Why isn't Ethereum able to pick up the pace with especially what's come through their entire channels, you know?
Nobody's quant trading on ETH. You don't, I mean, ETH needs to be safe. ETH doesn't need to be cheap. ETH doesn't need to be fast. ETH needs to be safe.
Yeah, but ETH is still like a sailboat that crosses the Atlantic.
ETH doesn't need to be cheap. ETH doesn't need to be fast. ETH needs to be safe. The value in ETH is that it's a safe place to get your yield. When you're putting $25 million into staking to get some yield, you don't care if it gets there in 5 seconds or 5 minutes. You don't care if it costs you $2 or $200.
Yeah, but why can't their security standards stay the same, but the costs come down?
Because their security, because the price is what ensures their security. So the reason that Solana is so vulnerable is because it's cheap to DDoS.
So the only way to do it is to basically have a lot more of those like stations and people that identify how quickly those things happen then, right? So more people would have to have like stations that identify, and you know what I'm trying to say, like, are part of like the multi-key identification part of it, right?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Joe. You lost me.
Well, every time Ethereum transactions are made, right, doesn't it have to like go through multiple ports? I'm just trying to say, like, if there's more people that supported it or something, I'm just wondering, or nodes kind of, you know what I'm trying to say?
You ever see Vitalik complaining about Ethereum's performance?
He doesn't have to.
Or anybody except for traders that are expecting Ethereum price to go up. Do you ever see anybody that does lending and borrowing on Ethereum or does heavy bag staking on Ethereum complain about Ethereum? Or is it people that want to trade meme coins that don't want to pay $20 gas fees?
Well, Dbloc, look at what I'm really trying to say. I feel like it's still like it. I feel like it's like the British Empire and stuff when they were selling gold and silver coins around on ships. Sure, they are the ones that are the ones that hold all of the gold and silver and run the trading system. But it's like, how come it's still running on sailboats and with chests of gold? You know, it's like, I mean, it's, I guess it's safe. They don't. I guess they don't sink many
And
ships.
that's a bad example because in that example, that's not a safe way to transfer gold.
Well, that's what I guess I'm just referring to the speed of it is what I'm trying to say.
And how we started was by me saying that Ethereum doesn't have to be fast. Part of Ethereum's sales pitch, part of Ethereum's value add isn't speed.
I'm giving it a market aspect, or why so many people use other avenues like AVAX.
That's why I said, do you see Ethereum complaining about losing meme volume to another chain? They don't really care. Investors care because we want price to go up. So we want the best use case ever. Ethereum is
And there's
doing
an
what it meant to
important
do.
reason that 10 million coins aren't created on the Ethereum network too. You know, that's why it's like it's. So I'm asking these questions 'cause I'm trying to figure out some things that I don't really have answers to. And thank you for giving me a better outlook at really what I'm even attempting to ask.
Not everything has to do everything. There's nothing wrong with a one-trick pony if that one trick is a yield-bearing asset, which is all that institutions and big money really care about. Where can I sit my money safely, do absolutely nothing, and get yield back?
All right, let's look at like Ethereum instead of me referring to it the way it is. It's almost like trains. It's like trains always run. They're a little bit slower, but they always get from the East Coast to the West Coast on the rail system. And you know, I'm trying to say it's meant for like bigger cargo that like that are solid as could be. It's not like a guy with his big rig going across the country, cruising and getting McDonald's at different stops and pulling in and out with your cargo on there. So I understand. More secure, dependable structure.
What's going on, Mike?
How's the stock market been doing?
I do have a regret, and that's that I didn't stay up all night and short the hell out of this thing when I knew damn well what was going to happen. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that Nvidia and Nasdaq were going to take horrible dumps today. But I do like my sleep. I do like my sleep. I'm not gonna lie. I enjoy my sleep.
I mean, I know we're looking at the technicals here, you know, things playing out, but the stock market is on a, you know.
Riot took a nasty one too. There's no reason why Riot should have went down 16% today.
Damn. Stay down there.
Yeah, it's got a nice bull flag though. This is probably its last macro pattern.
It's a good idea to buy that long.
People agree. Like,
yeah, but
why is Bitcoin dumping? Because Nvidia is dumping. So
Well,
That's a big
what we
drop.
saw in the stock. I mean, what we saw in crypto was the dump in the stock market being priced in on the weekend because the stock market was closed, right? That's why today we didn't see that crazy drop when everything else dropped because we had already priced it in. We did it yesterday.
Like they already knew it was going to.
Well, yeah, everybody did. That's why I'm saying I'm mad at myself for not shorting the hell out of this thing because it was obvious. You just had the Chinese, if you believe the hype, which I don't, and I think it's bullshit, and I think it's going to come out to be bullshit. But if you believe the hype, you just got the Chinese government proving that the United States just wasted billions and billions and billions of dollars backing a chip company that nobody really needs as much as it was being priced in for AI. Right? They priced in the way that the Americans attack AI is like brute force GPU power. Right? Like more processors, just force it. The way that they're doing it in excuse me, in China is through code, right? More efficient code. So the reason Nvidia went so crazy is because we've had American companies and American investors price in the fact that every AI company, every AI project was going to need tons of these H100 Nvidia AI processors. And then China comes out and says, we didn't even have them shits, and we did it quicker and cheaper. So now the market has to price in, you know what I mean? Like, we're wrong. If it's more efficient, then chances are that we don't need as many and we've overvalued this company. There's a law called Javon's paradox in economics. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it, but let me pull it up because it's really what this reminds me of. So the argument is if it got more efficient and it got cheaper, then people are going to need less NVIDIA graphics cards. So the price should go down, right? But the paradox is that it's the opposite, right? So Javon's paradox, hold on, here it is. So Javon's paradox states that technological process that increases the efficiency with which a resource is used, but the falling cost of use induces increases in the demand enough that the resource use is increased rather than reduced. So in other words, what it means is if you can do less with more GPU, right? People assume, well, people will use less GPUs, but that's not what happens. What happens is if you can do less with more GPUs, then people are still going to throw more GPUs at it and do 10 times more, right? It accelerates instead of pulling back. And that's sort of the paradox that you see sometimes in some of these tech developments. So basically what I'm saying is this is a win-win for NVIDIA. If they're lying, then the Chinese government just proved that you can't do it without NVIDIA. If they're telling the truth, then it just opened for a wide world of being able to do even bigger things if you add even more. If they did it with less than that for cheaper, imagine if you added those H100s. Imagine if you added 10 of them. Screw it, let's add 100. Right? It's just like Moore's Law on crack. Moral of the story, I'm waiting for NVIDIA to find bottoms, and I'm probably gonna get some options. I really want this thing to bleed out though. I want tomorrow to be bad.
So then crypto will be bad tomorrow morning.
No, it's already been priced into crypto. This shit doesn't affect crypto. It affects crypto as much as people consider Bitcoin a tech stock.
Hopefully, big money comes into crypto from profits.
But I want to play
we'll
into
see
this
about
gap.
that.
I just want a deeper entry, but I want to play into this gap from 128 to 141 on NVIDIA. Oh no, Mike. Say it isn't so. That sucks, bro. Oh, that sucks. I don't even think you have to jailbreak DeepSeek. That shit doesn't have any guardrails, bro. It's just open source. I haven't found any. I haven't asked it anything and got any one of those like random, but I haven't gone crazy with it either yet.
People's favorite one to use, they say, is Grok. You can add like phrases and stuff in it, and some you can.
Well, Grok is really fast, right? So what people are doing now, because like I said about that reasoning model, you can add the reasoning model on top of Grok, and you can give Grok the thinking capabilities of DeepThink, right? It's open source, so you can do whatever you want. So all of these Chat GPT, they'll all be thinking now. They're all going to give you that. They're going to take that from them, and it's not even take that. They made it open source, so they're not trying to gatekeep it. That's the big news. That now people can use it and not pay. Right? It's free versus $20 a month for ChatGPT. #1 on the App Store. Probably a good idea to download the app before it gets banned, in case. But you can run it fully locally too, offline, completely offline, and trade it. So that whole idea of spying for China or whatever is it's dumb. It's just code. You can run it offline. It doesn't have to be connected to the internet.
This thing came down a lot. Top there, 1970. It's down like what, 50%. Like 40%. How low is it gonna go? Talk about new coins, man. You have no history. Where is this thing going?
Which one? XDN?
No, the Venice token I'm looking at.
Yeah.
You're using Coinbase, right? Just go listed on Coinbase.
Nah, I'm off of there.
Oh. It's not. It just got listed on Weeks.
Done with it. Oh, well, now we're talking.
It's fresh on Weeks. BBB.
Reminds me of VVS, yo.
Yeah, I kept saying VBS earlier.
Yeah.
You said VVB?
No, VVV. 3 V's. Victor, Victor, Victor.
VVV. Oh, that's an easy one. It's not on futures.
No? I thought it was on both.
We'll check.
It got listed in a lot of
No,
spots
it's not.
today. Futures.
No
It's on
futures.
futures. VVV USDT. Futures on Weeks. I'm looking at it right now.
I'm clicking V or W. Really
The
tired.
long, open, short. Yeah, it's on futures on Weeks.
V. Okay, it's there. Oh, that's not it. VVA.
No, VVV. It's right there. VVV USDT perp. I'm looking at it on Weeks. Open long, open short. No, thank you. Too scary.
Look at this indicator that what a perfect hit down to that BU. I mean, Listen, if this doesn't play out, if we don't get that expanse on E, I'm done with Wyckoff. Because you can't be this perfect and not play out. Like at this point, it would just be dumb.
Where do you think it's gonna go?
Like that's as
Crazy.
low as it could have possibly gone
Yeah.
before breaking it, you know? Yeah, phase E is next. Phase E is the move up to the next level.
So this is the SON. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Up to 129. Let's go.
Yeah, we'll see. But you know, the one thing we were talking about, DJ, was Zusi was in here the other day, right? And it was like, well, they don't need to cut. Why would they need to cut? And I mean, he wasn't wrong, right? All the numbers looking great, everything was fine, and then boom, Chinese AI shakes up Nasdaq and Nvidia. Fear and panic hit the market right before FOMC meeting. Boom, boom, boom. We'll see. We'll see if it's enough to move their hand. You know what I mean? To make the move. Honestly, what we need is for Trump to shut up. Because every time Trump says that he wants the rates cut, Powell is like, listen, buddy. Listen, buddy. Let me explain something to you about how shit works around here. This is the last thing I want is Powell and Trump getting into a pissing contest, guys.
Not 3 a.m. yet. 13 minutes.
Get it there.
Let me pull up this indicator.
Oh man,
See what this thing is. BTI.
BTI.
Yeah, send me this basically to big. It's like a CBBI, Bitcoin top indicator. I just wanted to run it through its paces and see what it looks like.
What is it? What's it called? BTI.
Oh,
Oh, top indicator.
yeah,
LOGULE.
yeah.
What's it do? All right.
So
What did it do?
hold on, let me close that. Oh.
TA proof. I got an error online. What the hell is this?
What did I do? I just made it
Runtime
disappear.
error. On bar 0. That's not fun.
Hold on, let me get a naked chart before I screw this.
Naked.
All right. So about how perfect this retest was of this break, though. Or anything else. That's nice. I'm okay if we're done testing this line, though. We can pull off and pull away now. Yeah, I'm getting the error on that shit too. Maybe it's because we're on a different time. Yeah, you gotta change time frames. That's what it is. All right, so if that's the case, then let me take price, copy price, and then let me come here and let me put the price on here, paste, and yo, I swear to God, when TradingView fights me, new price scale. Grab you, I'm gonna shift you down to here. Boom. That's how we do that. Now we're gonna take you and we're gonna put candles. Boom. Alright, so down here. Okay, I mean we got some signals firing off at tops.
What are we waiting on, Asians?
No, we're going into UK now. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what's going on here. Got all the different indicators and then they fire off when it gets into toppy areas. Risk from 0 to 12. Risk from the top is 6.3. That's cool. I have to dig into a little bit to see how effective it is though. Let's see. Man, I'll be real with you. Even if it was to crash price, I wouldn't be mad at Ross for selling his BTC. You earned that BTC, brother. Go live your life. We've crashed for dumb reasons, you know.
Who's he own?
There's rumors that some of the dead wallets dead meaning haven't moved between like 300 and 700 Bitcoin. But he got donated a bunch of Bitcoin. OKX gave him a bunch of Bitcoin when he came out. A couple of other people, obviously privately, have been sending him Bitcoin. Gotta realize anybody that used Silk Road, whether to sell things or buy things, we felt like Ross took one for the team, right? Because we were the ones that were really breaking the law at the time.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure that there's some people with a nice amount of Bitcoin that are like, here you go, bro. Like one of your friends gets out of jail and everybody shows up with, you know, new outfits and stack of money.
New picks, yeah. Box would full of money.
All right, we already had all this play out. I'm gonna take all this UK, US off. See what our Asian session looked like today, and we'll track it into UK. This was way more of a classic Asian session within one and that. Yeah, Asia's 50 here. There. All right, so we have to watch how UK reacts to 50% of the Asian range here. If UK trades above it, then they'll give us that extension and grab the CME gap. If they can't stay above Asia's 50%, then we'll retrace back into this wedge. Maybe have to end up waiting for US to push us out or the end of UK. We're at 11 hours and 41 minutes. At 12 hours, I gotta refresh the stream.
I think I'm going to play that they come back down and test it, and then the U.S. has to send it.
Possible.
I just feel like that's what they would do.
Mm-mm. Back above our trap shorts, like that shit never happened. Crazy what a difference a day makes.
I'm still in some shorts, but I'm not trapped.
Good.
Trump, Melania, $260 something Solana, but I'm not that confident right now. I think it might close them if we come back down.
My man is smoking potpourri.
K2.
What's going on, John? Yeah, I'm about to reset the stream right now. Try to get some sleep the next couple minutes. These notes on the chart useful or they just distracting? I just figured people that come in while I'm asleep, so you don't have to answer a million questions on what's gonna happen next. I'll tell you one thing, we've been killing this range though. Yeah, a lot of price action from this fake ass diamond pattern that they try to freak everybody else out about. This was never a measured move, by the way. This was me explaining how ridiculous the thought of that at that time was. Looking at all these weekend traps, bro, all I think about is that's weeks of our lives. This is weeks and weeks of our lives. Now that's how I felt the other day when I pulled my Bitcoin chart up, my DXY chart that I had marked all my birthdays on. I'm looking at it on my widescreen and I'm like, damn. Like over 10 years of my life right there. Yeah, that'd be crazy, yo. Just NFT important moments. I gotta do something to save it. I'm not one of those go back through my clips and record clips of the TA and, you know, make videos. I'm never gonna do all that type of shit. But the charts would be cool.